remember the first time I was in a Courtyard Marriott and I stuck my head in between the two mirrors. I was like, holy shit. It's like a camera looking at a TV screen, or that shit that just happened with the freaking internet freaking looping video and and shit, dude. Yeah, like, I want to process it so bad, but it's just like, what do you think about, infinite repeats of patterns like that, especially like putting the camera at a screen and shit? Oh my god, dude. Putting your head in between two mirrors. Computers freaking doing like what they just did. What it just did. Looping through the internet. It's like a CRT, you can rewire it and hook it to a music keyboard, the speaker output of a music keyboard, and make shapes and shit. Well, you can't do it with that. You need more precision. You need a tone generator, 3 different tone generators to make shapes on the screen. But still, the fact that shit's even in there in the screen at such a low level, you're just using frequencies to make a donut with triangles on it and shit. 3 different frequencies to do that. Then you can rotate it right or left and control how fast it goes with the frequency. I wonder if they're pumping in fucking high pressure gas through here, dude. Fucking ears. I know there's a line 10 miles that way. 1 second.
Stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. Topic meter. 4.
Hey, MAGA. Yeah, I got something for you. When you wake up, no, you're not staying in the house all day. No, we gonna go look for work. That's what you promised us. Around election, that's what you promised us. You gonna go look for work. So we got you something. Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I am Reese Waters, and this is Who Raised Y'all, where we highlight those unique individuals going above and beyond to make society worse.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
You know, the kinds of people you'll see asking to speak to the manager at the pearly gates.
I want to talk to the manager.
So, farmers, we've been here before. How y'all doing?
60% of our exports were going to China. Trade wars started and effectively lost soybean, corn, took a big hit. I mean, it really, and all farmers in the whole country were affected.
That's a shame. Well, you know, that is a small price to pay for principle. The principle of America first. And that, I believe, is what the MAGAs always wanted. Isn't that right, MAGAs? Well, you know, farmers, you gotta stay in your business.
I got to come over here and admit, y'all got me. You Trump supporters, y'all got me. Hey, y'all boy, he did do something good. He did do something good. Now, since he been in office, the economy has shrunk 2.8%. NASDAQ down, S&P down. Shit. Job loss. Record highs. That's beside the point. I realized he did do something that he said he would do. He made his first steps toward fixing this economy. Because guess what? Out in Nebraska, they're hiring. Missouri, they're hiring. Up in Ohio, they're hiring. Yeah. Raul and Sanchez and them gone. They hiring.
Just in case you didn't hear the man, they hiring. Just in case, MAGA, they hiring. Yeah, they are hiring. But you know how it is. You know what I mean? You got like a son or nephew or uncle, something. You know what I mean? You can't expect them to check the paper. You gotta go get the paper, open up the classifieds, and put it on their pillow for when they wake up in the morning at 2 p.m. So let me help you out, MAGA. Here you go.
So y'all, AM, PM staffing service posted this on Facebook because they're looking for farm pickers. And these are the terms right here. The comments, I'm going to show y'all some of the comments. The comments, Lord have mercy.
That was funny.
My personal favorite.
That was funny. This is your opportunity.
Y'all know what Mr. Lincoln said we don't have to do. Why? Why? You know what I mean? Why? With the honorable measure too, y'all should just go ahead and delete this. Y'all just go ahead and delete this. You know what I mean? Like, you posted a photo from a bad angle, or you forgot that it was see-through. Like, that kind of, you need to delete this. Why don't we check this out? So we got farm labor needed, American citizens only. We got that in all caps. Long hours, sun up until sundown. So basically, just as long as they can see that you're there, they want you to be there. A half-hour lunch. That's a little bit short. You know what I mean? Because if I'm out in the fields, it's going to take me 10 minutes to get to and from where I'm eating lunch. You know what I mean? I sweat a lot. It's going to take me 7-8 minutes to stop sweating so I can even enjoy. I might as well just have my lunch on me in the fields and just sit down where I'm at for 30 minutes. I mean, really. Must be able to work in...
I gotta say, this looks really bad. And the comments about MAGA, y'all said they were taking your jobs. Here you go. That's some epic shit, dude. But everybody knew that was going to be said. The thing is, dude, is like what these people want from people is bullshit. It's bullshit. You see, if society worked where everybody pulled their own weight for everybody's basic needs to be met, and then beyond that, pursued some type of hobby or interest that they want to pursue and make some type of like artistic currency off of that they can spend on art, that would be a good idea, because then you wouldn't have to forcing people, and you wouldn't have to be forcing people into the sun from sun up to sundown with a half-hour motherfucking lunch, you fucking retards.
In extreme heat. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I run hot. I run hot. Must be able to lift 50 pounds. Well, I didn't intend to pick that much, so I don't need to lift maybe 15, 16 pounds, maybe? Huh? Ability to lift above shoulders and to bend. Why I gotta be so hard? You know what I mean? Not everybody, well, just figure out a conveyor belt situation. Not everybody gotta do that part. I've moved before.
Yeah, figure out a conveyor belt situation where no one has to be in the fields, you fucking Nazis.
Move quickly and work under pressure. Yeah, you better be able to move quickly, because you got to get to and from lunch in 30 minutes. That's as quick as I can go. You'll be paid minimum wage, and by the bucket. The faster you move, the more money you can make.
And that's how you hustle. You pay nothing. So they hustle their asses off to get a little fucking peanuts thrown at them for being in the fields all fucking day, you fucking Nazi white trash.
Hurry on down to your local farm field to apply.
White trash would want people to do this shit.
And it says driver's license and legal documentation is a must. Don't let immigrants take your job. Hey, MAGA. Yeah, I got something for you. When you wake up, no, you're not staying in the house all day. We gonna go look around. That's what you promised.
Reese, they think that you're black and you can handle the skin better, so you should be out in the field and they should be sitting their asses on the tractor in the air conditioning or in the shade and shit. That's what they think. Fucking Nazis.
You promised us around election.
Freaking Christian Nazis.
That's what you promised, so you won't go look for work. So we got you something.
Hey y'all, they're hiring farm pickers, $11 an hour, 9 to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, May through July, in Luling, Louisiana.
MAGA! Aren't you guys so excited? You finally got what you wanted. You got rid of all the brown people taking all your jobs. Now go get them. Go get the job. If there's the numbers on there, I think it's a staffing agency. They'll set you up with your containers. You could be in the hot, burning sun for 10 hours.
Right now, there's white people in America thinking, well, you know what? I won't get stuck with those jobs. I got a better job. I got a better paying job. I won't have to do that shit. So they're sitting there okay with it. They're like, okay, this is good. I got a trade. I got this. I got that. I don't have to worry about getting it up in the field. So I don't give a fuck. I'll vote for Trump again. Fucking Nazi fucking sacks of shit.
10 hours a day picking blueberries, making $0 You're still gonna need Medicaid, but you're not gonna have, because your cult leader's taking it away. But like, what ever? Go get those white people Americana jobs. Go, hurry. Good luck, you crazy son of a.
And by the way, you should have your own buckets. Yeah, that container that you was gonna put your Doge checks in, that's still empty. Yeah, take that on down there. Yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker, you always saying people should have their own tools to fucking be able to get a good job, to carry your own damn buckets down there to pick in the fucking fields, you fucking retard.
You applying for the gringo position. You missed the good $11, $12. Now they down to 8. Now they down to 8. Y'all better get down there. But like I'm saying, it's gonna keep going down. And don't think we don't know who keep voting against minimum wage.
Yeah, it's going down. You see when no one's got shit, the prices of shit goes up, but they want to pay less now, fuckers.
Huh?
So how much? What is? I wonder what the difference is. I bet y'all might hear some shit that y'all don't have to pay the fucking taxes on using immigrants and all this other bullshit. You're still paying people less over here than you were before. I bet you I'm gonna find that shit out next. Trying to pay $8 an hour. How much were you paying for the immigrants, huh?
Huh? Yeah.
First off, good morning. Second off, take a look at this listing from AM/PM staffing services. It's straight, right? I believe this job posting is for MAGA.
Well, you know what? For all you MAGA out there wishing that I'd be a motherfucker that works in the field, got a bad back. I take medication that I'm not allowed to be in the sun. And, yeah. So I guess I gotta count one of y'all in there.
MAGA, the white nationalists, and everyone that want the immigrants out of the country. They want farm pickers to pick blueberries on the farm in Louisiana for $11 an hour. 9 to 10 hours a day.
Cracking that one.
7 days a week.
For nothing. For you to starve and eat crappy fucking poisonous food and not be able to get trace minerals if you want it. You know, basically you would have to work 3 fucking 4 hours to get a fucking bottle of trace minerals to last you a fucking month. You know, fucking sacks of shit, you know that?
In the months of May and July.
You have to work 3 or 4 hours for that bottle of trace fucking minerals, you motherfuckers. Something you deprive us of and everything else, you sacks of shit. You know, you could sell multivitamins and all that shit, but, you know, like, why aren't you putting trace minerals in them, you fucking Nazis? Why are you making it so old people can't sleep with fluoride, you fuckers? Oh, it's a conspiracy, You know what, I don't get into the MAGA bullshit, but I know what fluoride does to people. I know how to flush, undo fucking sand in between your muscles and in your fucking brain from the shit. Encapsulate your pineal gland. I know how to do it, and I also know how to flush all the medication out of my system too while I'm taking it.
I'm sorry, I missed that, but you said 7 days a week? 7 days, so every day. Okay. No, that's not a problem. That's perfect, because we want them out the house every day. Yeah. Okay, that is perfect. Church? Nah, they don't need to go to church, because they ain't learned nothing. You know what I mean? They got the gospel all twisted. They'd probably be better off in the fields, to be honest. Who knows what trouble they can get into by using the Bible? We've seen that from MAGA.
Do you understand what made through Jordan? Do you understand how hot it is?
Which brings me to what I've been saying. Christianity is a threat to national security now. Straight the fuck up, dude. Christianity is a threat to national security. Never thought I'd see the fucking day. I always thought they were hypocritical as shit voting for real though. I really did. I could literally never process why they vote, why Christians vote. It fucking makes no fucking sense to me why they vote. I mean, it's like a contradiction. You're just supposed to pay unto Caesar, according to the Bible, what is owed unto a fucking narcissistic fucking prick shit like Donald Trump.
Is in Louisiana. They want to get rid of the migrants. And then they want to put a listing like this.
Well, that's perfect. That's perfect. That ain't no problem. No, because look, when I go on vacation, okay, I go to the beach and I see people that just lay out on the beach, no shade, for the whole day, for their leisure. Yeah, it's crazy. You know what I mean? So, you know, I go there to get in the water. You know what I mean? Or, I mean, I might walk the beach. I'm not just lay out in the sun. No. They will do that for leisure. So,
you know what? I guess in God's Christian world where black people work in the fields and all that bullshit, I guess because y'all can lay in the sun on vacation, y'all can work in the fields too. I mean, y'all can be in the sun riding your four-wheelers and shit like that, you know, like y'all can work in the sun too, you know, in God's Christian world, if y'all can lay out on the beach in the sun.
So, imagine they can get paid for it. I know.
Do y'all remember when Trump said that the migrants and illegal immigrants that was taking black jobs, these are the type of jobs that he was talking about. This is how they figured that black people should be working like slaves. You know what I'm saying? Cause right now, doing that kind of work and that kind of eat for that kind of pay, that's slave labor right there, bro. That's slave. I mean, that is really jobs for some disenfranchised people in this country.
A bunch of racist people that got fucking fucked over by the racist person that they voted for are doing this shit now. This is epically a beautiful fucking bunch of chaos. Like if chaos could be beautiful, this is it. It's fucking bullshit. It's a flower made out of human excrement. Which I'm telling you, dude, Donald Trump believes in superstitions and shit, dude. He's gonna be putting his shit in fucking paint used on government building. I'm telling you, dude. He'll probably have a gold toilet that he sits on in front of a big vat and takes his shit. Yeah. You know there's people who believe that shit, right?
Now, you hit the nail on the head there. That is absolutely a job for some disenfranchised people in this country. But I believe that is the language of the white nationalists now, isn't it? That is the language of the white nationalists. Isn't that what y'all been putting out? All this conversation about how oppressed you are by the woke mob and the woke agenda? Well, it looks like you are overqualified for this particular position. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And look, I knew it was going to take some convincing. I went ahead and put a call in. They expected you at 3.
Believe it or not, this is what they want us as black people to be doing. But the thing about it is, we're not doing stuff like this. This is why they're trying to get rid of the education system, or downgrade the education system, defund it, defund the Job Corps, and like that, because we as a people, black people, are rising up above the oppression and fighting back against the oppression by getting more well educated daily. We are getting more well educated. We are starting our own businesses, doing our own thing, not having to work for a media.
I tell you what. I'm buying from non-white people as much. If people start opening businesses and shit like that, I'm buying from non-white people, dude. Straight the fuck up. Fuck it. Yep. If I can buy something from another country, I'm gonna buy it from them. Trump done fucked that up. You know, he's talking about giving Jeff Bezos loopholes in the tariffs. You see, but before Trump did his tariffs, I could go and buy the same motherfucking thing on Temu for a third of the price as Amazon. But you see, you know, the car industries in them and Amazon, you know, they'll bypass the tariffs to a certain point, and we won't be able to buy our shit for a third of the price, but he'll get it dirt cheap and charge us 3 times as much as we could get it before. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Nazi fucking sacks of shit. Keep your shit up. Keep your shit up, and we'll start World War III and take care of your asses like we did in World War II.
Mediocre supervisor when we know that we are better than them. You know what I mean? So.
And World War I, you fucking assholes.
I think it's time for MAGA, the white nationalists, the proud American first people, step up. Go ahead and step up. Take this job right here.
Fuck no, they're lazy as shit. They don't want to do nothing, and I've been around them my whole life, dude. They ain't gonna fucking do those jobs. They think they're better and beyond and above that shit, dude. That's all right. When they said that they would never throw sod, they would never do that job. You couldn't pay enough. When I had an opportunity to do that shit, I threw sod with the Mexicans. I only did it for 2 weeks, dude. I didn't enjoy the ant bites all day. Nope. In the rain, all fucking in the mud all fucking day when it rains, throwing sod. And the ants. In the rain. Fucking ants floating on the water. Fucking big ass ants. Or ants. Biting your legs, floating in the water where you're throwing fucking sod. So when I hear an American, fucking white American say that I'd never do that job, you couldn't pay me to do that job, I'll get that fucking job and I will do it with them to see what they go through. And I did it. And I also quit that fucking job where those motherfuckers were talking like that. Yeah, I just couldn't handle their fucking asses, dude.
Go help out your fellow farmers, your fellow Americans that need the help right now. Y'all want everything done in America. There you go. Buy Americans. There you go. Go do this.
Now, I believe my brother meant to say better educated, but he was cooking. So I like to let it flow. Now, to the point that he had about the Job Corps, to the point that he had about mechanisms of upward mobility being eliminated, he's not lying about that one.
By June 30th, the U.S. Department of Labor is pausing operations at all contractor-operator Job Corps centers, including here in Missouri. The department.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I really think it, dude. Like the fences on the White House and people who have pointed fences in their yards. Like even the fences y'all put up with the points on them encourages bad behavior. I mean, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Why the fuck are y'all putting up pointy fences around your shit? Huh? Like, do you realize how they're gonna decorate that shit? Fucking, even the fences you fucking put up are fucking threats to you fucking people, you fucking retards.
The Department of Labor says this is due to a $213 million deficit, rising safety concerns, and low graduation rates. However, the move puts nearly 200 jobs at risk and displaces hundreds of students who rely on this facility for stability, training, and a future. One of those students is Alpharetta Wakely's grandson. She left her daughter's hospital bedside to come pick him up.
We can't afford it. His mama is fighting cancer right now. My daughter is in there right now. I was at the hospital with my daughter. He called me, come and pick him up. I don't know what to do.
She says her grandson had stayed on the right path, committed to building a future.
It hurts me because all he do is go to school and try to, learn and try to get a career so he can get a scholarship so he can get a good job.
But I believe Jasmine Crockett might have addressed exactly where we're at with it.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands.
I swear, if she runs for president, dude, I hope everybody bumps up and vote her. And the reason I want her to be president, because I know that she will fuck with Republicans' heads from the fucking second they take their head off the pillow to the time that they fucking pass out at night, dude. She'll fuck with their heads.
You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
So imagine my shock, and I addressed this when that exact audio came out, that this apparently was news to the MAGAs. Apparently they thought that they could just victimize themselves without it changing the way that people see them.
Hold on, so let me get this straight. The white farmers in Louisianers, they're mad because people of color won't come work on their farms for $11 an hour in 100-degree heat for 10 plus hours a day. Let me run that back. White farmers are mad. The very farmers that voted Republican, okay, they voted for this, are mad that people of color won't come work on their farms for $11 an hour in 100-degree heat for 10 plus hours a day. I'm saying, you get what you ask for. Hey, it's FAFO type shit, okay? But hey, don't be fooled. I feel like it's gonna come to a point where they're finna make people get on their farms. Don't carry me to it. Because if 2025 was a checklist, hey.
Now, as down bad as Louisiana is at this particular point in time,
I bet what you're gonna do with the schizophrenics is give them all Haldol so they can't fucking read or fucking see anything, right? Take their license from them and shit because they can't see. Patho.
they aren't the only ones, because Nebraska's looking at Louisiana like, yo, that's a good idea.
Saw the news out of Nebraska today. Apparently our entire state is going to go bankrupt in 2 quarters. Me and my husband owned a cattle ranch here, and I can confirm that all of the cattle ranchers here overwhelmingly voted for Trump. We support him. We voted for him. Something like 70% of our entire workforce is undocumented immigrants, and they straight up are not showing up for work anymore. They have all either fled the country, fled the state. They don't want to get raided while at work, so they have just moved on to work somewhere else. And straight up, we are going to go bankrupt now. We are going to go bankrupt.
You get what you fucking deserve, and you see everything that this lady has said online is to save face. Oh yeah, she's one of those people that, oh, we could have never guessed that what Trump and this administration would have done. We would have never known. Go ahead and try and save your face so maybe someone will care about your ass.
Yeah, we voted. We knew that the immigrants would get deported and he was coming after immigrants, yet we still voted for it. Overwhelmingly voted for our own demise.
Nebraska. Oh, you got it?
Trump kept saying during this campaign that the illegals were here stealing the blacks' jobs. He just kept harping on the black job, and everybody was like, what the hell is a black job? Well, this is just my perspective, or it's just my thought. I'm thinking that the Virginians and all the rest of the people who were dependent on illegal immigrants for their labor, they kept hearing Trump saying that the black people jobs were being taken. I'm thinking in their minds, they were hearing Trump saying the
Yeah, well, what they're gonna do is they're trying to say that in God's Christian world, where they're putting Bibles back or they're putting Bibles in the school, and the founding fathers kicked the fucking guy out over that shit, in the signing of fucking the Constitution or whatever it was that mattered. Fucking in God's Christian world, the black people work in the fields because their skin handles the sun better. So the white people can sit in their asses and use them like they always have. Still do. Cops can cook crack and sell that shit illegally to entrap people. Yeah. It's amazing how white people just, oh my fucking God. It's like white is a fucking mental illness or something, seriously. No, seriously, I'm wondering if freaking white, if like freaking not having melatonin in you causes some type of mental illness at this point. I really do. I really do. And I wonder if it has out anything the way that light works. I'm just saying. The way pigments work. The way stuff's reflected, antennas work and shit, you know? Like seriously, I'm beginning to wonder if the lack of melanin causes some type of mental illness in people where they think they're better than every fucking other color out there because they reflect all the colors for the most part, figuratively speaking. I'm wondering if this has to do with how light works, this racist bullshit. I mean, at this point, all I've ever heard about that's gone on the planet is fucking white people running around looting shit. You know? I mean, at some point, that's going to make everyone else racist against their shit. You know? Just saying. No, seriously, dude. The lack of pigment, how white kind of just reflects everything. I'm wondering if it has anything to do with how light works. Which leads me to a lot of other things.
black people are going to come back to those jobs. In my mind, I'm thinking they were hearing Trump says the black people are going to replace all those immigrants out in the fields and on the farms and all of that. I'm thinking that's what they were hearing. That's why they.
Yo. You gotta understand my kind. The kind, the non-racist kind. Y'all push us into a corner, we'll smoke the whole fucking planet.
They weren't messed up about voting to get rid of their illegal immigrants. They were thinking that the black people were going to step up and take those jobs back because Trump kept saying these illegal immigrants are still in.
If y'all even remotely think that black people should be in the fields, there's something seriously fucking wrong with you. There's something more than a mental illness wrong with you. You're fucking retarded. Black people have no place in the field ever again. Just people need to be in the field. You need to put some white motherfuckers out there for real. People who don't take medication and fucking can't be in the sun and don't have bad backs. Since y'all want to think that way about me and other people like me. Yeah, y'all started some shit, you ain't getting out of it. And y'all aren't gonna stop. Y'all don't know, y'all can't admit you're wrong. Y'all can't admit you're wrong. That's probably why the planet's going to end up nuked over your bullshit.
Still in the blacks' jobs. And therefore, in their mind, they heard we were getting our 1,800 slaves back. They had to have thought that
they believe in God's Christian world that black people work in the fields because their skin is dark and they can handle the sun better. And that's what they have planned for.
Backup plan. Trump was going to miraculously, somehow, magically put all the black people back out in those fields, on those farms, and they were going to continue to get their work done. Now that's just my thinking, because you cannot tell me that you as a business owner would get rid of your workforce and not have a backup plan. You are not going to knowingly and willingly walk into a bankruptcy, walk into losing your.
These white people that think that black people should be working in the fields or even get a job in a fucking field. Let me tell you something, dude. There should be a law in this country that unless a black person seriously has a passion for working in a fucking field, which I highly doubt will happen, they shouldn't never have to work in a fucking field again, ever. Fucking ever.
Your business, walk into losing your farms that have been in your family for 300 years unless you thought there was a backup plan. And the backup plan was supposed to be the blacks.
So I hope it. Huh? Oh, you need to hear it from a white person? Fine.
I have a question for the rest of America. Does anyone even care about Nebraska?
No.
Does anyone even care?
No.
Do you care about Nebraska? Because I have a feeling you voted for this. I mean, Nebraskans don't even care about Nebraska. Let me ask you another question. Who exactly did you think were going to work in the fields and in the farms after all of the regular day laborers, people of color, are no longer there anymore? Who did you think was going to do it? Did you think that there was just this army of white workers ready to get into those farms and pick all the vegetables? Now people like you who voted for this to happen are upset that something's affecting you, because what people like you tend to really vote for, it's not the economy, it's because you want to express racism and bigotry, and he was the only way that you could do that. But now it's affecting you. All those farms are disappearing, including that 300-year-old farm, and you want to know why nobody's upset at that? It's because you guys did it to yourself. You'd rather vote to have your racism easily spread across the United States instead of thinking about yourself, because you always vote against your own interests, don't you? And isn't it just like you? You voted to hurt other people, but now when it's starting to hurt you, you want us to feel sympathetic for you. Get the f out of here.
You said you wanted to hear from a white person. She gave it to you straight. But buck up, you know. Like Trump said, bear with him.
Our farmers starting on April 2nd. It may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did.
Mike Johnson smiled in the background. He's one of those motherfuckers that likes to have plantation fucking paintings hanging in his fucking office, I'm sure. I'm fucking sure.
Did probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases.
Now, my favorite part of Bear With Me is how badly it went the first time.
Bear with me so I can throw some peanuts at you just to keep that carrot in front of you to fucking keep...
It'd be like me talking to one of my exes, like, yeah, just bear with me. It would work out like our relationship didn't. How are you telling people? But this is the thing. This is the thing, Manga. You have a choice, okay? You can either stand on business and pick up that empty Doge check bucket and hit them fields, or you could get in line for MAGA hypocrisy and completely do away with all of your xenophobic America First nonsense. Huh? What? Oh, you want to talk to the supervisor?
Why don't I hire Americans? Well, the simple answer is we can't get the workers. No American ever calls. No American ever shows up. That's why we are so grateful for the guys that are willing to come and do the work here on the farm. We can't do this without them. And we can't do this with people in our local communities a lot of the time, because when we ask, they don't come. Mass deportations would be an
I don't know, man. I don't know what this guy deal is, but it looks like he's on those Jesus pills and blindly says fucking, come work for me in the fields and shit.
Absolute disaster, guys. As a farmer, I look at it and I'm like, how would we exist without a massive portion of the workforce? If we don't have people to do work on farms, you don't eat, I don't eat, we don't exist as a country.
And there's more, indeed.
Oh, this motherfucker wants to threaten people with what's gonna happen. You fucking Nazis keep your shit up, and fucking the left's gonna smoke the fucking planet because you push us into a corner with your racist bullshit. Your dish you're cooking for Earth right now with that racism in it, yeah, it's gonna get the planet smoked. Fuck this motherfucker right here, tug running his mouth.
Doing jobs white Americans have never applied for and likely never will. Interview evidence from construction site supervisors and farm owners. They reached out to white workers. Nobody replied except one who quit the next day. So those saying taking American jobs, shut the... Then we got this one. I was in charge of 9 crews at a major landscape company in Reno in late 90s and the early 2000s. Couldn't get white people to mow 30 to 45 yards a day. If I did hire a white person, they either walked off the job or left after their demand for more money was denied. Not one lasted beyond 1 week. Now, if I had to play devil's advocate, if we're talking about the late 90s and the early 2000s, that was probably skater jeans. Yeah, it was probably the skater jeans was getting in the way of the mower. So I think that's you know what I mean? Because I even had those. I can admit that. Statute of limitations is up on that, right? Yep, and interestingly, white folks who have complained bitterly about immigrants, quote, taking their jobs have not rushed in to fill the construction and farm vacancies those immigrants left. Why? Because they don't want to do that kind of work in the first place. Too hard, low pay. And last but not least, white people think they are too good for manual labor jobs that require them to work in the heat, outside, on roofs, construction sites, or harvesting crops. Republicans don't want illegals and then bitch that nobody wants to work when their own won't take said jobs. I gave you a choice. Which way you gonna go, MAGA? You gonna hit them fields or you wanna... Oh, you want to sign up for hypocrisy. You want to go back on all the America First, mass deportation, all the xenophobic, racist nonsense. Fair enough. That is a well-beaten path with MAGA.
What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by... You know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have...
Even the way that he said they're doing great, dude, was condescending. The way he said that, he literally thinks that immigrants are scum. I can tell by the way he fucking said that. He's a racist sack of shit, dude.
Maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you go into a farm and you look and people they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else, and then you're supposed to throw them out, and you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers, and leisure too.
You know what? Americans commit more crimes, are more violent, especially white people, on top of it all, statistically. And immigrants are at least statistically to commit crimes and do fucked up shit. And this motherfucker just naming it, fucking naming it, lying his fucking ass off, dude. Nah. You see, I've always known that shit, but when Trump fucking turned it into the issue that he has, I went and researched that shit and looked at and read this fucking statistics and about it for my fucking self. Went and looked at, found the fucking graphs and the charts, and fucking, this motherfucker right here is full of shit. He's full of fucking shit. White people are the most violent in America, and fucking immigrants are the least likely to commit a fucking crime. Statistically. Nazis.
Too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
I do appreciate how he included leisure. The man who was in the hotel business comfortably included his space. That is very well done. All right, so MAGA, you made your bed. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of bad news. This is for you as well as for Trump. See, as the lot of you complained as soon as the ramifications of your actions affected you personally, unfortunately, there were some amongst you that were so hateful and so nasty of spirit. They were willing to stand on business. Yeah, they are still about that racist life. And they ain't done. Good luck. Let them fight. No, let them get it out their system. Matter of fact, let me get my camera. I can do a whole video about this. I'll be back. Hey, what's going on, y'all? Thanks so much for watching the video. Yes, that's right. Your boy is back from vacation, feeling refreshed and ready to go.
Y'all ready to get on this plane or not? Yes, sir. All right. So everyone's gonna shut up, and we're gonna say this once, and we're only gonna say it again because we're frustrated as hell.
And that definitely means you should be on the lookout for some new Way of Waters content. So make sure you check that out and subscribe to my second channel at Way of Waters. But while I was gone, y'all definitely held me down, and I appreciate that. I've mentioned before that I premiere all my videos, but did you know it actually gives me a ranking of who's doing the most work in the chat? They done messed around and passed Miss Ray. Shout out to All Things Go. I see Nick Adams, Non-Point in here, Patricia Jackson, Yolanda Gibson, Carney, my man Dank, I know Regina, I'm Just Jay, Roberta, and Alice in Kenzo Land. I see Honey Love, Jamal, Kat, Quentin, Tammy, Katrine, and Muriel rounding out the top 20.
Never could have made it without you.
I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors.
Make sure you be on the lookout for notifications when I schedule my video releases and my premieres so you can rise up that leaderboard. And while we're on the topic of support, I gotta show some love to the Mod Squad. No, not that Mod Squad. I'm talking about our Mod Squad. That is Mariana, Dank, Deshauna, Roberta, Free Me, Larry, Chernobyl, and of course, Miss Ray, who have made this channel a place where so many people feel comfortable being themselves, expressing, sharing, growing, and learning together. And I, for one, am eternally grateful to all of you for your contribution.
As protests spread across our country, we begin today with a sober warning from the governor of the state of California. That is, of course, the state at the epicenter of both Donald Trump's immigration crackdown and his efforts to use the United States military.
I'll say this, there's only one thing the wealthy can do at this point. There's only one thing they can do at this point, and that's start deleting us. Because they can give up on what they're doing and go away with their tails between their legs and lose their freaking wealth because of AI, or they can start deleting us. Those are their two options. Go think about what they did and lose their fucking money, their billions, what that belongs to everybody else in the world, or they can start deleting us. Which do you think it'll be? What do you think it'll be? 80 years ago they tried deleting us. Like, seriously, you think that shit going on in the Middle East is just happening for no reason? No, they need to destabilize the world so they can delete people, because we're not going to put up with their fucking rich, wealthy bullshit anymore. It's what the facts are facts. Fucking open your eyes. What I find interesting is, this time, it's the Jews over there who are the fucking Nazis. They're the fucking Nazis now. In America are the biggest ones. Fuck you. Nazis. Nazis everywhere, not a soul to save.
Carry inside the United States and to potentially use it against Americans. In a speech last night, Governor Gavin Newsom accused Donald Trump of taking the nation to the brink by escalating a situation that state and local officials could have handled.
This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk.
Fuck you, ICE.
That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. As the news spread throughout LA, anxiety.
Fuck you, Proud Boys. Fucking ICE. Fucking Nazi sacks of shit. I don't think they see. I don't think is NVIDIA racist. Is Google racist? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna go check the mail. I got a freaking shirt that says "Electrician, be nice to us. We know how to make it look like an accident." Hey, y'all want to walk around with guns on your hips, mean mugging people because they're a different color or they're gay, or non-binary, or have schizophrenia? Well, I'll have a freaking electrician come to your house, smile at your face, and be wondering if he's gonna mean mug your ass and do more than mean mug your ass if you're not nice to him. Yeah, so I can fuck with y'all's heads too. Yeah. The electrician comes to your house after reading that t-shirt and you look at him and you're like, yeah, he seems smiling and friendly, but maybe I shouldn't be a nasty freaking Karen to him. You never know. We work together. Yeah, we work together. I mean, shit, one time, dude, when I was building something, and I built it away, and after I was done, and I looked at it, I was like, wow, that will absolutely catch on fire over time. Whoops.
Fear Zeus. Or whoever the fuck throws lightning bolts. Whatever symbol y'all have created for the bitch that throws lightning bolts. I hope to get struck by lightning one day and survive it. Living in Florida, I have a pretty good odd chance of that. Better than anywhere else in the world. I can see the cops making up an excuse to put me in jail for riding in here fucking after smoking a joint. Smoking some hemp. The CBD. Yeah. What I know is that people have called them out here for shit and they say we don't do anything out here. Plus it's private property and a resort. And why aren't the cops coming out here putting people to jail, riding around drinking beer on their golf carts and smoking pot on their golf carts? I see it every day. Smell it every day too, that I go outside. Yeah, dude, fucking people have called the cops out here, and I can just see them coming out here. You're driving your van after smoking pot, Mr. McMurray. You're coming with me. Oh, Ossifer, it's private property, and y'all won't help anyone else out here. Officer, people, it's a resort. You're allowed to do that, officer. Ossifer. Tiggly, wiggly, 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 wiggly. Eating donuts. Sucking Richard Sackler's dick. Man, y'all are some serious chumps, though. Seriously, fucking mopping up Richard Sackler's mess every fucking day. His fucking lie to the FDA. And the thing is, do y'all really support him getting to keep $6 billion of the 12 that he made off of his lie to the FDA? Yeah, y'all are fucking thugs. Bunch of fucking gangster fucking thugs. Y'all are Richard Sackler's bitches, slobbing on that knob every fucking day. While he eats the best food in the world, fucking, yeah, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Y'all are down here slamming people on the ground over pills and shit, over behavior of fucking side effects of his fucking mind. Y'all some chump ass bitches, man. Y'all are gonna get your asses handed to you soon enough if you keep it up. Hey, Civil War, World War III breaks out. Y'all are fucked. Not to mention, if an actual civil war breaks out and white people take things to where they want it to, dude, then they're just gonna be prisoners in America because to the rest of the world they're murderers. Yeah, there's a place for murderers. It's called working in the fields. I'm sorry, y'all have taken me to a place 18 times after I got the bleeding to stop and started feeling better. And my mom wants to talk and she's running shit about what she thinks is going on in my head. And before I leave the crisis unit, you motherfuckers, my ass is bleeding again. I'm sorry, I just fucking hate you. Tell y'all to pound sand the rest of my fucking life. Give y'all the fucking haterade you can fucking handle, you fucking assholes. I'll give y'all the fucking haterade y'all want. Yep. Fuck with me, Fafo. Fucking Richard Sackler, the cops are like Richard Sackler's fucking bitches, dude. Like fucking pigs, literally, dude. Like what is someone, like when fucking someone wants to get rid of something on a farm, what do? They feed it to the fucking pigs. I mean, come on. It's what fucking cops are to fucking Richard Sackler and all his fucking rich fucking friends and enemies. Yeah, dude, fucking cops are Richard Sackler's pigs in a pen, fucking, where he goes and gets rid of his fucking mess and the evidence and the symptoms that he needs to fucking get rid of and hide. Except the pigs fucking consume them, the cops consume them like pigs do by taking them, putting them in a jail. What a bunch of fucking cunts. The biggest fucking cunt being Richard Sackler. Yep, that's what cops are. The Richard Sackler's fucking pigs in a pen. Putting people in a pen, preferably. It's a shame fucking the cops are Richard Sackler's pigs in a pen where he fucking destroys fucking evidence and fucking gets rid of what he fucking did, makes it tries to hide it in prisons by having coppers, which are essentially the pigs, fucking destroying the fucking evidence. I mean, because if you let the problem sit there and fester on the street, people would notice that something's horribly wrong, and eventually Richard Sackler would get blamed for it. So he goes to his pigs and feeds the fucking the people that he fucked up and he's abused with his lie to pigs. Nice little metaphor for you today, boys and girls. So that's a 3 a.m. thought from Matthew McMurray. Oh, should I get started on the institutions? How cops drag people down there so a rich fucking asshole can get paid $2,500 a month for a script? And I stopped taking the medicine, my ass stops bleeding, the cops take me to the fucking place and I leave with my ass bleeding every time, permanently. When in the UK they wouldn't torture me like this and fucking terrorize me like they do in America. Fucking assholes. I do gotta say, that new FBI director though, how is he gonna get his ass handed to him? How is it gonna be? How is it gonna be? I mean, you wanna talk about the best predictor, the past behavior being the best predictor of future behavior? 400, 500 years ago? Y'all are stupid as fuck. Seriously, you're just dumb. You know what? You know what the difference between me and you fuckers is? You know what? I ain't trying to brag or nothing, but I can walk down through the middle of the ghetto and be fine. Never pass through and be fine. Might get stopped, that people ask me, what am I doing? Why am I cutting through? I might be told, hey man, you're wearing a red shirt, bro. I'm telling you one time, don't wear that red shirt again.
You guys, you, Kash Patel, the Speaker of the House, fucking leader of the Justice Department, nah, they can't go down in the hood, dude. They can't do that. No. They do such fucked up shit to people that they will need a security detail to go fucking anywhere. To go to their expensive restaurant to meet someone who's gonna give them a nice dinner. Cooked in fucking butter and shit, you know? I'm really in awe, man. Like, your voters are dumb as fuck. And, like, y'all are dumb as shit, too, leading them fucking over the cliff. And the thing is what you see coming after they run off, after you watch all your voters run off the cliff, and after you see them pass and do that shit, you're going to look behind them and you're going to see you're going to jump off the motherfucking cliff, just like the Indian woman did back in the day when white men impregnated them. Y'all are fucking pieces of shit. If there was a Satan, he would be very proud of you for being such fucking retards, I will tell you that. Like, honestly, what I hope happens is like, you know, one of these nations just sees where all this is going to end right off the bat and just tries to nip the problem in the bud. And yeah, like y'all want to try and destabilize the world in a structured manner. Like, I hope that they fucking seriously destabilize the world so you fuckers can't even function. Racism is that ingredient in what you're cooking up for everybody to eat on the planet. The thing is one half is a certain group of people can eat it and be alright, but everybody else it's poison. Y'all are just dumb as fuck. Like, amazingly fucking stupid. And then you'll complain, oh, they fucking blew up the fucking planet. Fucking the left fucking blew up the fucking planet. You know, the brown people blew up the planet. You provoked the whole shit, and then you'll sit there and blame us for fucking smoking the fucking planet. You're so fucking dumb. What do you think, we're supposed to just say, oh, they got us, we know we're dead, let's just let them have it? No, you fucking smoke the planet is what you do. That's what you do. You start with your own fucking land. God damn, y'all are dumb as fuck. Like, how can you be so fucking retarded? Yeah, I can see it now, y'all, down there in your fucking bunkers. Little seeds gonna be growing out into the world later on that's gonna be pulled like a weed in the Garden of Earth because everybody sees you as a fucking racist bunch of assholes. And you'll be sitting down there talking about, well, we were gonna kill the brown people, but you know, they're fucking such assholes, they just blew up the whole fucking planet. What a bunch of assholes. I can hear you fucking down there fucking running your fucking mouths now while you're fucking stuck down there. You guys are so fucking stupid. I know what you all be doing down there because I watch Fox News. Y'all can lie to yourselves and all that bullshit, but it ain't gonna get you nowhere. This is the third time you tried starting World War III, you fucking Nazi fucking sacks of shit. You white Nazi sacks of shit. Y'all are fucking S-ing fucking crazy. You're freaking S and freaking H. Seriously. And the thing is, y'all been asking me that shit every time I fucking see you guys. You fucking come around me because some jackass wants to fucking get a bunch of flying monkeys. I should have been asking you fucking assholes that question. You're coming up here with a gun on your fucking side, fucking giving me a hard time. Are you fucking, are you alright in the head, man? You feeling okay? You alright? Coming up to my house with a fucking gun, fucking running your mouth to me and threatening me and shit? Threatening my way of life? My lifestyle? My religion? MAGA says there's things that you can do if people do that to you legally. Yeah. MAGA said they seems to think that shit. It's like me watching the videos of people who voted for Trump about to lose everything, and they're making videos, hey, I'm not paying your fucking taxes, you sack of shit, Trump. Come to my house and try and stop me and make me pay taxes? I don't need to say anything else. That's one of Trump's supporters that voted for him saying, Trump, you come to my house and try and make me pay taxes? I'm a mean motherfucker, remember that. That's one of his own voters that voted for him saying that shit to him. Yep. Y'all just can't take it. You're gonna have to get that complete ass whooping where the whole planet explodes, aren't you? And then you're going to go down, oh, the brown people blew us up, blew the planet up, oh, what a bunch of assholes. You were the one who were making the dish of racism for everybody to consume on the planet, being most of the people on the planet is poison to you fucking idiots. You get my point? Do you get my point if you're in my fucking journal? Do you get my point? Is it making sense? Is it coming in loud and clear? Are you receiving the signal clearly with no static or interference? Are you getting a proper signal strength? Do you need to turn up the gain a little? Do I need to adjust my modulation and peak that shit for you? Dumbass fucking people, dude. Y'all are fucking threat to your damn selves. And everybody's starting to say it now, dude. I don't feel like I'm the only one saying this shit anymore, dude. Everybody's fucking saying it now. People want to talk about fucking sounding the fucking fire alarm, dude. What the fuck takes people so long to sound the fucking fire alarm? Why did y'all let it get to this fucking point? Sounds like y'all been listening to MAGA and the fucking right too much when they're doing fucked up shit, and you fucking tell them what they're doing or the bullshit that they're fucking creating with what they're doing, and they look at you and say, you're speculating. I'm gonna fucking stop speculating. For sure. And it ain't about fucking money for me. That's what's really bad about me. Dude. I can work on principle alone. What? I'm good for morale. I've had many employers tell me that they wanted to keep me around because I'm good for morale. Yeah, I've been told I was actually hired because my morale, because I give people morale. Everybody wants to tell me I'm a piece of shit, but there's been 3 jobs that I've been hired on where they fucking literally told me they hired me because everybody else works better. And I'm a piece of shit, right? I'm a piece of shit, right? I'm a piece of shit. I make other people work better just by being there. And I'm a piece of shit, right? I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit, right? I'm a fucking piece of shit, but I get hired because other people work better when I'm around. But I'm a piece of shit that deserves to bleed out my ass. Makes sense. Makes sense. Y'all fuck the pooch. Y'all fuck the pooch, and anything that you do to me from here out is just ammunition for me straight the fuck up. Bitch, I will work for free to tell you to pound fucking sand and give you haterade from my ass. After I get out of fucking jail, you want to fuck with me. Prison. I mean, I don't know what to expect from y'all. The cops have been taking me somewhere 18 times and my butt ain't bleeding before I leave the place. My ass is bleeding. I'm wiping it fucking 50 times a day to get the blood and sweat out, you know. Washing my hands 50 times a day. At work, watching the clock. Nah, I just wiped the blood and sweat out of my ass fucking 15 minutes ago, dude. You gotta go another 45 minutes before you can go to the bathroom. Is what I'm telling myself. Before I can get that blood and sweat out of my ass. All from medication that's forced down my throat in America, and if I was in the UK, I would have never gone through this shit ever, dude. I would be a happy motherfucker. I wouldn't be talking the way I am right now if I was in the UK. I could tell you yes that right now. Yeah, I wish Big Brother would come over here and kick our fucking asses, to be honest with you. I really do. Like, I fucking hate the Queen, but I'm like, Queen, please come over here and kick our asses. Please? Please? Maybe disarm our country at this point, because if the one side wins, dude, we're fucked. I fucking hate the Queen, dude, and I'm like, oh, I over here and kick our asses. At least we have a woke pope. Never in my life have I ever gave a shit about a pope being elected. As a matter of fact, when I see a pope and that fucking smoke go up, I'm like, I fucking hate that shit. It's the most dumbest fucking shit show I've ever seen. That I really ever see fucking every once in a while. But this time when the pope fucking was being picked, I was like, oh my god, are we gonna have a fucking douchebag? Like who the pope was, like, actually fucking mattered to me this time. Like, it actually legitimately mattered. And I'm like, are we going to have a fucking dickhead, or is he going to fucking possibly be cool? And I'm like, oh my gosh. He's possibly going to be cool. Enough for the Republicans to dislike him. Oh, and that shit, the way the fucking Fox News and everybody's talking about the fucking Pope and a fucking American. You all motherfuckers, dude, why can't you lose a kickball game? Why can't you play a kickball game fucking fairly at school? In the playground of life. Why do you fucking Americans have to be the bullies on the fucking playground and putting the fucking turd in the sandbox? Why?
I'm really pissed that I wasn't allowed to have black friends and Spanish friends. I really am at you motherfuckers. I really fucking am pissed at you. Fucking pissed at you over that shit, you fucking assholes. I could see people in my life that when we walked away from each other, even though we just met, we didn't want to walk away from each other, dude. We wanted to chill and hang out, but because of white motherfucking assholes, like in Florida, that shit wasn't gonna happen. And I learned that later in life, that that's what that meant. That I just walk away knowing the truth. Why I can't be friends with this person. Why this person doesn't want to be friends with me. They'd like to be friends with me, but I know why they can't. Especially when you're a kid. For a while, it took me a while to figure out why they looked like they wanted to hang out and chill out with me. I eventually caught on what it was, though. I did.
This guy over Seattle.
Cops are Richard Sackler's pigs in the pen that put Richard Sackler's mess in a pen to hide the truth. His fuckery.
Well, he's the worst of them all, dude. He put heroin in everybody's medicine cabinet so everybody could get a hold of that shit. Psychopath. my god, I'm laughing at that because I was making a thing about the pills making me bleed out my butt for X, a little like post video thing with this. And I typed something into it about bleeding out my butt, and it came up with that, and I'm just like, this clip right here, dude, I don't know why it did. What I said, what I typed into the prompt was, along with the rest of the shit I did, I said, no one cares, I'm bleeding out my butt. And this is what it made. I did not tell it to do any of that. I guess it just took the other shit that I typed into it and like, wow, he sounds really pissed, and I guess that's what it came up with. Yeah, I don't know, dude. But I used it on my post for X. Forced medication. With a non-violent past. No, I know what it is, dude. In the UK, they won't even allow you to take the medication all the time. In this prompt, I've typed that helped me bleed out my butt for medication. The two guys with the guns are Nazis, I guess. They have no shame, no hair on their head, and I said the government conspiring behind everyone's back and forcing like stuff like making them force medication down people's throat, conspiring behind everyone's back, making me bleed out my butt. Yeah, I was using Nazi all in the prompt too. gotta be a tough truck. It's a cyber truck, so shit's gonna be, man, it's gonna need to be rough or tough. I'm getting deported anyways, I might as well have scratched this Tesla's what she's saying. Yeah, people hate Nazis. Oh, she's looking right in the fucking camera, dude.
Can you hear what I hear? We just opened the door. Shall we be what we were? The way we were before.
Let's talk about Google making people leave their screens on and drain their battery using up resources because they want to make them to leave their screen on. Let's talk about people's batteries only lasting a third of the time that they could if there wasn't all the spyware on the fucking phones. And you want to say spamming's bad. I gotta say it's quite interesting going through these Tesla comments and people posting shit about how stupid people are and this and that. You know, well, their little news station that they love so much, you know, their news stations, dude, they're the ones that cause this shit, dude. It's fucking true, dude. At 16 years old, watching Fox News, I would flip through the channels and stop every once in a while when I was going through the channels. And I would say, they're gonna blow up the fucking planet. And here we are. Here we are. World War III is about to get off to a fucking great start. It's kind of already been going on for a little while in a different way, you know, but yeah, dude, I find it interesting that like these fucking racist ass, fucking selfish, transactional people are fucking, in the end, gonna get their asses handed to them, and they just too fucking stupid to see it, dude. They're too stupid to see it. It's amazing. It amazes me how dumb the fucking wealthy are. I don't know, I guess maybe it's worth the whole planet getting blown up because you can't keep your shit, you know? I mean, how long have they been? Like, you don't think that being that the jails are full of people who can't control themselves and all that, and y'all are constantly building new jails. What's the ratio on people being born to jail cells? You know, like, this is to totally be expected. I'm like, sorry, you know, I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but this is totally to be expected. I mean, fuck, I was a kid once. It's just when the wealthy are threatened and they're getting attacked, You know, it's like anti-sec, dude. If you spray painted anti-sec on something, dude, they did a fucking thorough fine-tooth comb investigation to try and catch your ass, you know? Same shit here. Elon threw a Nazi symbol, and now people are fucking spray painting freaking shit on Teslas and stuff, you know? It's to be expected. I mean, you get in front of a nation that fought fucking Nazi bullshit, and we have a president that's trying to overthrow our government, or the enabler of overthrowing our government, I should put it. And you're gonna like say that this shit's unreasonable. I'm not gonna do it. I've already clearly stated what my plan is when she gets crazy. But yeah, this is to totally be expected. Yeah, like y'all should, I can't understand how y'all didn't like think ahead and see all this shit was gonna happen. I think y'all did think ahead, and you just want to use this and people getting pissed off about their Teslas getting fucked up, you know. I think you've all probably made all this happen on purpose, you fucking Republican pieces of shit. Yeah. So I sit here and say this is reasonable based on what I just said, and I also sit here and say you fuckers made that shit happen on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, as much as like Fox fucking and everybody says what they said, yeah, you know, piss people off and make them go paint on rich, wealthy people's cars and make them fucking mad, you know? It's fucking brilliant, you fucking pieces of shit. You know what says this is completely reasonable? Is the fact that fucking as much as it's happening, that's what means it's reasonable. Dumbasses. What if his daughter's paying for all this shit? Door, stop it, puppy. Where's the puppy? Huh, I wonder if freaking if you can just wipe it off like an erasable marker, if that's vandalism, if you can wipe it off. I guess it wouldn't be vandalism. What do you call it, defacing something? You couldn't call it vandalism because it just wipes off. There's your new paint job, Elon. Yeah. There you go, buddy. I hope you're proud of yourself. This is what you wanted. Did you know that? Oh. Nice to see blue all over the front of the Tesla building like that. Not that I'm condoning this behavior. I mean, if they're gonna do it, I can enjoy it, you know? I mean, if they're gonna pay that price, I'll certainly enjoy it. The bass glow of fuck you, Republicans. Oh no, did they use fire, put it in fire extinguishers too? They did. They put it in fire extinguishers. No, did they? No, that's not. What? What am I doing? Laugh? Was it wrong to laugh about? These people went to jail for this, Daisy. I can laugh about it. It's great. It's kind of fulfills my heart. Makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Kind of like this weed I'm about to smoke. I mean, they paid the price for it, Daisy, so I can laugh and enjoy it. Fuck you, chump. That's how pissed they... This isn't real. His car's rolling. That's not real. Yeah, I hate it when people leave nails under my tires too. I can only imagine how crazy. Daisy, it's okay for me to laugh. A peaceful company? Okay. You're polluting a fucking neighborhood and making everyone so throat sore with your frickin' 15 frickin' methane turbines that you're not supposed to be running at the same time, you fucking douchebag. A fucking peaceful company. Are you fucking kidding me? Broke's fucking everybody, dude. Your little fucking machine out there. What is your little plan of making people sick running 30 turbines when you're only legally allowed to run 15 at a time? Not working out for you, buddy? Huh? Yeah, you see, this is why you hate having us having technology, because someone attached a thermal camera to a drone and busted his fucking ass using running 30 turbines at once. Yep, this is why they don't like us having technology, because you'll bust them frickin' killing people, making everyone's throats fucking sore and shit. You see, I bet you he could have got away with running the 15 and only made people so sick, but he had to run another 15 turbines that he's legally not allowed to run, and making a bunch of people sick and shit. So what is only 15 turbines doing if 30 is fucking jacking people the fuck up? That in the neighborhoods, and that's environmental racism right there for you. Environmental racism, prime example. And he says, fucking Elon slams Tesla vandalism fucking bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Peaceful company? You put a fucking broke next to a fucking black neighborhood, and people who went in to talk to people about it, their throats were sore for fucking 5 days after they left, after going down there. In those neighborhoods where broke fucking is, because they're generating their own power. wonder why people are fucking keying Teslas with him doing shit like that. Stupid as stupid does. I mean, you know, just because, you know, you don't like that your freaking the cars you make are getting vandalized, doesn't mean that like people think otherwise, because a bunch of people are obviously vandalizing your shit. You know, so it's like, really at some point, you know, you got to look at you as being the fucking problem, not the people vandalizing the fucking Teslas. But I understand, you know, your dad's doing something to you. Those kids that people that got locked up when they were kids. And I remember that story, dude. I remember that story. Those two kids in Hollywood that got locked up. His dad was a lawyer for Hollywood or whatever people, and he was doing shit, and they fucking killed their father. You know, like what the fuck, dude? Honestly, like I understood that they needed to be. Something had to happen with them, those two. But really, dude, the way that the media projected it out onto people as, you know, with the Christian laced bullshit of the fucking 90s or 80s or whatever it was. Yeah, dude, like, so, you know, it's like that guy was abusing them and they got locked up for fucking life or some shit, and they might be getting out, or they didn't get out, or they won't let them out. I don't know what's going on with it. But still, my point is that, you know, like, you know, like, what the fuck, dude? Their dad fucking tortured them and all that shit, you know, and it's just like, you're gonna lock them up for life for what they did? It's fucking kind of whacked. They were kids. And the way that the media projected it into the world for what, you know, the narrative they wanted to put behind it, that shit was fucking crazy, dude. It was fucking crazy. It was all Christian-laced fucking conservative bullshit. That's all it was, dude. Every time I saw that on TV, dude, with those two guys, I was like, that's some Christian conservative-laced bullshit that they're projecting from the media. Their dad was literally torturing them, you know, like fucking... I was afraid to tell the school principal when she bought me food at school. I was afraid to tell her the shit that was going on at home, and I don't think I did. I didn't, dude. They sent HRS to the house, and HRS removed me from the house and sent me to my grandma's. You know, so yeah, dude. Like, I was afraid to say something to the principal, who's like, Matthew, talk to me, tell me what's going on. Buying me food because I was skinny. They would order pizza and they would eat that shit. They would get McDonald's, Chuck E. Cheese and shit like that, and I didn't get nothing, dude. Nothing, dude. One time they were fucking going on about the pizza guy taking a bite out of the freaking pizza, and they got really pissed. And I wasn't going to get any pizza, but because the fucking guy took a bite out of the crust of the pizza that delivered the pizza, they actually let me have a piece of pizza. I got a piece of pizza that the pizza delivery guy took a bite out of the crust. Yep. They never ordered pizza there again. They ate the damn pizza though. But I got the piece of pizza with the bite taken out of it. And I wouldn't have got a piece of pizza if that bite wouldn't have been taken out of it. I never got any, dude. The 3-year-old gets to stay up later than I do and eat candy and drink soda and watch movies and shit. And I'm in bed when the sun goes down. Slave all day, do all the chores, do everything in the yard there's Dawn too. She didn't do shit. She didn't do shit. I weeded the whole fucking garden without error. If my dad thought I missed a root, dude, I'd get fucking hit in the head. And you know what? The other kids and Dawn, they could go eat what they wanted out of the garden and go in there and look and eat something. Me, who weeded the whole motherfucking thing, you know what? I never got a fucking tomato. I never got shit out of there, even when they fucking got something. And all of them would get to pick one they wanted to eat, and I got nothing. I picked a tomato and ate it once. I got slapped in the fucking face and called a fucking thief. And I was the only one that weeded that fucking garden every year. I was the only one who weeded it every year. So they sit there and eat that shit in front of me, all the other kids. And they didn't fucking pull a goddamn weed in that thing. Not one fucking time. No one else did. And I take a fucking tomato and I get slapped in the face and called a thief? Are you fucking kidding me? You fuck this planet. My vote is to nuke this bitch. Straight the fuck up, dude. Nuke this fucker. Nuke it. Fucking come on, Trump. Just fucking piss the fucking people off, dude, and fucking let them know that, dude, this is fucking pure racism and fucking just. They already know, but like, just let them fucking say, fucking fuck it. Seriously, dude. How the fuck does someone do that to me, dude? I was my dad's slave. Like, how the fuck? You know what? I got one sugary thing the whole time I was there. One sugary thing. I did a play at school. And, my dad, for some reason, let me do it, I guess, and he went and took me there, and I did it, and we left, and he's like, you know, son, you did good. You did good. You know what? I think I'll get you. I think we'll stop by. No, I think we just got some hot cocoa at the house, and I think I'll let you have one. He's like, don't fuck it up before we get home. And I sat there and drank that cup of hot cocoa. That's the one thing I got while I was there that was sugar in it, was that one time. Yeah, it is to definitely nuke the planet. Quicker the better. It's like Roger, dude. I put that flag up and frickin'. He shot me with the BB gun, everybody knows it. And I put the flag up because Jan said she wanted to, and I wanted one anyways, but because I'm tired of hearing people's phobias and their racism. And I wanted to say, no, I think this is okay, and put it in their faces. But yeah, I know stuff about him, and I put that up, and so he wants to shoot me in the leg, and he sees me at the mailbox last week, or whatever, and he says, hey, why don't you come down and barbecue this week, and we're doing a little barbecue. So you shot me in the fucking leg with a BB gun, and now you want to fuck me? Really? Well, first of all, that's not my thing, but just because I have a flag like that in my yard doesn't mean shit, in our yard doesn't mean shit. And second off, like, you're gonna shoot me with a BB gun and then you wanna fuck me too? Really? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god, people are fucking amazing.
that are responsible. You understand? Okay, very good. The first one, gutted medical research. Harming farmers. Ignoring the Constitution. Proposing to take away Social Security. Cutting health care. Firing government workers who keep our country safe. Encouraging an environment of hate and divisiveness. Thank you so much.
From her sharp questions during House committee hearings to her choice words. For Republicans, Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is being hailed as a one to watch in the Democratic Party. She's so much more than that. She's so much more than that. And we are so glad that she is here to answer our questions today. Please welcome back to this table, Jasmine
YouTube, welcome to the third and final installment of my series on Officer Alligator Bait.
Why do we as black people always find the time to name our criminals as victims?
Well, that is a good question. I was thinking the same thing myself. You Walmart, Save Right, off-brand substitute for a real black person? Turns out even a clock might be right twice a day. So let's talk about that. I'm going to get the statues, the songs, the t-shirts, and while I'm getting all of that information together, I'm just going to talk about, since it's the last time together, I want to make it special, another video that you have. And at the end of the day, my job is not just to roast you and have fun doing so, but it's also to make sure that your disinformation doesn't spread and is instead responded to with facts, context, and truth. So let's do that today, shall we? I got time. What's up, YouTube? Drill Sergeant here, and we've had a lot of fun in the past few weeks dealing with this absolute monstrous rent-a-cop, fake black wannabe rapper, replicant American himself, MAGA sycophant.
Kid and grandkid were bait, and the daughter and neighborhood reacted accordingly. The way you'd react if someone came into your quiet street and kidnapped someone you knew. Not a gang member, not even in selfies with a gang member. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Roseanne was a, quote, violent criminal illegal alien with a prior arrest for, quote, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. That weapon? A phone charging cable. She got into a fight with her daughter with a phone charging cable. And because of that, ICE came and slammed her daughter on the ground and arrested everyone, including a bystander who got involved, while everyone else screamed and cried and tried to help. Justice served. Justice served. So much better than someone hitting someone with a phone charging cable. You get it, right? It's like evil. Perhaps if Los Angeles or other cities were actually overrun by gang crime like in a RoboCop or a Death Wish, I'd actually be concerned with that. But currently, the only gang causing trouble is ICE. They make everything worse, including crime. We'll talk about this more in another episode, But undocumented immigrants are extremely useful when it comes to helping police deal with gangs and other crimes. They report crimes, are witnesses to crimes, even step in and stop crimes themselves. Imagine if you're in a domestic situation or being mugged or getting murdered, and the only witness is undocumented. Don't you want that person to feel safe reporting that crime, stepping in to help? Even in less dramatic situations, ICE is objectively making things worse, even for themselves. Allegedly, they've started questioning the citizenship of the people working at hotels they are staying at. People making their food and cleaning their rooms. You think the person making your eggs Benedict is going to appreciate that? You know how similar eggs can look to spit? You want to detain the person cleaning after you, even if you have zero morals. That is logistically stupid, right? It's like sawing the branch you're sitting on. This is stupid and evil and making everything bad, and it's only going to become worse.
The Arizona Mirror reports
Vader, he's not a Grand Moff. I don't think he's even on the Council of Moffs. He's probably like Tarl Sokoli or Captain Phasma. You remember Captain Phasma? You remember that knife map that led to the Death Star? The fuck was that about? Todd, what was that about? Todd's unimportant, is my point. He's like a Star Wars movie that everyone forgot existed. A huge contract with Moderna to develop a bird flu vaccine. Wow, it sure seems like the folks over there don't know what they're doing. But with ground news, I can keep it all simple and straight and stop worrying about who's canceling which life-saving medical interventions. So get
The film and television is filled with depictions of uncomfortable beds. Whatever rock the Flintstones slept on, that flat metal thing that comes out of the wall in Cloud City during The Empire Strikes Back. Many others, I'm sure. But don't think that means that you're like, I don't know, Andy, when he's got his favorite toy with him. Man, there really aren't as many good sleepers in movies as I originally thought. Anyway, delivery is free, returns are easy, and you have 100 nights to try out your mattress in the comfort of your home. So go to Lisa.com for 25% off mattresses plus an extra $50 off with promo code MORENEWS, exclusive for our audience. That's LEESA.com, promo code MORENEWS for 25% off your mattress. That's a big deal. Plus an extra $50 off. Lisa.com, promo code MORENEWS. Remember, no matter who you are, there is a Lisa just for you. Even if you're... What's a character that never sleeps? Woody, Buzz? Do they sleep? So many questions. Benny, you love your Lisa mattress, don't you? He said yes, obviously. Good boy, Benny. Give me 5. That's fine, too.
This summer, I'm finally doing what I've always wanted. Getting a waterproof tent and camping out in my parents' backyard. Something I never got to do when I was 10, 11, 12, or other ages. All of the ages. They never let me do it. I'm not even telling them that I'm doing it. And I just got rid of the only thing that was going to hold me back. An outrageous wireless bill. That's why I made the switch to Mint Mobile. Because for a limited time, Mint Mobile is offering 3 months of unlimited premium wireless service for $15 a month. So I can be talking and texting all night while my parents are upstairs watching ABC's The Practice. You can use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and bring your phone number along with all of your existing contacts. So this year, skip breaking a sweat and breaking the bank. Get this new customer offer and your 3-month unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/morenews. That's mintmobile.com/morenews. Freak out your parents and make them think you're moving back home with Mint Mobile. Upfront payment of $45 required, equivalent to $15 per month. Limited time, new customer offer for first 3 months only. Speeds may slow above 35 gigabytes on the unlimited plan. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. I didn't say that last part fast enough, but imagine I said it really, really fast. It's delicious. It's delicious! Thank you! Hello. She's wonderful. Unlike ICE, which is the opposite of wonderful, we were talking about Todd and how he sucks. And so we should probably explore who and what ICE is. Because sure, I'm genuinely against violence or threats, and I want Todd Lyons and the rest of the senior ICE officials, Madison Sheehan, John Fear, Marcos Charles, Derek Gordon, Susan C. Dunbar, Jennifer M. Fenton, Charles Wall, and Jennifer Cleary to be safe and granted the restraint that they are not granting others. I really do. But at a certain point, these people need to be looked in the eye. Perhaps some of them need to stand trial someday. They all need to be known, just like Donald Trump, or Stephen Miller, or Kristi Noem. They can quit ICE and denounce this at any time, and they aren't. So they must all like this. They must like that ICE has detained over 51,000 people, with only 30% of them having criminal convictions. According to the American Immigration Council, 8,000 of them have literally no criminal record at all. And that number balloons to 22,000 if you include people detained by other agencies who are in ICE detention. And even more only have minor offenses like traffic violations. They must like, or are at least okay with, the fact that 9 people that we know of have died in ICE custody since Trump took office, some under questionable circumstances. For the record, 12 people died last year, which is also bad, but we're already up to 9 in half of that time. After all, these detention centers are absolute garbage holes, or rather, the ones in the United States are, because we're also sticking people into El Salvador prisons with limited or no access to lawyers and family and all kinds of health hazards. And so Todd and the rest must be okay with all of this. But as I said, Todd is just a small cog in a larger machine. A waft of stink in the big glass bowl of turds. And when talking about how ICE came to be, it would be irresponsible not to point fingers at some of the bigger turds in that bowl.
Today, dozens of federal departments and agencies, as well as state and local governments, have responsibilities affecting homeland security. These efforts must be coordinated.
There he is! There's our guy. For all you youngs, it should be noted that ICE is pretty new. Originally the Bureau of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE was an offshoot of the Department of Homeland Security, which was officially in operation starting in March of 2003. Finn Wolfhard is older than ICE. Heck, Finn Wolfhard was conceived 8 months before ICE was. It is absolutely not a necessary or fundamental part of our country. Nor is the right-wing antagonism toward immigration. In fact, before 9/11, a chunk of GOP lawmakers, including A1, George W. Bush, was in favor of creating legal pathways for immigrants. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't all a unicorn farce, but there was a time when this country was on a far different trajectory than it is now. It's almost as if 9/11 was successful in destabilizing the United States by accelerating the descent into fascism through paranoia, trauma, and xenophobia. But who can say? Maybe we need to do a video about George Bush and the damage he caused, he said, foreshadowingly. For the sake of this conversation, what's important to note isn't just that the Department of Homeland Security was formed, but that it was formed poorly. Keep in mind, this is considered the largest governmental restructuring since World War II. 22 agencies were stuck under a single cabinet position. And at the time, many people pointed out that the process by which these agencies were picked seemed flawed and confusing. For example, neither the FBI nor CIA's anti-terrorism departments were included, nor was the Executive Office for Immigration Review, which oversees immigration court judges. That's significant because the agency that provides immigration prosecutors was rolled into DHS. Also, the Secret Service is under Homeland Security, which is odd, but in fairness, it was previously under the Treasury Department, so nothing there makes sense. Almost everyone lost their entire goddamn minds. According to polls, a slim majority of Americans thought it was necessary for some civil liberties to be ceded in order to defeat terrorists. Xenophobia and racism skyrocketed, specifically on the right. So we did a Patriot Act, which allowed law enforcement to collect our records and search our homes without notification, so long as they could prove they thought we were doing a terrorism, which at the time simply meant that you looked Arab or Asian. There was a fucking registration system where mostly Muslim men were required to be interviewed and fingerprinted. From that program, only 11 people were ultimately found to have connections to terrorists. Out of 85,000. There were also ICE workplace raids, which are largely seen as ineffective, and in fact are ICE, like besides those dipshits I named earlier, there are about 6,000 deportation officers and 7,000 special agents employed by ICE. And yes, we should perhaps abolish the jobs of those people. Take it from radical Bill Kristol. But to actually abolish ICE, it's important to know that ICE isn't just those jobs. Thanks to the Patriot Act, ICE is everything. It's multiple agencies because every law enforcement agency has the ability to share information with each other. They work directly with cops around the country to ensure that if an immigrant gets arrested for any reason, ICE will know about it. Who is ICE? ICE is the natural conclusion of a system we've been creating for the last 25 years and more. They wear masks because there's no law saying they can't. That's why. They're able to lie to people, lure them out like they did to that woman in Worcester, because it's part of their handbook. Literally, there's a section of their operations handbook, written at least 15 years ago, titled Ruses. All this bastard shit was in place for decades. All Trump had to do was say it's okay to do it more and to do it to innocent people.
Officers with the Department of Homeland Security recently attempted to enter elementary schools in Los Angeles, but were not allowed in. Agents claim to have been conducting a welfare check, not an immigration enforcement action. School administrators say DHS lied about having permission from caregivers to speak to students.
After being asked by the principals to provide some degree of identification, but they did present credentials that identify them as agents of the Department of Homeland Security, which they went to great lengths to actually explain to the principals that they were not with ICE.
They're just showing up at elementary schools, lying and scaring everyone. Not exclusively because of some new thing Trump did, but from decades of reduced civil rights justified with imaginary terrorists. Except now, those terrorists are not Al-Qaeda, but vague fears about gangs. Or, as Trump said on the day he first announced his candidacy for president, Mexicans. Though some, of course, are good people, he assumed. You gotta assume, because there's no due process, so I guess you just have to assume. That superintendent goes on to say exactly what we're saying, which is that there's just no way that these people weren't also with ICE, because everyone is with ICE now, especially the agency in charge of ICE. Again, who is ICE besides those agents and those tendrils across all agencies? They're literal cops as well. They are everything we have deemed problematic or broken about our law enforcement, supercharged with a broad anti-terrorism mandate that allows them to ignore our rights. Literal cops. Thanks to one specific law, ICE has the ability to literally deputize local law enforcement for detainment operations. Did Trump make that law? No. Bush didn't even make it. That ability came from the fucking Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, signed by the godless Democrat pervert Bill Clinton, with a statement that began with, quote, "This bill is good for America." Thanks, Bill. Your local cop had the ability to participate in the detainment of immigrants before ICE was even a glint in Trump's puffy little eye. If you're wondering why this wasn't talked about before, well, it turns out that the government didn't really take advantage of the program after it was revealed to be, bad. Because your local cop is a racist, you see. For example, when Joe Arpaio was caught profiling Latino men, he claimed he was doing it through this program. According to the ACLU, 2/3 of sheriffs involved in this partnership had a record of racial profiling and running detention facilities accused of abuse. But these days, ICE loves it now. They want to smooch it forever. Smooch it right on the tip. Tom Homan, your conservative uncle, who's apparently the current border czar, which is basically a fake job, wants to make it easier for ICE to recruit more cops by reducing the required training time. Oh good! That's what they need, less training. And again, this is all thanks to Bill Clinton, who then passed the torch to George W. Bush for a little more fascism, who passed the torch to Obama for a little more authoritarianism, but with more charisma, and finally to Trump to run with it. But not before Biden briefly grabbed that torch back and allowed 23 people to die in ICE detention centers during his term. Don't get me wrong, they're not all equally bad. And in fact, under Biden, it seemed that ICE was much more limited and even expressed frustration about that.
We don't do large-scale roundups. Every individual that's here today has come to our attention because they've been arrested by a local municipality.
Do you have enough resources to do this?
No, we don't. And that's one of the problems that, when jurisdictions don't cooperate with us, we have to go out into the community, which puts our officers at risk.
Oh my goodness, is that Todd? It is you! You were just some cop guy from Boston this whole time! That makes so much sense, Todd. Hey Todd, Worcester wants to have a word with you. How do you like them apples, Todd? I do not care for Todd, but I digress. Into Todd, who again is but a tiny little stormtrooper compared to the larger Death Star. What is ICE? It's just America, bro. It's the institutions we've given unchecked power to over the decades. The end result of the Patriot Act and our broken law enforcement system. And to truly abolish ICE, we need to abolish a lot more than some guy named Todd who sucks. Like Greg. We should probably take another break, but we have more ICE to discuss after that, specifically what the future holds for the agency, unless we perhaps do something. But first, have these ads. Take them.
Eating. It's something we all have to learn how to do at some point. Am I right, Benny? Yeah. I mean, you can't get past 25 pounds via skin-to-skin nutrient osmosis alone. Come on, people. Eventually, you gotta eat something. Manja! And that something, for me, involves a hungry root. They take the stress out of mealtime by helping me personalize and plan my week of meals. And they can help you do it too. Whether you're gluten-free, dairy-free, high-protein, or have previously subsisted exclusively on microbial salivary synthesis. I said those words right. Hungry Root is like having a personal shopper and chef all in one. Kristen Stewart and Jon Favreau. What a deal! Seriously, guys. I genuinely love the food I get from Hungry Root. I look forward to my Hungry Root deliveries. The quality of the meals are top-notch, and they screen out a ton of the additives you never had to worry about in your nourishment cocoon. Perfect! So take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box, plus get a free item in every box for life of the subscription. Just go to hungryroot.com/SMN and use code SMN. That's hungryroot.com/SMN, code SMN to get 40% off your first box and a free item of your choice for the life of the subscription you signed up for. hungryroot.com/SMN, code SMN. Let's try this again. Give me 5. Good boy. Look, I get it. You're busy. I mean, who isn't? What with building a full Goldilocks and 3 Bears house outside your own house to see if any bears show up, something I'm sure we all do in the summertime. But when you are so busy, it's hard to deal with the stress of hair thinning and shedding. But lucky for me and all my fellow Goldilocks house hobbyists, there's Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can see thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol. I mean, you'll barely have time to finish cooking porridge at various temperatures. Yeah. Okay, and you're not dealing with a one-size-fits-all approach. No, you are not. Nutrafol has multiple formulas for men and women that are tailored to different life stages. So you can find the formulation that's just right, just right for you. Get it, Goldilocks? Anyway, start your hair growth journey with Nutrafol. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering our audience $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code SMN. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com. Spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code SMN. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code SMN. It's spelled SMN. It's not smelled SMN. I can't stress that enough.
Hey, you want to watch stuff? You want to watch stuff after this stuff that you're watching? Well, after you're done watching the stuff here, you can go watch stuff there. Where the there is Pluto TV. They've got wall-to-wall action movies in a way that the place where you're currently doing the stuff watching does not. Action movies such as Mission Impossible, Ghost Protocol, Stealth, Beverly Hills Cop, Four Brothers, Action Shack, Hot Plate coming through, Thumb Wars, the musical, Hot Plate coming too, The Grown-Up Man from Denver, The Velcro Boys, Hot Plate Bloodlines, and Good Burger. Don't do stuff, watch stuff. Never stop watching stuff at the stuff watching places. Bring the action with you and stream for free on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV, stream now. Pay never. 2.
Hey, everyone. Can I be serious for a minute? Cool. There's a group of school-age kids that won't stop performing newsies outside of my house. It's seriously starting to mess with me. But little do they know that my Simply Safe security system gives me peace of mind so that I know their stirring rendition of Carrying the Banner won't dance its way through my front door. Simply Safe has no contracts, no hidden fees, and is trusted by more than 4 million Americans. So, if you have newsies, or frankly, any musical being performed on a loop outside of your home by seemingly inexhaustible children, you are going to want to get yourself some Simply Safe. Plus, they have a 60-day money-back guarantee, just in case the children scatter when you turn on the lights, or if you somehow develop a taste for the earworm that is Brooklyn's ear. How could you not? So, stop the presses. You get 50% off your new Simply Safe system with professional monitoring and your first month free at simplysafe.com/more-news. That is simplysafe.com/more-news. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The one sees the day. Nothing made it. Nothing made it. Can you hear them? They're non-stop out there.
Alright, hi I guess, it's Cody, and we were discussing how ICE is ultimately the product of a system of police overreach that we've been building since even before 9/11. Because it sure is easier for the people in charge if everyone had no privacy or rights. I get it! You think I lord over my Minecraft villagers with aspirations for democracy? No, it gets real dark in Castle Cody. But here, in reality, it seems pretty bad if the system we're all used to is built on the gradual dismantling of civil liberties. Because that's the thing, we're used to it. If Trump has any positive talents, it's his ability to make evident that which was already there. He is so grotesque and loud in his terrible goals that, in pushing the limits of his power, he's exposing the seams that everyone ignored. He's the guy who makes the mall security guards realize that, technically, there's no rule against skinny dipping in the fountain. This is all to say that Trump and ICE are quite horrifyingly working in tandem with a system that most Americans consider functional. So in order to disrupt or protest the things they are doing, you have to disrupt that system as well. But for most people, it's easier to simply allow this machine to keep moving, even if that machine churns out dead people as a byproduct, or the main product. A pretty clear example is detention facilities. Migrant detention centers have been, even before ICE, notoriously terrible places, and no one really cared. I mean, most people don't seem to care that our prisons are, in general, terrible and ineffective for reform, that is the system in place. And so it's simply easier for that system to keep on keeping on. ICE is currently looking to expand their detainment abilities through contracts with private prison companies and local jails. And why wouldn't they oblige? Private prisons are there to make money. Not to mention that local jails also get paid by federal agencies like ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service to hold more people. Local police forces depend on that money. In Butler, Ohio, for example, they are now making money through a federal contract that pays $68 each day for each detainee, plus $36 an hour for transport. That contract is more valuable to them than the actual job of serving and protecting their community. How do I know that? Because Butler PD allowed ICE to arrest a father and son who were working construction in the jail. They were imprisoned in the same jail they were there to renovate for the police. And then the sheriff went on X, the Everything app, for groveling to the president to boast about it.
They drove past the sign. They know who I am. They know what this is about. And we had 2 illegals that came into the jail. They had fake identification. You can't make this up. And it was done at the Butler County Jail. They came in, but this shows you the gall. They don't care. And for those of you that are listening, this is one of many. I've told you, we're getting the training. We're going to be able to do this very soon.
He thinks it's about gall? Like someone dared these 2 people to sneak in and do work for him? You know why they were there, Sheriff Mustache? Probably because they fucking needed the work and hoped, or maybe trusted, that their community wouldn't screw them over. And they were wrong. That Coen Brothers ass sheriff even boasts that his cops will soon be doing what ICE did, punishing and detaining people who are just trying to work and help and exist in their cities and towns. That is horrifying and ghoulish, and also the system our government created. We have this fantasy of a small town protects their own. Like, do you remember in Iron Man 3 when the lava lady pretends to be Homeland Security and flashes a badge, and the local sheriff actually challenges and tries to detain her?
Sheriff, is it?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And you are.
Homeland Security. We good here?
No, we're not good.
Yeah, that's a nice, beautiful lie. It'd be neat if that happened, but the truth is that the sheriff in that scene would be right there next to the lava lady, doing lava crimes. That is the actual baseline for America. The fact that Trump is making billion-dollar deals with private prison companies like Core Civic and Geo Group to build migrant detention centers is just capitalism working. The fact that these private prisons have been described by a district judge as a hellhole filled with violence and suicide attempts doesn't matter. Because they also get to pay the detainees $1 a day for labor. And because someone decided that it's good for the local economy, even though studies show that to not be very true at all. Slave labor. We're rounding up people, splitting up their families, and making them do slave labor for us. And yet, when people protest this process, they are the disruption. And I guess that's true. We have to accept that in order to change this, we have to disrupt a system that some people think is working correctly and are comfortable with. But it is necessary and effective to be that disruption. Here is a news story out of Los Angeles from the beginning of June.
Glendale Police Department housing some undocumented immigrants at its jail. The reported action goes against California's sanctuary state rules that prohibits law enforcement from assisting in federal immigration enforcement.
According to city records from 2017, the federal government pays Glendale $85 per day for each ICE detainee temporarily housed here. In 2016, the city reported receiving just over $6,000 under that agreement, and either party can cancel the contract with 60 days notice.
That's right. It isn't just in small towns. The city of Glendale had a very similar contract with ICE that the police in Butler did. Theirs existed before Los Angeles became a sanctuary city. The only difference is that people spoke up about it, went to city council meetings, and then, right around the time the protests began, Glendale broke their contract with ICE. Did they want to do that? Absolutely not. In fact, the mayor of Glendale flat out said that they'd rather keep the contract with ICE, but felt pressure to break it. Good. DHS Assistant Secretary is, of course, now accusing Glendale of siding with the criminals. Trump will probably weigh in and say we should nuke Glendale. People will want to punish the city and claim that they are encouraging lawlessness. From their computers in like rural Maine or whatever, Kristi Noem is clearly using these protests to plant the seeds for, I don't know, seems like they want to usurp the state of California. Sure would be useful for them considering the state's economy.
We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city.
Pretty chilling, especially considering what happens immediately after that.
Senator Alex Padilla, I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen bills that you're rotating on your
Deflect.
Other hand, sir. Other hand. That is, as I'm sure you heard about, a United States Senator, Alex Padilla, being pushed out and handcuffed for trying to ask Kristi Noem a question while she was up there musing about using the military to, big quotes, liberate Los Angeles from its leadership. By the way, he's not just a senator of the state they were in at the time, but he is also a ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee's subcommittee on immigration, citizenship, and border safety, which means he leads the consideration of immigration reform proposals as well as oversight of federal agencies with citizenship, asylum, refugee, and immigration enforcement responsibilities. Even if he didn't identify himself, which he did, she should know that guy. I know this all seems very big and very scary. I know that Trump probably wants any excuse he can get to declare a state of emergency in California. He wants us to feel scared about speaking out, to tell ourselves that it would be easier just to back off, lest the New York Times paint you as rude. But this is the right thing to do. We have to push the people in charge to put their asses on the line now, because very few of them will do it themselves. You know, unless they think it's good for them politically. Which I guess it is. But if that's what it's going to take for Gavin to take a break from his podcast to actually stand up for his citizens and sue Trump over deploying the National Guard, so be it, I guess. If it's going to take regular people standing in the street and saying no, then that's what it will have to take. Very few politicians are going to do the right thing unless we demand they do it. Period. Exclamation point. 100 emoji. Also a fern emoji to make it look nice. There are laws and levels of policing that we can, I guess, accept in order to maintain our society. And there are ones we cannot. And ICE is one we absolutely can't accept. We cannot accept, under any circumstances, a roving group of masked thugs kidnapping people off the streets, harassing schools and churches, lying about who they are and why they are there. Doesn't matter if they have a badge. ICE is butting into our lives to nobody's request, making everything worse and harder. Watching us, checking up with us, trying to play catch in the yard with us. I don't want a relationship, Greg. Get out of my fucking house, Greg. Greg is the ICE of my home, is my point. And the point of this video, which was always about Greg. So abolish Greg. And ICE. If there's time. If there's only time for one, abolish Greg. No! I'm not talking about you, Greg. I'm talking... It's a different Greg. He edits the show. I'm talking about him. No, don't touch my Nintendo! Hello there. Welcome to the end of the episode. And the part where I say, thanks for watching. So, thanks for watching. It's also the part where I say, like and subscribe. So, like and subscribe. And so forth and so on. Leave a comment. Do all the YouTube stuff. That'd be great. It really help us out. We've got a podcast called Even More News. You can watch it on this channel twice a week usually. You can also listen to this show, Some More News, as a podcast if you don't want to see me. And I'm over it if you don't. I'm dealing with it. We've got a patreon.com/some more news. You can help us out there. We've also got merch at a merch store with stuff on merch. Look at all of that. Wow! So, get out of my home now. Greg! Not, alright, he's not here, but hang on. Mom, I need another sandwich!
Hi there. Welcome back to Even More News, the first and only Tuesday podcast, baby. My name is Katie Stoll.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, that's the third time I've done the intro, and I keep getting notes.
It was good all three
I
times.
think it was okay. None of the
Yeah,
times.
I thought you nailed it all three times, but especially this time. Thank you so much, Katie. I'm Cody. I was gonna say I'm also here, but that's not fair to somebody else.
Oh, how dare you?
How dare you?
Sorry.
Don't tread on him.
The J Hive will come for you.
I wouldn't dare.
Jonathan is also here, folks.
I am.
News. Boy, do we have some of that.
A Trump's big announcement happened today. The announcement is he signed an executive order saying that we're lowering drug prices, that we're putting into effect a policy whereby the United States will only pay what the country that pays the lowest for drugs will pay. This only applies to Medicare stuff. It doesn't work this way. Obviously, you can't. The president doesn't say he wants to do this. Obviously, lowering drug prices in a vacuum, good. We pay too much. Let's not pay as much.
Real quick before we get into the details, sorry. So this was the big announcement?
This was the big announcement, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't about the Middle East as he said it would be, and it wasn't the half of a trade deal with the UK.
Did he say it was about
Yeah.
the Middle East? I think he just said there was going to be a big announcement at the same time when he was talking about the Middle East separately.
Okay.
And it may have sounded, because he said this has been a problem for a long, long time, but
But this is the big one.
This is the announcement, I believe. It's a little unclear with this guy what we're actually doing. He did send out this huge, long Truth Social post, the biggest thing ever.
Vance loved it, by the way. He's taken to screenshotting all of Trump's truths and posting those screenshots. Every single time Trump truths, he's posted screenshots.
That's a big part of his job, Cody. I don't
Exactly.
know
You got a
where.
screenshot from your boss's other website and then post it on your other boss's website.
What would you do, Cody, if I quote tweeted you with "bosses on fire" today? Like, it would. How would that make you feel?
I would probably ask you, like, what's this tweet referencing?
Now ask me
what,
that
like,
question,
whose
Jonathan.
tweet
Oh,
are
no.
you parodying with your tweet? Is what I would
What
ask
Katie
you.
and Cody would do in that
Very
exact same
different.
scenario is very different. Katie would be like, "Am I?"
But 100%, I'd be like, Jonathan, thank you.
You're on fire
Quote,
today.
tweet, retweet,
Wow.
little fire emoji. That's what I would do.
Okay, well, I want to dig into this a little bit so people don't think we just have Trump derangement syndrome, right? Just trying to do something good. We pay too much for drug prices. Let's pay less. There have
I'd
been
love to pay
efforts,
less.
typically by the Democratic Party,
Mm-hmm.
to either make it so that Medicare and Medicaid can negotiate with drug companies collectively for lower prices. Something like this was put into the Inflation Reduction Act, so it's actually going to be happening over time. So a lot of the drug prices going down could be attributed to that.
It's
instead of
stuff.
this.
That's what Trump's doing.
But also, all it says is it's the most favored nation policy. So we will pay the equivalent of what the lowest price country pays, which makes me think that a lot of those other countries will just have their prices go up.
Which I don't
instead of
love
our
either.
prices
That seems
go
likely.
down.
They're not going to be like, okay, America, the richest nation in the world, simply
pay this low price, they're just going to raise prices.
Right. And
So
Yeah.
we have to keep paying a lot.
And it is very complicated why the U.S. pays more. By the way, we pay more for brand name drugs. We don't pay more for generic drugs. We actually pay less for most generic drugs, but we pay so much more for those brand name drugs. It kind of doesn't even offset it. We still pay a lot more
A lot of the generic brands are very expensive too. But
on average. So yeah, it's very complicated, but part of it is that in other countries they have national health services and universal health care where the government can negotiate drug prices collectively, which is kind of what Trump is trying to do here, but of course we don't have the, Medicare for all system to back it up. So kind of unclear what will happen.
It is very unclear. It's an executive order. It's not something substantive. I think that we would all love to see the needle moved in the cost of drug prices, but it is also a drop in the bucket of this whole system that you just articulately said was complicated, Jonathan, and it is. I think the conversation online was very interesting afterward. I mean, we're still waiting for details and more information, etc. But a lot of the framing of like, oh, can't wait to see Democrats completely shit all over this because they're actually in bed with Big Pharma. There was some criticism of, oh, what are we, socialists now?
I've seen a lot of that.
And a lot of people flip-flopping about this specific conversation about, it being proposed in the past or conversations of this ilk. And of course we don't want that because it's socialist, but now actually the way Donald Trump will do it is perfect and beautiful and the epitome of capitalism. I don't know, very confusing to get a real temp pulse out there.
Yeah, it's actually pretty insidious and dishonest. I think I've seen a lot of people be like, wow, Trump is a socialist. That's not what this is. I've seen that from a lot of like the Jonah Goldbergs of the world, a lot of like right-wing, like Never Trump folks, and a lot of proud neoliberal centrist accounts who run like neoliberal accounts, be like, wow, Trump's a socialist, price fixing, this. Like, that's not what that word means at all. It's very, very dishonest. And first of all, does that mean like when Buttigieg was working at McKinsey, he was doing socialism when they fixed bread prices? I don't think so. But it is another attempt to just weirdly punch left and demonize the left while you're criticizing Trump and trying to frame them. It's like this. It's like, what is this weird resentment you have that forces you to use words incorrectly, to like demonize people to your left when the guy, he's over there, he's right over there. What are you doing? It's very, very gross, actually.
Well, because Trump is none of these things. He's not like, obviously Trump is extremely right-wing when it comes to immigration and several other things, but he also just wants to dictator his way to like people liking him, right? He wants people to like him. He's like, well, what can I do? Everyone wants drug prices lowered, so I'll do that. Like, even in dictatorships, since one person gets to decide what happens, they will sometimes do things that people like. But they're not, well, in this situation, he's running up against the constitutional constraints, so we'll see lawsuits, there should be legislation that does this, etc. But also, there are back-end effects to this, and I don't know if that is in R&D, I don't know if it's the prices of other things going up, I don't know if it's certain, drug companies from other countries pulling out of the U.S. market, people can't get their pills, I don't know what this means, but he is not thinking of second and certainly not of third order impacts.
No.
He's just being like, lower the thing.
On the
so
paper,
people like me,
yeah, exactly.
right?
It is a ploy, it is a big splashy headline, it is him truth socialing, it is J.D. Vance saying boss on fire, emoji, without anything substantive, and an opportunity for at least the people online to do to mouth off, to say their opinions, and then we move on, and I don't know what we'll see from this. And again, would be thrilled if my mother's migraine medicine didn't cost $1,000.
Yeah, migraine stuff is
expensive. Yeah,
every month.
It just seems like the main effect initially will be what we've already talked about, which is that prices everywhere will go up. so that we aren't paying this low number that poorer countries are paying. So
Yeah.
we're not getting the deal we want, and we're also making other people suffer for it, which is like their whole MO. Like, it's America first, and not just America first, but everybody else last is the goal.
Well, right, and the executive order specifically says we're going to get these in line with comparably developed nations, but that is not really, like, how specific is that? What's the list of developed nations that we're being compared to? Who
And
makes
do
that
they
list?
have socialized medicine?
Well, sure. Like, we're at a disadvantage because we don't have socialized medicine, right? Okay, so this is a clip of Trump and explaining one of his major inspirations for wanting to do this.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up, and he said, President, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. He's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88. And in New York, I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on?
So this is the inspiration behind it, isn't
Yeah,
it?
his rich friend, Elon Musk.
Musk
Well, I don't know who it is. It's someone who he thinks is very fat, and when they take it and it doesn't work, he says, President, I said it doesn't work.
Who else would it be?
Oh my god. Yeah, so you pay $88 for Ozempic in London, and it's $1,300 here. The rich people can't get their Ozempic cheap, so that's why I'm doing this. He's so rich,
This is
I don't know how
wild.
rich he is, I don't know it.
Couldn't even pretend that he knew a poorer person, a slightly less well-off person. It's like, yeah, my rich friend can't pay the amount of money he can absolutely afford, like
Oh my
1,000
God.
times over. Like, he couldn't do it for a second. Just like, my rich buddies can't do their fat shot, which isn't working, by the way. What a guy. That was really funny.
It's
Thank you
very
It was funny. Lots of thoughts.
Also, to live out a little bit, he looks especially peach today. Like, it looks like he ate the wrong Wonka bar or something. It's changing his color. He looks so bronzed and
Well,
weird.
You know what, Jonathan,
many
to be
Diet
fair,
Cokes.
we are in the in-between seasons here. We're transitioning from winter to summer, and no one's got their skin tone right. It's really hard to match your makeup to your neck. We all can relate, right?
Sure. No, I just think it looks like he's jaundiced, and I'm sticking to that. He also, we're not gonna play this clip. He also says he made up the word equalizing.
What?
He's like, basically what we're doing is equalizing. It's a new word that I came up with.
Come on,
Probably
man.
the best word.
Stop making stuff up and telling me that it happened.
It has happened.
Like, absurd.
Basically, what we're doing is equalizing. Is a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize.
The second term is much worse in so many different ways. We're going to get to some of the ways. He's still doing that thing where just like whatever he heard, he's like, yeah, I should do whatever. Like the Alcatraz thing, very clearly, like you're watching a movie and you're like, oh, Alcatraz, we should reopen that.
We
And
got a famous, we have the famous prison here.
Why don't
is
we?
it not? Yeah.
Why don't we like lean into this nostalgia that we all crave for whatever reason?
Exactly.
And do that.
He saw Goldfinger, and he's like, I gotta go to Fort Knox and see if the gold is there.
Like it's just that, and then just like yeah, I was talking to my friends.
Who's fat?
My fat friend. I said it's not working.
It's probably Elon though, right? But probably not, because I don't think he'd be like it's $88 here, but it's $1,300.
I do think someone needs to check to see if Elon has lived or has been in London lately.
Well, you know who's $400 million richer now? Probably
Not Donald Trump, surely.
Donald Trump, the president,
Fuck.
because he's getting a luxury jumbo jet from Qatar.
Another 2017 story for us to chew on, it seems.
A palace in the sky. It's a $400 million jumbo jet, but look, it's not a bribe, it's not corruption, because it's being donated to like the government for him to use for Air Force One, and then after he's done being president, it won't stay Air Force One. It then gets donated to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation, where Trump will continue to use the plane that is his.
He'll keep using the plane. Okay, just to clarify, he'll keep using the plane. I've seen a lot of people be like, well, a similar thing happened with Reagan. There was a library, all these sort of like this decommission and so on. Trump took piles of files and kept them in all the bathrooms. Like, he's not gonna let them take the plane. That's absurd.
It's like, if you did we're not gonna do it here. If you did a list of, imagine if a Democrat did blank, like how many literally hundreds of things we've done, dozens just
So
since this
many,
administration
every week.
started.
Every fucking week.
Like if Obama accepted a jet from a country and he's like, this is mine.
If Obama did price fixing on
Just literally all of this. But it's important, an important detail that may or may not be related, but almost certainly is. Just last week, Trump announced the construction of, what is it? Oh, a $5.5 billion luxury golf course in Qatar. So how is that not related in some way? But also, again, underscoring the swiftness with which they would have lost their minds had this been any other president.
And if his
Donald
attorney
Trump.
general who signed off on this was a lobbyist for the very nation, gifting the jet.
Another important detail. Again, interesting online though. I did see a not insignificant amount of plenty of people carrying water for the president. No questions asked. But people saying like, I don't know, I don't think this is a problem, but it's probably not a good look. The Dems will lose their heads about this one. Like,
I love that stuff.
Laura Loomer in her...
Oh yeah, Laura Loomer is a good... But again,
In her
love
post,
the president.
though,
I would take a bullet for the president.
She said it
but
twice. I would take a bullet for a president, but this is some corrupt bullshit. But let me assure all of you, I would die for this man. You know, it sucks
so
to
cowardly.
have the president run a cult and to have so many millions of people be in a cult. And it sucks even worse that the entire point of the cult is let's harm all the people not in the cult. Let's harm everyone who doesn't like the guy in charge of the cult.
And let's also, like, whenever we do that, and whenever we talk about anything, let's proudly point out, by the way, I'm in a cult. I'd take a bullet for him twice, apparently. I'd take a lot for him, actually, allegedly. Sorry, folks. But, like, it's like, they have to go out their way to be like, by the way, like, obviously, hail to the king, and so on and so forth. And, like, how many rings do I get? I'll kiss all the rings, it's fine. But not a good look, folks. But king for life, king for life.
Obviously,
not a good look for the king for life.
Obviously, Prince Joffrey is a wonderful young leader. I would do anything for him. I would fall on his sword, King Joffrey. However, I have to have some issue with some of the decisions
That purple in his face, not a good look.
Not a good look. Yeah, I have a problem with him dying. Boys.
It's just like, again, it's like 2017 stuff where it's like, well, surely you're not going to take this gift.
He said he'd be stupid not to.
He did this all the time. He does it all the time. It's like, well, yeah, to be stupid not to break the law, take advantage of people.
The number of times, I almost like resent it at this point, because my instinct, as a lot of other people have this instinct, is to go read the emoluments clause. And, like, I'm done with it. People are like, well, what about this? Like, okay, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. It's so
Nothing
frustrating.
matters.
It doesn't. Nothing does. We the first episode of this show before it was independent was about the emoluments clause. It was like day one. We're like, by the way, look at all the unconstitutional stuff he's doing. It's right there. It says it. And then it's like, yeah. Then 10 years pass. It's like, okay, take your planes. Whatever.
Have we talked about his son's, like, and his crypto scheme, where you can literally, like, who cares about the jet? You can literally just give money to the president, and if you give enough money to the president, you get to hang out with the president. Like, there's just a, but then oh, well, you need to have a quid pro quo, so if you don't get anything for that, if there's no promise that you'll give something, what the fuck are we doing here, folks?
If you happen to.
I just hate it.
It's frustrating.
we've got so many more years of this exact conversation. We've had so many years of it. Cody talking about 2070, running through the history. I just felt this weight in my chest sinking into my stomach. It's just this conversation every day till we die.
They should have put him in prison on January 22nd.
I mean, yes, obviously, huge mistake for the Republicans being like, it's over, so we're just gonna let this go. No one's ever gonna like this guy again. Remember how angry the Republicans, who were almost killed in the Capitol building?
So upset.
They were very upset. They were like, this is done. They were thankful to be out of it because of the outrage at him for lying on the results of the presidential election, which now, like,
luckily there was a pandemic, and so they all got COVID, and then the memories kind of started to deteriorate. So now they just don't remember how they felt.
Their ability to get these huge bribes kind of relies on them, suppressing all dissent. So that's what they did this weekend. So these are two kind of stories I'll combine here. ICE arrested the mayor of Newark, and the Department of Justice is now threatening members of Congress who were going to protest an ICE detention facility in the city, which I guess they're saying they didn't get the correct permitting to do it, but also members of Congress are allowed to go into detention centers without notice. They were kept out, and then ICE arrested them, and then the DOJ is claiming that the members of Congress, one of whom is 80, attacked the ICE officers, and now they're,
and you see
who
the
knows what we're
footage,
gonna
it's
do.
just so clearly not what's happening. It's just chaotic scene too, and like a lot going on, but
And the other part of this, which I want to mention before it opens up, is that Stephen Miller, the president, the awful man who's the deputy chief of staff for policy, said we're thinking of suspending habeas corpus so that we can continue grabbing people off the street and not letting them challenge their detention, which is what the writ of habeas corpus is, and you can't suspend it in the Constitution unless there's a rebellion or an invasion. And they say there's an invasion, despite there not being an invasion. But they're only gonna do it for the illegals, and we know who the illegals are. They don't need the due process, so we can.
And we know because
and the illegal sympathizers probably.
Yeah, what an embarrassing time to have to defend this thing. But everyone's out there doing it. Tim Pool's out there being like, well, yeah, it's like in wartime, of course, like somebody has to do what you got to do. Well, we're not at war, Tim. We're actually not at war, Tim.
I thought this is our peaceful president that
this
doesn't
is,
believe in war.
One small piece and big piece. One small big piece of a much broader picture that involves them for decades, calling anyone they don't like a terrorist, and saying that there's an invasion going on when it's just people immigrating or seeking asylum. Using that language over and over and over again, that lets you have Stephen Miller out there being like, well, yeah, it's an invasion. Remember? We've been talking about it for so long. End of conversation. That's not what invasion means. That's not what's going on. We're not at war, Tim.
It's so scary.
Fucking
It's
idiot.
genuinely terrifying. I know that there's people making that, obviously, that argument, trying to justify this. At least for now, not to, to again cite what I see online. There was also a bunch of people saying things along the lines of, this might be a fine idea, but the Democrats are going to think it's dictatorship or it's authoritarianism. And we have to be careful to not do anything that the Democrats would call an authoritarianism.
They think they have to be careful?
That's not, I'm
I don't
paraphrasing.
even know what that means.
But I did see a number of people responding like, well, I think it's fine, but I think the Democrats will call this authoritarianism, and we have to be careful. That's the gist of it.
Problem that you think it's fine.
It's so fascinating, but it goes to me. It's the same tenor of response to the private jet. This doesn't look good, folks. I think it's okay, but those freaks on the other side are going to flip out, so we have to be careful about how we package this.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. You don't have to be careful, folks. just loud and proud. Say it. Say it's
Might as
awesome.
well.
Might as well. Like, it does not matter.
But I guess I say all that because it's interesting to see that in the first blush that be that kind of a response, at least from some people. But that's the thing that I expect to get chipped away, because you got your Tim Pools, you got people out there making an argument of this is actually fine.
Yeah, just say it's
And then
good.
you'll see those same people become desensitized. It's fine, and those freaks just need to calm down. And authoritarian is good, actually.
There's a poll that went around a few days ago that I thought was really, really interesting, and this really just, like, falls right into it. It was basically, like, how open are members of the party in, like, sort of dissenting views and stuff? Like, do you think people who believe X should be allowed in the Democratic Party or in the Republican Party? And it sort of split that down. It was very, very interesting. But one of the questions was, do you think people who believe in authoritarianism should be allowed in your party? And Democrats were about 3% said it was okay, I think. Republicans, 18%. And I think that kind of says it all.
Stephen Miller despises the Constitution. Like, he just doesn't like the thing.
He doesn't like it, yeah. He doesn't like that it stops him from doing the Hitler things he wants to do.
And look, like, I'm sure everyone has a couple problems with it. Like, I don't know. Like, every time the gun control conversation comes up, I recognize that there are constraints in the form of the Second Amendment. Yeah, we can quibble over the well-regulated militia, all that stuff. But, like, I get it. Unless that thing is out of there, we're gonna have lots of guns in this country. Stephen Miller doesn't seem to think like, well, it's in there, so we are constrained by that, and we have to try to change public opinion to the point where decades from now we can get rid of the writ of habeas corpus.
Exactly, yeah.
Right? But, like, he's just saying, we're gonna do this, actually, it's clear and it says it's fine. When you don't need to be a constitutional scholar to be at the reading level, to read it and say that is just legitimately not what it says, man. Take it up with the Constitution, change it if you hate it that much.
And they might, but they'll do it in a new way that they think they can do.
This 3/4 of the states thing seems hard, so we're gonna do it in the way where Trump says it.
They will find,
and they'll write it in.
Exactly, and then it'll be different, and then it'll be on the wall. And what does that mean, Mr. President? It's about unity, it's about love. I'm sure it is. Yeah, it's very clear just sort of what they're doing, and to all the right-wing influencers out there who are not listening to this, folks, you gotta realize what you're doing. Please stop. You gotta stop. Oh, you gotta stop, folks.
They're very, very confident, and probably for good cause right now, but they're very, very confident that this stuff will never apply to them, right? It's only for Venezuelan gang members, and it already is not. I mean, I can't bear to watch the videos of the mother clutching her babies.
I can't.
The people, like, driving their kids somewhere and they stop at a gas station and they're taken away and the kids are left there.
Just doing this stuff, and, like, because they're trying to frame this like, oh, it's an invasion, and, like, these are terrorists. You know, if you key a Tesla, you're a terrorist these days. But they're framing it as like an invasion, and as this stuff happens, they're treating it like a war. You have Tim Pool out there being like, we actually are at a war, technically, if you think about it. I know, okay, yeah, I know, it's absurd. He's an absurd person. But if you're doing that, and you're trying to frame like, well, we're being invaded, this is wartime, this is a new type of warfare, and we need to treat this like we're at war. First of all, Tim, you're so stupid, you're going to lose all your rights, you dumb idiot. But also, as these things happen, because we're not, is the thing. We're just simply not. And so if you have the state acting like we are at war and treating average citizens or migrants like we are at war, people will notice that, you think, over time, of like, we're not, this isn't an invasion. Why are we acting like this when I go outside and it's normal. We're not at war, yet they're treating it like it is. Again, it's like that sort of like, well, you hope that eventually people will sort of see these problems, but it's just hope. You just gotta,
Maybe.
Some of them. Some of
Yeah,
them.
maybe some of them. Ability to challenge one's detention is not 20 million trials, as they like to say now. Oh, you want to hold 20 million trials? First of all, even if that is what it meant, that's the Constitution, so you have to.
That's what.
But,
that's what it means.
But
That's what it
otherwise,
means. But
it isn't. Like, the due process in immigration law is different. There's, like, hearings.
Hearings
the
are the
ability
same
to
as
challenge your
trials,
detention
yes.
would be a hearing. I think it probably should be more. But, you know, I think there should be a different way and a longer process than just going in front of an immigration judge and them saying, okay, you're gone. But, like, the ability to challenge what you believe is an unlawful detention is in, like, it predates the Magna Carta. Like, it is a foundational principle of human rights going back a long, 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 long time. And Stephen Miller hates it. Donald Trump doesn't know what it is. They say it's the corpus. It's a great word. It means it sounds like you're dead. I don't know.
To your point, Jonathan, like, these are not to be like, well, this is a tradition, or like, this is an old law, so we have to, like, follow it. But, like, there's a reason it is so old, and it is an important right, and it's so very weird to see people just sort of, like, dismiss these things, because they've already done the work of being like, well, the Constitution doesn't apply to illegal immigrants or refugees or whomever. But stuff like this is just so, it's not bizarre to me, because I know that they have their target, like, well, it doesn't apply to me, I need to punish my enemies. I get that. But it's like, if you think they're rights, and you think America is the best country in the world, and all these like, important rights, like, oh, these inalienable God-given rights are so important, we need to have this sacred document, and it applies to everybody in the land. Shouldn't you want that to apply to everybody because they're so important and good? Like, isn't that what rights should be? That, like, yeah, they apply to everybody. They're rights. You have this right. Whereas they're really trying to frame them like privileges. And I know technically all rights are privileges because the state grants them to you and they can take them away at any time. But they seem to really like that idea, and they're like, well, no, it's like, they're like rights for me, but unless they change it to somebody else doesn't deserve it, in which case it's fine. It's just, I don't know, it's just very silly to me.
And it's just the due process, that, like, simple phrase that there's the writ of habeas corpus is the way you determine who in your society you want in jail and who you don't. Even before the trial, can they detain you for things. It is so foundational, and it's just saying, we don't care if they grab a few of you as well. Like, it doesn't matter. They could just take you, and that they've suspended it, and you might be helping the gang or whatever.
And you can say, like, oh, it's because of the gangs or the terrorists. No, it's whoever they want.
first off, bad enough that this is happening in the way that it's happening right now in terms of immigrants, but once you've established this as something you can do, it doesn't stop there.
No, it's the buckle up fuckos administration.
But also, just not for nothing, real quick, some immigration or asylum is going to be expanded specifically for white South Africans.
They happen to be white, I think is what Trump said.
They happen to be white, yeah, of course. I've seen so many people, Hercules said it, Kevin Sorbo, sorry, and a bunch of other people were like, so isn't it interesting to the left doesn't have a problem with immigration when it's about white people? And it's like, could you just rephrase that to be about yourself for a second and consider that you are fine with this and you're upset with the other one? Like, they can't, they think they're like, interesting point, you don't seem to have a problem with this. Like, you don't have a problem with this, but you do with everybody else. Do you not see?
It's frustrating.
It's so frustrating.
Actually, you seem to have a problem with this, but not with non-white people.
Well, what does that say about you, sir? Mr. Hercules.
Rumesa Ozturk got out for now, which is great. I'm happy about that. I was happy to see it.
We're happy about that.
We're happy about that. We do love, and I'm happy about you interjecting that because we like to end this show on a happier note.
We
If
do.
at all possible, which we did today.
Yes,
Mission
we did.
successful.
That's the happier note.
Mission successful.
All right, that's it. We're done. We're out of here, folks. Classic catchphrase.
One of those things people say.
And we love you very much.
Much.
welcome back to Even More News, the first and only news podcast. My name is Katie Stoll.
Thank you, Katie Stoll. Thank you, podcast. Thank you, America. Thank you, the globe. And thank you especially to me, Cody, for being here. Hi, I'm Cody.
Especially to Cody and also to this week's guest. Very excited to welcome comedy writer, producer, and News Some More News writer, Sabi Jamil.
Hi guys, hello.
Thanks for coming.
Of course, happy to be here.
Jonathan is also here.
Jonathan's also here.
Hi.
I did actually almost forget that time.
I was wondering why. I was like, surely you're going to say it.
Thank you, podcast.
I forgot that he was also here. Ooh, I'm gonna get canceled.
No quicker way to get canceled in this fandom than to forget to briefly reference my existence.
Yeah, but then I can crowdfund off of that cancellation.
Oh, sure, we'll get to that.
So we'll get to that. Holidays. We do have holidays today. Of course we do. Every day's a fucking holiday. Friday, May 9th, National Sleepover Day. What, this is from Bare Minerals? Okay. Bare Minerals and Cosmopolitan created National Sleepover Day as a holiday to celebrate spontaneous sleepovers and Bare Minerals' original and Matte Foundation. What?
You have to say the whole name of the product.
Oh, okay. Okay. Matte Foundation Broad Spectrum SPF 15 in their newest claim, makeup so pure you can sleep in it. This is wild.
You know, you're on a sleepover, but you're celebrating the sleepover by using a Bare Minerals foundation that you can sleep in, which I guess is something you can't do with other makeup.
You're not supposed to.
I don't know why you need SPF 15 at night while you're asleep.
I don't.
But it does do that.
And I'm going to be honest, there are other makeups with a higher SPF content in them, like a nice CC balm, like SPF 25 even. You know what? It's fine. This is dumb.
It's not great. I have to mention, sorry everybody, if you like sleepovers, go to Tommy Bayer Time, his Twitter account. He's a writer for Reductress. There's a sketch he posted today, and it's a bunch of guys who live in a house calling their landlord to see if their friend Matt can sleep over. It's incredibly funny. It's a really good bit, just to bring some joy to this National Sleepover Day. Go watch a funny video.
This next holiday, though, I'm chomping at the bit to get to, because it's my day. Saturday,
I'm champing at the bit to see what it says.
Is it champing or chomping?
Yeah.
It's champing, but
I thought it was chomping.
I only say it's champing when someone's chomping to be annoying. Did it work?
Obnoxious.
Did it
Anyway,
work?
my day. National Dog Moms Day. Come here, Betty. Come here. Oh no, he's running away.
I'm really glad we switched this to a visual medium, or added that aspect to this. Hi, Benny.
Hi, this is Benny.
To all our listeners, there's a furry little guy named Benny, and he is confused.
I mean, very
on camera.
Very generous of us to think that this is not on the digital cutting room floor already.
It's not. I'm
This
the
is good
boss.
stuff. We're keeping it.
Okay, baby, that was enough.
But I have to talk about why this exists. Because National Dog Moms Day was created by Dig, the dog person's dating app, which doesn't exist anymore. And if you go to their website, digdates.com, you're redirected to betterlook.ai, which you upload your dating profile photos and it uses AI to make them more clickable, so it increases your swipe rights by 35%.
35%?
So if you did want to be on the dog person's dating app, you're now being suckered into AIing your photos to make you look, I don't know, like you're getting a cappuccino more. I don't know what makes a photo more appealing. Anyway, fuck that.
Well, wait, so they make AI photos of yourself?
I think you give them photos and then they change the background and update your
Oh
face.
yeah, this is evil. So they're showing.
Terrible.
Sorry, they're showing like photos of like, oh, here's his selfie, and then they just take his image and put him in another place with a different pose and different lighting, doing different activities. This is just a lying app. This is just for lying.
Are there any holidays this week that don't require me uploading like my credit card information or like being a consumer of any kind?
Most of these holidays are in fact scams. I mean, they're selling you something. Very few are just people creating the holiday out of the goodness of their heart.
Sabi, this is the part of the show where we chat. Get to know our guests a little bit. Welcome. Thank you being here. We
course.
know, I don't know if the audience knows, that you have a lot of experience in writing for late night shows. We're curious, the rapid fire news, is your brain just kind of primed for a real quick monologue joke? Are you reading the news and crafting things? You're able to entertain yourself in that way?
Yeah, like, what's a thing that I might, like American Pope, like, immediately, like, oh, Chicago, like, he's gonna give away deep dishes at communion, that kind of stuff. Chicago being like a holy city. Yeah, there was that news earlier in the week. It was like, oh, Trump's having like a big like Middle East policy announcement this week, and I was like, oh, I wonder what it's gonna be. Then I saw American Pope. It's like, oh, I guess the Crusades are back. So there's.
Look at you go on the spot.
Look at me go. Yeah, no, I mean, all of those, everything I just said, there's like a better version of it already on IG from some person who is working like a marketing job during the day. But
right, yeah, right.
There was that guy who just tweeted like 50 kind of monologue jokes based on the news every day, and then after years of doing this, sued Conan when like 2 of them vaguely resembled stuff that he had posted to his Twitter account that no one looked at and had like no likes or anything.
Surely
no,
that didn't
it
work.
got thrown out of court because it's like, of course, people are going to come up with the same kind of style of joke, but he thought he was going to be able to make a lot of money by if you post enough monologue jokes, it's going to be close enough to a
eventually you'll catch somebody.
Yeah,
like that's
no, stupid.
Nice try. Speaking of that big Middle East announcement, that turned out to be about a trade deal with the UK, right? Or is that a separate announcement?
Oh, was that a big announcement?
I think it might have been. I don't know.
I think that was the big announcement that they made.
Oh.
Not like anything about the Middle East. I think. I know there was.
Yeah, that's the wrong continent, right?
Yeah, I don't think those are related.
But the trade deal, it doesn't really make sense because wasn't it only like one of the 10% ones instead of the 100% ones, and also the president. I mean, I know we just kind of ignore this, but the president can't make trade deals. Like, it's not part of what the president does.
Well, it sounds like you gotta go tweet at the president.
I guess I should at him and let him know.
It's actually the biggest news of the year, very positive, with, I believe he said, with a very respected country, which I thought was really funny. It's like, well, our first trade deal announcement with a very respected nation, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
Excuse me, sir, it's not part of your purview to make trade deals.
We have got a lot to get through today, but first, some breaking news.
Some holy
As already
news.
referenced, we do have a new pope, and by we, I don't include myself.
Sure.
But people have a new pope.
Some unknown group of people
have a new pope.
His name is Robert Prevost. He's from Chicago. He has selected the name Pope Leo XIV. You know, it's the Pope stuff. Positives and negatives. Positives is he doesn't like J.D. Vance, or at least tweeted once that J.D. Vance was wrong, that you like rank groups of people that you care about.
Compassion,
Hierarchies of compassion are not a thing. But, you know, there's some concerns about the LGBTQ plus community. He has said, here's a quote, he lamented that Western news media and popular culture fostered, quote, sympathy for beliefs and practices that are at odds with the gospel. He specifically mentioned the homosexual lifestyle and alternative families comprised of same-sex partners and their adopted children. So, like,
Mixed bag here.
Yeah, little
mixed bag.
So, hating JD Vance, but a little Matt Walsh in there too. Great, you got the whole range.
Interesting to have like the first pope that was on Twitter and social media like before they were pope, so we can actually like everything you just mentioned, like everything I learned about this person is just from like their social media history and like the Snoopy memes or whatever they reposted like when they were just like a citizen.
Yeah, it's weird. I've seen a lot of people be like, it's like a new cast member for SNL. Let's go through their tweets to make sure they didn't say anything bad. I will say as a Leo, born on the 14th, who also hates JD Vance, I do feel very holy today. Just saying, like, maybe thank you very much. I could be Pope-like, I guess. Except for the bad stuff that Jonathan says. I don't agree with that stuff.
What name would you choose? I guess it has to be one of the names. How many different names could there possibly be? There's Leo, there's John, Paul. There's Pius, which is weird. Not Pius, but the other Pius.
If I'm the Pope, I can do whatever I want, right? So I can just say, like, Cody the First.
The Pope has an article, too, that allows him to do whatever he wants.
So it could be just Ted the First.
I'd have to look at a list. I'm not well-versed in all the...
I always think of, like, Pope Innocent, which, like, I think was a name used a lot more a while ago, but now I'm like, you can't really use that name anymore. People think it's, like, ironic.
Yeah, it's very silly. Like, it's too silly these days. You can't do that. You can't be doing that.
It's absurd. Congratulations to that guy.
And me.
And
Cody.
Thank you.
And the new Cody. Yeah. Okay, great. Congratulations to all.
All right, let's get into non-Pope news. So, there was a woman in Minnesota. She was in a dispute with someone at a playground. I guess she thought that a 5-year-old black boy had taken something from her diaper bag. Not really clear exactly what happened, but anyway, on the video she's being called out by another man for calling the 5-year-old the N-word, and then she defended her use of it, using it several more times. People quickly found out who she was, and in the ensuing week she has been given, I'm sure it's updated by now, let's go to her Give, Send, Go page, $755,000
that
has been donated.
So much.
That's absurd. You might know this. I try to not dig too deep into these stories whenever they happen, because they happen a lot, and it's a pattern of the right for a long time to sort of defend this kind of stuff and support it. It didn't seem like she needed the money for anything. Like, it seemed to me like it wasn't like, oh, and then she got fired for everything, like lost this. It seems like this happened, and she went online like, give me money for this.
Yeah, here's what it says. I am asking for your help to assist in protecting my family. I fear that we must relocate. I have 2 small children who do not deserve this. We've been threatened to the extreme by people online. Anything will help. We cannot and will not live in fear. Clearly the donations are just in support of what she said and did, or the ostensibly well, we don't think people should be canceled for indiscretions or for their worst moments, but she is also just not apologetic at all.
Right, she's not apologetic, and she wasn't canceled. It was just look at this awful woman, right?
If anything proves the point that what even is canceling, because you will always find a group of people there to support you, especially in the anti-woke crusades. But this just further proves that point, as if we didn't already know it. But it seems like this situation specifically might be bringing that whole conversation. I don't know if it'll effectively bring it to a boiling point, but just looking at the different responses, Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro have very different takes on this. Ben Shapiro taking the stance of, stop giving your money to crappy people. I guess that is the takeaway. That's interesting.
Ben Shapiro still is incapable of calling her what she is, which is a racist. He's not, he always does that specific thing where he's like, this is a crappy, stop supporting crappy people. No, she's a racist. She was racist.
Right.
She's a bigot.
No, that's a valid and fair and true point.
It's even when he has an opinion, it's that seems wrong. He still can't bring himself to be straightforward about it.
Part of it is also just, how much the culture shifted. Even 5 years ago, May 2020 was the Central Park Karen. I think Amy Cooper,
Yeah.
who, if that had happened today, she would be a millionaire. 4 years ago, Ashley Babbitt, people were going to jail for January 6th, and now I think they're the Babbitt family's getting a $30 million settlement or something. So, which just in a short amount of time, America's always sort of been a great place to do business if you're racist, but now it's it's really transparent now.
Oh, so yeah, it's so obvious. It's such a cottage industry. There's that woman who just randomly said the N-word in a TikTok or whatever, and now she's just oh, I guess I'm gonna be a conservative influencer where I'm just racist and I say the R word a lot.
Yeah.
It is just
Brave. How brave.
It is just a decently solid career move these days.
It is disgusting, and I'll be honest, when I first was aware peripherally of this story, I didn't know that it was a little boy. there's not that it would have been okay if it was a grown man, but it's just so worse.
Oh yeah,
Disgusting.
it's gross. Jonathan, you've highlighted this particular sentence from her statement, and I think it's really says it all. And would you mind reading this?
Well, yeah, this is from her Give, Send, Go page. She says, I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. Here's the third sentence of her description. I called the kid out for what he was, and then another man who we recently found out has had a history with law enforcement proceeded to record me and followed me to my car. I mean, this is as blatant as it gets. I called the kid out for what he was, and then when on the video, the guy's like, did you say this? And I think she says, well, if he's going to act like one.
That is what she said.
So it is this idea of we're going to reward antisocial behavior because it's going to trigger the left, because it's anti-woke. Even if people find it abhorrent, although they had to kind of take down the comments on her Give, Send, Go page because people were saying white power and just other
Of course they were.
horrible racist things. But instead of kind of analyzing what has happened to segments of the right to make this palatable, I read this article on the Free Press. Guy River Page, he does start by saying, like, she's bad, we shouldn't give her money, this is bad. But then he writes, in some sense, this story is a decade in the making, and it starts with the zealotry of the left, not the right. The past decade is filled with tales of people who were wrongfully canceled in the fervor of what people like to call the woke era. As I wrote earlier this year, the excesses of the left canceling all those innocent Americans has triggered an equal and opposite reaction on the right, which has become more and more extreme in railing against cancel culture. And I don't want to go off on too deep a tangent here, but the two examples of tales of people who were wrongfully canceled, one is Amy Cooper, the Central Park Karen. He just says, she was wrongfully canceled for being yelled at in the park, fails to mention that she specifically said, I'm going to call the police and tell them that a black man is harassing me. That's what she did.
Yeah, she threatened his life is what she did.
And then the other case is a very local case that may be a misunderstanding where some kids tied a noose on the playground and it became a big deal in Evanston, Illinois, but they might not have known what the noose symbolizes, but certainly not that one of the most well-known tales of people who were wrongfully canceled during this era.
There was a period where there was a lot of pearl clutching and worry, and maybe some of it too. Some of it's fair. I don't mean to dismiss it outright. If you've got a young kid at school, there was a period of time for one school year where I felt like there were a lot of stories of kids using that against each other, trying to hurt each other in that environment. And I think it's valid to acknowledge that and also say that doesn't mean that this is bad, calling people out of their behavior, but maybe there's a way to healthily have a conversation about it.
I mean, I've dealt with a lot of frustrating callers, but it's never occurred to me to be openly clan level racist about it, double down on it, and then be lucrative about just how awful I'm treating this toddler. So
proudly, it's that's the thing. It's just so gross, and we have it is this very just antisocial rewards for people, and it's been happening for a long time. Obviously, and it has been getting worse, but the right is very antisocial. And they do seem to support this kind of stuff. Some to just make the left mad, but I don't know. It's just a very it's gross, and it signals to people that this is what they can do. If rent's due, just go get caught saying the slur, and you will have the president's minions give you money.
Matt Walsh, by the way, his video is titled "How the Shiloh Hendrix Case Killed Cancel Culture." It's his he weaves his way into it, and he also is what she did is bad, don't do that. But it's the free press argument. It's what do you expect after how crazy the left
Look what you made us do.
And what I think is really insidious, because if you go on her page, it's all anonymous giver, and then some people change their name to something racist. I think a lot of people are oh, in a moment of anger, this could happen to me. I could very well do this.
A gamer moment.
And I have to, we have to build a defense against it. As if it's cancel culture to be what the hell's wrong with you? Like, I don't know where she works. I don't know if she's been fired
Yeah,
or what the deal
like,
is.
there's
It's
no-
like, we wouldn't be talking about this if she hadn't gotten $750,000.
Right. But, you know, her talking about, you know, my eldest child may not be going back to school, bringing in the effects of her own actions. You are a bad parent. You are bad with children if your reaction to a little boy coming up to you is to call him an that is not a motherly sounding woman. But this is just the repercussions of her own actions, and
in front of her
it's worked
children
out
too.
well for her.
Yeah. Also, it's like when you do this kind of stuff, it's like one of those things like you see that and just casually saying this stuff with her child in her arms, and you just assume like, oh, so this is just like how you are. This isn't the only time you talk like this. I don't know. It's gross.
Executive orders. They're almost like laws, except they're not, like, at all. It's more like a memo you send to your employees. It turns out that President Trump has been signing a whole wheelbarrow full of them, and it can be hard to keep up. But no longer, because of Ground News, which you can also access via the QR code on the screen. That's a sponsor we at the Show sought out that's both a website and an app. It gathers news from around the world from the entire political spectrum and allows us to compare coverage and verify our information. And on Ground News, you can see that Trump signed an order seeking to require truck drivers to speak English, alongside the biased distribution of coverage and how all the different headlines approach the story. Do any of those titles say that executive orders aren't laws? Who's to say? You can get all this over at ground.news/SMN. With that link, you can save 40% off unlimited access. Ground News will give you the tools you need to stay informed, including a factuality chart and a blind spot feed that shows you stories the media isn't covering. Again, that's ground.news/SMN to get 40% off unlimited access for yourself or someone you know. You know, people! The link is in the description. You've heard of descriptions and links, so the ad's over.
Let's see what we got here. Depressing, this is depressing. I mean, the Supreme Court earlier this week allowed the Trump administration's ban on transgender military service members to stay in effect or to go back into effect while all the litigation plays out. The short order didn't really say anything about the merits of the case, though it noted that the 3 liberal justices would have denied the application to lift the ban while it plays out. So there's no guarantee that this is going to be the verdict.
Hey. Cut it out.
cheerleading as a sport. Why else would I be constantly watching it when I'm alone at home?
Whatever keeps you indoors and away from people, let's kick things off with our top story. Caitlin Clark has returned to the court from injury, and not a moment too soon for the WNBA.
It wasn't just the Indiana Fever that missed Caitlin Clark. The WNBA missed her, and badly.
David Borkovac says the WNBA store's injury ticket prices have drastically dropped.
WNBA ratings plummeted 55% league-wide.
Wow, so Caitlin Clark gets injured and you all just stop supporting women's basketball. You people bailed on the WNBA quicker than Desi did on her fifth marriage. Look, fair weather fans make me sick. I, Jordan Klepper, champion of women, friend to the female, Maya Angelou lover, and Susan B. Anthony mega fan, and here to tell you there is plenty, I mean plenty of excitement in the WNBA besides Caitlin Clark.
Name one WNBA team.
Okay, I'll name three. The Cleveland Clams, Toledo Tampons, and the Boston Bushes. Go Bush.
Jordan, you idiot. Those are possibly correct. I don't know. I was bluffing. Regardless, it's great that Clark's absence gave fans a chance to watch cooler, less popular sports like, I don't know, women's cornhole, which I happen to have played professionally. In fact, people say I'm the Caitlin Clark of cornhole.
You're the Caitlin Clark of cornhole. Who says that?
You just did, you big dumb giraffe. Which brings us to our holy hot bet of the night. Will our ratings decline if Jordan Klepper gets injured by the hood of my car? Brought to you by gambling. Gambling. You can't spell degenerate.
Staying in the world of basketball, did you know it's also played by men? And one former NBA star is making headlines in Puerto Rico by going a little nuts.
Former Golden State Warrior DeMarcus Cousins was suspended for the rest of the season in Puerto Rico's basketball league after this heated exchange with a fan during the game. Cousins made an obscene gesture, exchanged words with the fan. The four-time NBA All-Star was ejected.
This is awesome. He grabbed his crotch and wiped it on the headband's face. Oh, anyone can shake a player's hand, but not many get to taste a player's ball sack, you know? I just bought season tickets to the Puerto Rican Basketball League, and I'll be watching every game courtside with my mouth wide open.
Jordan, you human glory hole. You couldn't be more wrong. DeMarcus Cousins should know how to act professionally during the game. But after the game, he should break into that fan's car and rub that tank stank all over his steering wheel. The guy will have pink eye before he leaves the parking lot.
Wait, is that how I got pink eye?
Which brings us to tonight's second tech bet of the week. How many CDs will DeMarcus Cousins buy in his free time?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, what CDs?
CDs, no! These nuts have been brought to you by gambling. Gambling, sack up and bet.
I should have seen it coming. Moving on from a former pro to a current pro who just won't go away.
Left amongst the speculation, looks like Aaron Rodgers, the former Jets and Packers quarterback, is going to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
This was a decision that was best for my soul.
Good for you, Aaron Rodgers. He listened to his soul, the one part of his body that can't get CTE.
Desi, did you Botox your brain? Come on. Aaron Rodgers shouldn't be doing anything good for his soul. Everyone knows that bad souls equal great players. O.J. Simpson, terrible soul, incredible player. Mother Teresa, great soul, dog shit quarterback.
You're just mad she wouldn't sleep with you.
The one that got away!
But luckily for the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers' soul wasn't the only thing making headlines.
Rodgers was at the Steelers' mandatory minicamp yesterday. Noticeable difference compared to last season. Rodgers was rocking a wedding ring, and he did confirm that he's now married, although we don't know the identity of his wife.
Ooh, the man does a lot of ayahuasca. Are we sure he knows the identity of his wife? He could have married a ficus plant. Either way, you know it's true love because you found someone willing to live in Pittsburgh.
Jordan, we should not be celebrating this. Everyone knows football and marriage don't mix. O.J. Simpson, great football player, terrible marriage. But what do I know? I've only been married 12 times.
Which brings us to our Say Yes to the Bet wager of the week. What eradicating disease did guests contract at Aaron wedding. Brought to you by gambling. Gambling. He went to gentlemen. That's my bookie. And that's all the time we have for Sports War. Join us next week when we debate if hockey would be better if they played on pogo sticks.
Of course not. They slip all over the ice.
No, there's no ice. They're playing on a layer of pogo sticks.
Oh my God, that's the dumbest thing I ever.
Think about it.
Why did they get Buddha?
Crime while positioning himself as a strong man that the country needs to rally around. No, that's silly. I'm sure he's just doing what's best for everyone. Although deploying soldiers in an American city could put Trump on the wrong side of the law again.
There is concern over violating the Posse Comitatus Act.
The Posse Comitatus law says that the U.S. military cannot engage in police functions on U.S. soil.
That's right, Posse Comitatus. It's a very serious legal principle. So let's hear more about this very serious legal principle.
Look, I believe strongly in Posse Comitatus.
Indeed, Trump is truly in violation of Posse Comitatus. That's to say nothing of his violations of the Snatch Act. But in all seriousness, this is an extreme measure. The last time Posse Comitatus was used, it was on your long last night! Another major concern here is that Trump called up the National Guard without permission from Gavin Newsom, governor of California and man with strong opinions about the food and business class. But Newsom is hitting back.
The absurdity of this cannot be understated. There were 2,000 National Guard that were, quote unquote, deployed, of which only 315 actually were mission assigned. 1,700 have no particular role or responsibility.
This wouldn't be the first time someone went to LA looking for a role and couldn't find one. Hey, you listen to me, 1,700 troops. You keep following your dreams. You work on your craft, knock down those doors, and most importantly, do not go into porn. Do not. Don't do it. Although if you did, I've got a great title for you.
Posse Comitatus.
There it is. So, okay, Newsom is lobbing the unfathomable accusation that Trump might make decisions without fully thinking them through, but I'm sure Trump will be the bigger man here.
Earlier in the day, the president suggesting that it might be a good idea if his border czar, Tom Homan, arrested the California governor.
I would do it to go with Tom. I think it's great.
When asked what crime Newsom has committed to warrant arrest, the president responding,
I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
That's a ridiculous statement from Trump. Gavin Newsom's primary crime is obviously his podcast. And even if Newsom wasn't good at his job, being a bad governor doesn't mean you should get arrested. It means you should be mayor of New York. Trump fight each other, Los Angeles is becoming a battleground for their rivalry. It's a hard story to turn away from, especially when some of these reporters are real easy on the eyes.
it is entirely possible that by the end of today, we will see nearly 5,000 combined California National Guard and Marines deployed here in Southern California.
You can see how much smoke is being deployed on the other side by the LAPD.
Oh, I'm definitely seeing a smoke show. Someone should really hose that down. Excuse me, are you with CBS? Because I'd like to watch that ass for 60 minutes. These jokes were brought to you by the female gaze. all gays. It's not creepy because we're girls. Where we're at right now. Trump's terrible policy has generated a huge backlash, which he's responded to by overreacting, which is going to generate another backlash. We don't know how this is going to end, but at least we know it'll be a huge waste of money.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the deployment of the state, National Guard, and Marines will cost at least $134 million. He expects the deployment to last at least 60 days.
Hello, Doge? I found some cuts for you. So can you put your mom on the phone? Let's kick things off with meme coin entrepreneur Donald Trump, who also moonlights as President of the United States. Yesterday, he went to Fort Bragg to give a speech to his favorite men in uniform who aren't in the Village People. He was there to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the Army, so of course he ended up discussing Joe Biden.
We had a grossly unfit president. And by the way, I've known this guy for a long time. He was never the sharpest bulb.
Sharpest bulb. What a wordsmith. See, most people would have gone with brightest bulb or sharpest tool, but Donald Trump took half a bulb and smushed them together. That is what makes him the cream of the litter. There to talk about Joe Biden. He was there to talk about America's proud military history. And that went great, too.
Recently, other countries celebrated the victory of World War I. France was celebrating, really. They were all celebrating. The only one that doesn't celebrate is the USA, and we're the ones that won the war. Without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. Maybe a little Japanese thrown in.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why would we be speaking Japanese when they were on our side in World War I? Well, I think it's because he said World War I, but what he meant was light bulb. But just for the record, I'd love to speak German and a little Japanese because that would help me understand like 95% of the porn I watch. Does anyone know what Eine kleine Megachode means? Don't, but I like it. But what got the most attention wasn't what Donald Trump said, but how much the troops enjoyed it.
President Trump's rally-style speech yesterday at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. He had active duty troops booing the media, booing his political opponents.
You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. And the fake news, ladies and gentlemen, look at them. Look at them all. Oh, yeah, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with in Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles.
Those boos are very upsetting. And not just because they remind me of my 5th grade talent show. And looking back, I probably shouldn't have performed the entirety of Eddie Murphy's Raw. I gotta say, this is not a good look for the military. The military is supposed to be a political... That graphic is still up! I'm sorry. Oh, I gotta say, this is not a good look for the military. The military is supposed to be apolitical. They don't serve Democrats or Republicans. They protect all of us, even Jill Stein voters for some reason. But maybe the reason these troops seem so MAGA is because the non-Trumpers didn't want to be there.
According to military.com, memos from Fort Bragg reveal a tightly orchestrated effort to curate the optics of Trump's recent visit, including hand-picking soldiers for the audience based on political leaning. Other rules for troops appearing on camera included no fat soldiers.
Wow, that really sums up the 2 principles of Donald Trump, doesn't it? Number 1, total loyalty. Number 2, no fatties.
before Trump turned the military into his own personal MAGA cheer squad, he started the week by sending Marines into America's most bangable city. And this is all just the warm-up before the main event this weekend.
President Trump's highly anticipated military parade kicks off this Saturday.
The parade marks the Army's 250th anniversary. Oh my God! Give these troops a break already. They have to sit through your show, they have to invade Los Angeles, and now they have to parade for you? America doesn't do military parades, so why is this one so important?
The parade just so happens to also fall on President Trump's 79th birthday.
Yes, there it is, there it is. The parade just so happens to be on his birthday. But that's not why he's doing it. This parade is for the Army, and the Fudgy the Whale Cake is for the Army. But he gets to blow out the candles. So how much is the Doge president going to spend on this Army birthday extravaganza?
The total cost to taxpayers, up to $45 million.
The Army said it expects minimal damage to D.C. roads from the 70-ton tanks rolling down, but they budgeted $16 million of your dollars to repair those roads once the parade is over.
$45 million, and a third of that is just you ripping up the roads? People don't usually throw down that hard unless they're moving out the next day. Wait, is Trump moving out the next day? But hey, at least they're budgeting for the road damage in advance. Because as Donald Trump always says, a penny saved is a bird in the hand. Let's start with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary of Health and the only member of Trump's cabinet to be reheated in an air fryer. Earlier this week, Kennedy abruptly fired all 17 members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee, which understandably caused a lot of concern among people who prefer not to die from an old-timey Oregon Trail disease. But RFK Jr.'s got a new batch of doctors to replace them with, so I'm sure they're all equally qualified. So let's get to know some of these vaccine experts.
Some of the picks are well-known vaccine critics, including Dr. Robert Malone.
Robert Malone has claimed that millions of Americans were hypnotized into taking the COVID-19 shots and has suggested those vaccines cause a form of AIDS.
I think I liked this guy a lot better when he was just selling us Dos Equis. I don't always take vaccines, but when I do, they give me AIDS. Look, this guy's obviously crazy, but you can't deny there was some hypnosis going on during the pandemic. Like, we were washing our hands every day? Like, what was that all about? But forget the Department of Health. Let's move on to the great work being done by Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, and the only Hawaiian who can make aloha sound like a threat. She decides which of America's secrets need to stay secret, but lately she's been getting some help.
Tulsi Gabbard, head of DNI, says the government is now using artificial intelligence to speed up its work in determining which documents can be declassified and released to the public. That includes files related to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
Cool. That technology we're all scared of and have no idea how dangerous it is, let's teach it how to kill a president. What could go wrong? Also, why are you having AI read the JFK files for you? AI is for tedious things. These are the most exciting documents in the government. It's like asking AI to watch all the sex scenes in a porno so you can focus on whether the pizza got delivered. Maybe I've been using AI wrong this whole time. I thought it was for doing my kids' homework and seeing what I look like as Shrek. Wow. Stay thirsty, my friends. Let's move on to Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense and guy whose favorite cologne is roofie. He's been axing a bunch of medical research programs for veterans that he claims are boondoggles. But when Senator Dick Durbin called him out on it yesterday, he gave a specific example of waste, and it was very specific.
Give me an example of a boondoggle in medical research and
there are
defense.
I mean, we're talking about some stuff I shouldn't say in public. You know, marbles in the rear ends of cats, tens of millions of dollars.
science experiments, and I think, God, I am so glad when I was growing up, no one was telling women they should be scientists. Really dodged a bullet there. To be fair, they were trying to find out why Garfield hates Mondays. Now they know. Now they know. Also, anyone who has cats knows that this isn't the weirdest idea ever. I mean, they are constantly showing us their buttholes. At some point, someone's going to be like, all right, let me try something. But in case you're wondering who would fund such a ridiculous study, that would be President Trump himself. In 2020, his Defense Department said it was part of a revolutionary new treatment for spinal cord injuries. And that's the thing about science. It's easy to make it sound made up and stupid. It's not airtight like the Bible. And someone who just wants to cut funding can trivialize any research because, yeah, trying to make dogs salivate by ringing a bell sounds weird, but it proved an important point that dogs love bells, I think. I don't know, I failed sight. But this is a great example of how anti-science the Trump administration is. When Pete Hegseth talks about science, he makes it sound stupid. And when RFK Jr. talks about it, he makes it sound like someone dropped a fork in the garbage disposal. Let's move on to the reason your horse's prescriptions are out of stock. Elon Musk. Last week, he got into a fight with Donald Trump that got so ugly, he claimed that Trump is in the Epstein files. The friendship seemed unsalvageable, but it turns out it wasn't quite as cyber as we thought.
The world's richest man is now apologizing to the world's most powerful man. Musk backing away from some of his online attacks, posting this apology. I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far.
No. You cannot whoopsie-daisy your way out of saying someone's in the Epstein files. It's not like saying, sorry I slammed the door, or sorry I shoved marbles up your cat's butt. I mean, I'm glad he apologized because I guess it showed us exactly how long it takes for ketamine to wear off. Wing because America is having a hard time right now. The military is invading California, U.S. senators are getting manhandled by federal agents, and people are about to be thrown off their Medicaid. And President Trump is hearing everyone's concerns, and he's decided to rush to where he's needed the most, the theater.
President Donald Trump going to see a performance of Les Mis at the Kennedy Center on Wednesday.
Do you identify more with Jean Valjean or Javert?
That's a tough one. The last part of that question, that's tough. You better answer that one, honey. I don't know.
I don't know what's worse, that a reporter thought it was a good idea to ask Trump if he's the hero or the villain, or that Trump's response was, oof, that's a tough question.
Discuss the relationship between asthma medication and a side effect of an infection of the perineum. Unfortunately, I have no one in the audience who was able to satisfy my curiosity on that. Those of you at home who may be looking it up right now, wait till the commercial break. But first, a quick update on an administration that is once again carrying out its plans with competence and professionalism.
A reporter from The Atlantic says he was mistakenly added to a group chat with top members of the Trump administration as they were texting back and forth about highly sensitive war plans.
Jeffrey Goldberg says he was included in a group chat full of our nation's top security officials discussing what we can only assume to be top secret plans to bomb Houthi targets across Yemen on March 15th. Everything from the weapons America would be deploying to the timing and the attack sequences.
Oopsie poopsie. You know, back in my day, if you were a journalist who wanted leaked war documents, you'd work the sources, meet them in a dark garage, earn the trust, pound the pavement. Now, just wait for the National Security Advisor to be distracted by White Lotus while he's setting up his bomb Yemen group chat. Are those guys jerking each other off? By the way, I might be in this group chat. I don't know. I don't check my group chats. Perhaps my favorite text of the entire group chat was the one from our defense secretary saying, quote, "We are currently clean on OPSEC." For those of you who don't know, OPSEC means operational security. He said that in a group chat. A group chat with a journalist. The journalist said that he didn't think that the story was real until Yemen was bombed. Oh, did I bring you down? Let's move on. Because as you know, there are certain hypocrisies and absurdities that we find in our cultural moment. They're great fodder for humorous dialogue, a facial expression, a nod and a wink. Then there are other pronouncements by our elected officials, actions by our government, that are so baldly bullshit, even though you know it will have no effect, and that these powerful creatures have been genetically modified to resist shame, self-reflection of any kind. You just can't help yourself but to go old school Daily Show. I'm talking about the debate on free speech. Now, as we know, conservatives have been very concerned about the loss of free speech in our country for a very long time.
Bullies on the left aiming to silence conservatives.
Free speech is under siege in this country.
The leftists, they've become the thought police. They basically declare themselves God and judge us for our thoughts.
George Orwell was right. The thought police come next to punish thought crime. Be very, very scared.
I am. Perhaps not for the reasons you... Are the thought police with you right now, Jimmy? Are they in the bottle? But luckily, our national free speech nightmare recently came to an end when we entered the golden age of Donald Joseph Trump.
We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. Free speech in America is back.
Thank God we have a president now who believes in free speech.
Yes. Thank God. We have a president now who believes in free speech. Just go ahead, roll your call.
I believe that CNN and MSDNC, what they do is illegal. I think CBS should lose its license, but I think ABC should lose its license also because of what they've done.
I watched What Happened Live. I think Bravo should also lose their license. What they did to Dorinda on Traitors, they should be sent to a Salvadorian hellhole. This is what I'm talking about. Generally, you've got to search the archives for contradictions on one's stated principles, dig through policy papers to uncover private actions that are undermined by someone's public stance. But this is so blatant. I can't wrap my head around it. It's not even the hypocrisy. It's that they so fetishize free speech, this thing that they do not in any way actually practice.
The freedom to speak our minds and express the truth that is our heart. Really, that's really a big chunk of our heart.
Any cardiologist will tell you, hearts come in chunks. Blood comes into the aorta to the right ventricle, passes through your speech chunk. But since coming into office, Trump and the Republicans have instituted policies that are a dagger right through many people's speech chunks.
The White House has barred the Associated Press from presidential events because the AP has refused to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America in its style book.
In a dramatic escalation against the American legal system, Trump this weekend directed his government to target law firms battling his actions.
Federal immigration officials arrested a Palestinian activist who helped lead last year's student encampment protest at Columbia.
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers, they're agitators. They don't love our country.
My chunks! My precious chunks, my lovely lady chunks. My chunks, my chunks. You're making my pyramid too. Here's the thing. These attacks on free speech, especially the one where they deported that activist, if there's one thing that I know about the powerful principals at our higher education institutions, they will not be bullied by a roll too trove.
Columbia University is bowing to President Trump's demands, announcing it will change a number of policies.
Among them, placing the school's Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies Department under academic receivership for at least 5 years.
Some students protesting the war in Gaza, suddenly a whole academic department is on double secret probation with government oversight. And by the way, okay, Middle East part, African studies? What did they do? So the African studies professor's like, I teach intermediate Swahili. See, these guys don't give a about free speech. They care about their speech. It's so blatant hypocrisy. It's so old school Daily Show gotcha. You know what? I'm just going to put on the wig I used to wear during those years. Because the hypocrisy is just so... Here's Donald Trump on those who would criticize judges that he has appointed.
A lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse, and it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form.
Yes, criticizing judges. It is interference. It should be illegal. Tremendous abuse. And 4 days later, not 4 days later, not a full French work week later.
President Donald Trump just took to Truth Social and deemed this judge, responding to this decision here, calling him a radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker and agitator who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama. He says this judge should be impeached.
The hypocrisy. It burns. And are we really still doing the Barack Hussein Obama thing? Oh, free Harambe. Come on, people. See, what was the whole thing that they hated about the left on free speech?
No one is safe from the left's board police.
No one. What exactly would an actual government-run word police organization look like?
The Trump administration is actively trying to purge the federal government of so-called woke initiatives. Government agencies have flagged hundreds of words to limit or avoid. Words like DEI, BIPOC, anti-racism, Latinx, Native American, black, women. Seemingly random words like expression, at risk, political. and even mental health and sex.
What's left? By parking lot next, I get that. You're not allowed to say sex. You can't say words like women or sex or hashtag me too. How can a lot of your cabinet members describe their weekends? You know, you can't protest in a way that offends the right. You can't teach things that the right doesn't want you to teach. You can't read things that they don't want you to read. You can't use words that they don't want you to use, but they love free speech. I guess fear not. At least we'll always have art.
President Trump demanding a painting of him be removed because he finds it unflattering.
He's demanding they take it down because he believes this picture is unflattering. Which really makes you think, do you think other pictures of you are flattering? At least in the painting, they blended the foundation into your hair. But painting is out. Oddly enough, there is still one area of free speech that the right defends non-hypocrite.
I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg came to the White House, who I like much better now. You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok. Twitter now, they call it X. It's great that Elon bought that. He's done us all a big favor.
He loves it. Meta, X, the ticket. Why is it that they're so enamored with social media?
Studies by the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and academic organizations have found that the site forced political content on users. That content was almost invariably pro-Trump, pro-Republican, and pro-Musk.
Huh. The one area of free speech that they want to protect completely is the area that supports them and isn't actually free. Social media is algorithmic, and it advances with key demographics, or to put that in the most hilarious way possible.
The president sat down with Outkick's Clay Travis on Air Force One to discuss the status of his second term.
President Trump getting to talk to you here on Air Force One. I wanted to start with this. Why do you think young men are so overwhelmingly coming in your direction?
My work here is done. Perhaps I can answer that question. They are overwhelmingly coming in his direction because that is the direction they're facing. I don't know if you know how that works, but you really can't come in a direction you're not facing. Although, young man at that age, you could bank a shot. I could see one fly over the shoulder. Maybe a trick shot when they landed in a cup. You know where that would go viral? Social media. The one place the right will unequivocally protect free speech is the one place where the speech isn't actually free. Algorithms, it's speech incentivized for engagement and profit. It's manipulated. It just so happens that the same process that forces you to doom scroll somehow also draws you into Republican ideology. Social media is a machine designed to stimulate the reptilian parts of your brain that would otherwise beg you to go outside. It's like being impressed that casinos give out free food. It's not free. Social media isn't the town square open forum of ideas. It's got a plan.
In the summer of 2019, Facebook created a fake account for a 41-year-old mom. They called her Carol Smith. Carol started off by liking a few popular conservative Facebook pages, but quickly, Facebook began dragging her down a rabbit hole of misinformation. After only 2 days, Facebook recommended Carol follow a QAnon page, and a few days later, it suggested she follow another. By week 3, Carol's feed had become, quote, a constant flow of misleading and polarizing content.
Now, Carol Smith is a completely fictional character, and yet her children have stopped talking to her. Although she was apparently added to a Pentagon group chat and knows the details about weather bombing. But social media isn't the same as free speech. Social media is free speech in the way that Doritos are food. It's ultra-processed. It's designed in laboratories. It's the same mechanism that somehow convinced you that you should eat a 50-story skyscraper of potato-ish. And the most disappointing thing, where are my conspiracy theories at? Now that it's on the right. For God's sakes, billionaires are designing machines to manipulate our speech, to control our behavior, and to rewire our brains. They're removing our regular speech and doing a, I don't know, great replacement of it to solidify their hold on. Are you awake? Well, you were with me on the lab leak thing? Remember what happened? Come on! You barely even touched your Epstein binders. Doesn't this bother you at all?
Elon Musk has taken a very courageous stand for the First Amendment. He's tough as a pine knot, and the man's got guts. He's got oranges the size of beach balls.
Please stop with this foghorn leghorn bullshit. Got oranges the size of beach balls. But let me guess. How do you feel about other billionaires owning and manipulating our media?
Mr. Soros is now the largest single shareholder in Odyssey radio stations. In America, you can't just go do this. Mr. Soros is a billionaire. Pass me the sick bucket. Is it right?
Pass us all the mother and sick bucket. Well, with that, Joe Myers down to a great show for tonight. Rob Emanuel will be joining me later to remind me. He'll be out here. Reminding me just which one of the three brothers he is again. I don't know. Is he the one that owns UFC? Doesn't matter at this point. But that is later. First, as you know, our economy. Our economy is in the midst of a beautiful metamorphosis, turning from a simple caterpillar into a dead caterpillar. So let's get into it with another exciting installment of Trade Wars.
My favorite word. My favorite word.
Now, you might remember when Donald Trump was reelected, Wall Street was thrilled, excited about deregulation, tax cuts, and the fact that you could once again call people charlatans.
One top banker told the paper that he feels liberated because now he can use offensive slurs like the R word and the P word without fear of getting canceled at work.
The R word and the P word? Well, I can tell you today that that top banker is definitely using both of those words. Perhaps even adding motherfucker right now.
The market meltdown for the third straight day. Global markets are sinking.
Markets across Asia, Europe, and Australia plunging.
One point this morning, the Dow sinking almost 1,600 points.
The markets lost more than $6.5 trillion in value.
This is an economic Armageddon.
Where's the Hawaiian shirt to an economic Armageddon? What are we doing here? Would they pull you in from the pool? Either Financial Channel's Rodney Dangerfield or something? I told my wife about the stock plunge. She said, "Oh, I thought you guys would never go down there." Haven't done that one in a while. So. This turmoil could have lasting effects on the global economy, on everyday Americans, and most worryingly, the stock portfolios of members of Congress. Mr. President, now is the time to soothe a worried nation.
Donald Trump put this out on social media. Don't be weak, don't be stupid, don't be a panicant, which he has termed a new party based on weak and stupid people.
The genius who gave us classics like Sleepy Joe and Crooked Hillary just shit out "You're a Panic-Cat"? How about Hysterocrats? Republicans? How about Cryontologists? Did the overseas factory you had been sourcing your nicknames from get shut down during the tariff war? So we're going to try this again, Mr. President. Can you ease the fears of this nation like a true leader?
President Trump holding firm, posting on Truth Social, only the weak will fail.
Your economic policy has the same tagline as season 3 of Squid Game? That's supposed to make us feel better. Only the rich are guiding my economy. By the way, in case you didn't get the point, that he doesn't give a He spent the weekend showing, not telling. He played not a round of golf this weekend, a tournament of golf. A 3-day tournament. 812 holes of golf with his Live Golf Saudi benefactors. And in case you're wondering about the venerated journalists who are now allowed to be in the press pool, this was literally the first question he was asked on Air Force One in the middle of a financial meltdown.
How was the golf tournament?
Very good. Because I won. It's good to win. You heard I won. Did you hear I won?
Because I won. You heard I won. You heard I won. I won. You heard I won. I won. Mom, I won. Mom! I won the tournament, Mom. I'm a good boy. Good boy, good golf. I know the stock market is not the totality of the economy, but if I remember correctly, in the run-up to the election, Trump seemed very concerned about the stock market.
If Harris wins this election, the result will be a Kamala economic crash, a 1929-style depression.
And anything she can do, I can do better. I can do it on my own. I won, Mom. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. always loved me. And it didn't have to happen like this. Trump had so many options to shape the world economy into the one he thought was fairer. He could have proposed some incentives to bring back manufacturing. He could have gone sector to sector, nation to nation, negotiate better trade reciprocal agreements. But he had to go to full police. Now, to be fair, to the Trump administration, they did give it almost 2 months and no effort before they asked ChatGPT what it thought they should do. But for those of us who've been tricked into believing that an economic crisis is a crisis, Trump's people have an answer.
Don't panic. Calm down. Everything's going to be okay.
I would not worry at all.
The Dow's actually in the same place it was in August.
Do me a favor, don't look at your stock portfolio.
You know what? I don't really care about my 401k.
Live, laugh, love. That's what I always say. You know what I say to all you? It's 401k somewhere. And when did the right become so chill? Aren't you the Bud Lights turning my kids trans, folks? But economic meltdown and you're getting all philosophical?
Losing money costs you nothing. This is just the reality of life. You're like, when you young and dumb, how much money did you lose? Everyone loses money. Everyone loses money. It costs you nothing.
Except money. Losing money costs you money. It's the definition of losing money. And I know you go, well, it's going to be worth it to get the character of the country that we want back again. But we have no fucking idea if that's actually what's going to happen. You're all acting like the tariff regime is a tried and true remedy. Oh, of course, this is the medicine that's always prescribed. Except the last time it was tried 100 years ago, we had a Great Depression. So how does this work?
It's just a big game of economic operation as he's sticking things in, trying to take out tariffs.
It's like, you know, when you're my age, you got to get a colonoscopy. You need a full colonic, like, to feel better. You know what I mean?
Rat poison can kill somebody in the wrong dosages, but in the right dosages, that can be very healthy for the patient.
So everyone relax. This is merely a routine rat poison colonoscopy. By the way, what's the right dosage of rat poison? Oh, if you get enough of it, hey, your headache will be gone. And by the way, I mean, it's slightly off topic, but the colonoscopy guy, his name is John Tobacco. That's it. That's a witness protection thing, isn't it? So here's how it's going to go. Your new name is John Tobacco. Say it back to me, John Tobacco. Your name is John Tobacco. Say it back to me, John Tobacco. Your new profession is you do anus metaphors on Newsmax. Your name is John Tobacco. You do anus metaphors. Say that. Say it back. By the way, if Trump wants us to stay the course with his radical plan, you might want to think of a strategy that inspires our confidence, that you all know what you're doing. Like for instance, these tariffs. Is this a negotiation?
The president made it clear yesterday this is not a negotiation.
Let me make this very clear. This is not a negotiation. This is not that. This is a national emergency.
Okay, it's a national emergency. It's not a negotiation. Well, I don't agree, but at least I have some clarity now.
The tariffs give us great power to negotiate. Always have.
Too much rat poison. So Is this a negotiation or is this permanent?
It can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations.
How much White Lotus did you people watch? What is permanence in this negotiated life we live? Have a pina colada. Forget about if they're permanent or not permanent. What are we doing? How will this bring jobs back? What are these jobs? Commerce Secretary Lutnick.
Trillions of dollars of factories are going to be built in America. The army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America.
This is also that millions of Americans can develop the dexterity. I can't even get the lint out of the charging area on my phone. Now I gotta go to this. Those are the jobs?
That kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated, and great Americans, the trade craft of America, is going to fix them.
Mechanics, fixing robotics. That's what's coming to America. So it's not the screws. We're going to be robot mechanics. The robots do the screwing, and we're just there to make sure the robots are lubed. And ready to screw. That is the American Renaissance. We are robot fluffers. We are waiting. This is all. So if I'm an American manufacturer, how long do these onerous tariffs have to stay in place to convince me to build my army of automated screw and robot mechanics?
They have definitely been staying in place for days and weeks.
John Stewart for Popular Robot Mechanics. I've never built a fully automated robot factory before, but is days and weeks enough time? Or too much time? Feels like it would take long. Well, I guess that's silver lining number one of this trade war. Want something even more underwhelming? Here's the Treasury Secretary on if we've heard the good news on the stock collapse.
One thing that I can tell you as the Treasury Secretary, what I've been very impressed with is the market infrastructure, that we had record volume on Friday, and everything is working very smoothly, so the American people can be very, take great comfort in that.
Blink twice if you want to be saved. I was very impressed that in a market crash, the building is still standing. You know, I was very impressed by the way that the Titanic just slid into the water. Almost like it was taking a bath. Just dipping a toe. Those drowning should take great comfort in the lack of backsplash. But the best argument so far for any of this is the same one that we got about Tinkerbell being able to fly. You have to believe.
Don't panic, okay? You've got a president who understands business.
I am grateful for a commander-in-chief that has the business acumen.
Well, luckily, we have a businessman in the White House right now. The president did write the book, The Art of the Deal.
Trump is a master negotiator, and he does know the art of the deal.
We're supposed to trust this guy because he wrote The Art of the Deal. Listen, I got the book, Art of the Deal. Yeah, that's why we're supposed to trust him. You ever look at Chapter 9 in Art of the Deal? It's about how smart Trump is about his casino in Atlantic City. Oh, yeah, Chapter 9. I built a casino in Atlantic City. I'm a business genius. Whatever happened to the casino?
casino, Donald! Trust me! Look, you make a big announcement, but your reciprocal tariff formula was just the trade deficit divided by imports equation. And when you got busted on that, you threw out this ridiculous calculus problem that's just shapes. It boils down to the trade deficit divided by imports, which is the formula that got the rich country of Lesotho hit with 50% tariffs. Lesotho. No, your free ride's over, you denim-making fat cats. But we continue to blame everybody else in the world that we designed and policed after World War II. We're the richest country in the world, ever. We're not the world's victims. If we have inequalities in this country, that's on us. It's not a supply problem. It's not unfair trade for the most part. It's an investment and distribution problem. It's our fucking fault. And I'm not saying we can't make adjustments and renegotiate things, but it didn't have to be this reckless. He killed the hostage and then went, so, ransom?
Some of the biggest stock market declines since the Great Depression. The worst 3 consecutive sessions since 1987.
Even worse than it was during the 2008 financial crisis.
Their worst days since June 2020 during the COVID pandemic.
Financial destruction not seen since the pandemic. And this time, there's no controversy over how else are. There's no wet one. You, Trump, released the contagion. It's your ad leak. And it's right out in the open. This is like if the researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology walked out to the Great Lawn with a Tupperware and went, "We have an exciting announcement." Tomorrow's officially the 100th day of Donald
them a fighting instinct. Remember, the ones you manage better until he comes below 30. Yes! He's below 40 now. You've got to look where you want him. Finish him, sugar. Trump is going after free speech in universities. How will you destroy Trump now that he's below 40%?
So we sent him a very strong letter just the other day to ask him some very strong questions.
Why is this university different from all other universities? That's the wrong book. Hold on. So while we wait for those strong and right questions to work them out, let's take a look at why so many people might be unhappy. Like I said, we're doing a gap between what Trump promised and what he's delivered. For instance, Trump.
America's going to be way richer than what's going to happen.
I think the economy's going to roar. I think the stock market's going to be great. When I win the election, we will immediately begin a brand new Trump economic war.
That's why that didn't come good enough. In the economy, Donald Trump did make a boom boom. Perhaps Trump is a positive because while the economy is healthy, most people it's not worse.
Donald Trump's net worth global capitalized President Trump's meaningful worth at $2.5 billion. Law firms bidding on $1 billion people work for the administration next.
There's a $10 billion settlement for Donald Trump.
$18 billion to President Trump's company.
That has been over $25 billion.
Amazon Jeff Bezos is paying $40 million to license a documentary about Melania Trump.
Civil War series for $3.5 million. Show up. What's $3 million? Obviously, they wanted 4, but they still got the price. The entirety of the Planet Earth series, 11 episodes, was less than that. $25 million. They don't belong to the series. You have to wait outside the house for weeks at a time, hoping to catch a rare nocturnal feeding on a strike. South American total living. So Trump is possibly doing great in this economy.
We are going to start the largest domestic rotation in the history of our country, and we are going to start with violent criminals and getting people out, and criminals and horrible people. The Hannibal Lecter is coming in, lots of them.
Lots of them. So many of them. It's like that Timothy Chalamet lookalike event. But for Hannibal Lecters. Amassing a bunch of Hannibal Lecters around the world be a solution for immigration. There was a line here yesterday. Now it's just shoes and empty Chianti bottles. I don't know. So are we taking out the Lecters? The ones that Don't go one up after the other. Completely, right? Clearly. 24 hours have passed, and nobody...
President Trump now claiming he was exaggerating with his campaign promises to end the war in Ukraine on day one.
The president said that obviously we know that when I said that, it was said yes.
We're going to end the war in Ukraine on day one. Is this thing on? I'm a little shocked. Trump clearly moved on. Giving his Solomon like this.
The president would maintain control of the territory it's taken since invading 3 days ago.
Crimea will stay with Russia.
The president said today the U.S. will make no security guarantees to Ukraine.
Let me just try to be specific. What was that? Russia invaded a sovereign nation with its territory, number one. And in return, Ukraine gets to live. I'm saying I'm a master negotiator, but I think I could have delivered that fine. Here's the kicker. After saying to Russia, well, what if we divided? Well, you get everything. Pretty much as everything they were buying. And Trump is now reduced from the world's greatest negotiator to nothing.
President Trump called on Russia to stop missile strikes on Ukraine, and they are wearing personal rebuke of Putin, saying, Vladimir, stop.
It's in all caps, Robin. The commander-in-chief of World War Bomb. With the nuclear briefcase on one side, the direct link with Moscow on the other side, the best way to demonstrate a series in which he took his heinous bombing was to open off-brand Twitter and all caps. Concern face, bisexual, and plants Moscow. And he was right to know that stop. Do you hear that? He's right or not? He's not. I don't think he is. He's pretty qualified. But maybe it's not fair to judge Trump's version of space based on, start that. Don't let Ukraine by laying that province. You knew what you were doing, Ukraine, when you sashayed your pretty little Donbass all around the Black Sea. The real result of Trump's first presidency was shrewdness to show in the war leadership.
Well, fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
Liberation Day! It was a devastating sneak attack launched from the Rose Garden. Fortunately, Patrick Slava was ours.
Terrorist chaos, markets in free fall. Retailers are targeting Walmart, and more shelves could go empty in a matter of weeks. The bond market melting down overnight.
There's now a 60% chance of a worldwide recession. There's chaos, there's uncertainty. No one knows what's going on.
Yes. Currently plunging our nation into this dark economic abyss.
Well, the winter is possible.
imports of rare earth minerals and magnets to the United States. Those materials are essential to a number of American industries, including automobiles, aerospace manufacturers, and semiconductor producers.
China controls the refinement, the production of about 90% of the world's rare earth metals.
Elon Musk said that we're having problems with a magnet issue. The materials for the magnets for the robots come from China.
Oh my God, the robots have no magnets! How will they hang up children's drawings on refrigerators? They're magnetless! And we could have stockpiled magnets and rare earth materials, like Japan did in its fight with China. But why bother preparing for a war that you yourself are launching? And really, how important are magnets anyway?
Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets.
So we have the end of the magnets, the beginning of the magnets. Does it really matter? And we're in this position because we've been sold this idea of Trump as the master, the art of the deal. Only he can bring these nations to heel. It is all bullshit.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us kissing my ass.
Trump told Time magazine that talks were underway and that Chinese President Xi Jinping had called it. China has shot back repeatedly, saying no, they are not talking.
The president said, I've made 200 deals. Time, you've made 200 deals? Trump, 100%.
100%? Bullshit. Here's how you know. 200 deals? There's only like 180 countries. Unless he's making a deal. It's true. Unless he's making a deal with Trinidad and Tobago separately. All right, Turks, you're settled. Caicos, I'll come back. Back of the line, Caicos. Trump is not only not the best negotiator, he's maybe the worst negotiator. And it makes sense when you listen to him talking about how he thinks of our economic negotiations.
The president said this, I own the store and I set the prices. And I'll say, if you want to shop here, this is what you have to pay.
If you think of us as a big, beautiful department store before that business was destroyed by the internet.
Right! Why in God's name would you use a brick and mortar department store for your metaphor on our economic revitalization? I think of America as a Tower Records. I, the president, put the CDs on the rack and I priced them. If you want to listen to Bloodhound Gang, where else are you going to go? There's nowhere else to go. Or maybe that's just how capitalism is. The American president sets the prices and decides who's allowed to come into the store. Then other nations come back in 6 months and the whole country is a spirit holiday. What is he doing? But his negotiating skills aren't the real danger in this country. What's going to fuck us up is his obsession with the concept of the leverage that he has.
We have all the leverage if we know what you're doing.
We do have leverage because we're the pot of gold.
Using my leverage, and it's a tremendous leverage, and I used it before very well.
You don't have the leverage! That's the key misunderstanding here. Trump is so arrogant. He thinks the leverage is his. It's ours. We the people. And it took us 200 leverage. Why would you even think it is? It took the people 250 years of striving to live up to a constitutional republic and rule of law. Painstaking equity that you are squandering. That is the crux of American exceptionalism. You just want to make us great. That's a downgrade. Our brand is not strategic uncertainty. And you are not the keeper of our pot of gold. You are a temporary leprechaun. And the more enamored President Trump you are with your authoritarian whims, the more that you turn our shining city on a hill into just another ordinary, despot-led, sea-level shithole. So if I could just put this in negotiating terms you can understand, all caps, Donald!
It's Trump's 100th day, I think.
Tuesday will mark President Trump's 100th day in office. President Trump's 100th day in office is coming up this Wednesday.
Tuesday's going to mark President Trump's 100th day.
Wednesday marks the 100th day.
On Wednesday of this week,
It's actually Tuesday.
Wednesday, April 30th.
Tuesday.
Wednesday.
If you count January 20th, his inauguration day is day 1, then tomorrow is day 100. Simple math, you just look at the calendar and count days.
Oh my God! This is how divided we become under Trump. We can't even agree on how counting works. Apparently Wednesday is now a partisan issue. I mean, it's hard to think of a better metaphor for how the first 100 days have gone. But here's one.
This morning, new questions about how a $70 million U.S. fighter jet fell on an aircraft carrier in the Red Sea, sinking to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, no. America's doing great. We're doing great. Yeah, sure, some of our fighter jets are kamikazing themselves instead of serving under the headset regime, but things are fine. I will say, you know who this is good for? The Little Mermaid. You know? Think of how excited she was when she found a fork. Now she's got an F-18 fighter jet. Legs like a wings, baby. Woo! You're part of my world now, bitch. So, yeah, bit of a shock. But the good news is the military says the plane can be salvaged. You just need to get it out and plop it into a really big bowl of rice. Good as new. Okay, so that was a bit awkward. And to put an even bigger damper on Trump's 100-day celebration, our neighbor to the north celebrated last night in a very disrespectful way.
Taking on Trump and winning at the ballot box. Last night, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney, his Liberal Party, winning re-election after a stunning turnaround. Voters were swayed by U.S. tariffs and comments from President Trump about making Canada the 51st state.
I think who I voted for would be the best to take care of Trump. Because Trump is, I'm sorry to say, an asshole.
What have we done? We've turned Canada's cutest nanas into foul-mouthed expletive machines. And I know, I'm sorry to say he's an asshole doesn't sound bad to us, but in Canada, she's Cardi B. Cardi BC, British Columbia. Yes, thanks to Trump, the Liberal Party just pulled off a historic comeback, winning all the major Canadian demographics. Hockey moms, hockey dads, hockey non-binaries, hockey seniors, hockey players, and of course, hot Ryans. But the winner of all this anti-Trump energy was new Prime Minister Mark Carney. And his victory is all the more impressive when you see that he is not the most traditionally electric candidate.
A system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity to our country for decades is over. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves.
Oh, wow. This lady was trying to be his hype man, and he's like, man, please, this is a victory party. This is no place for excitement. Was Mark Carney doing that the whole campaign? What do we do? Fight! No, quiet down. That was rhetorical. It's not what this is about. Hold on. Let's step back for a minute, because here on the 100th day, it might be worth taking stock of where we are. Because right now, all the vibes are terrifying. Trump is overreaching, he's breaking rules, he's ignoring judges, he's collecting all the infinity stones, he convinced the Pope to do the eat a hot dog without chewing challenge. Rest in peace. You lost fair and square, Pope, sorry. But if there's one silver lining to this dictatorial 100 days, it's that when anyone pushes back, he folds like a Cybertruck in a fender bender. Like this. Look at what happened this tariff policy. He's been hyping up tariffs for decades. It was the centerpiece of his campaign.
The most beautiful word in the entire dictionary of words is the word tariff. I love tariff. Tariffs more beautiful than love. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. And then it's tariff. 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 My favorite word. Tariff.
It took less than a week of market turmoil, and suddenly Trump was like, backsies.
Tonight, the stunning about-face from President Trump.
People were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know?
Yippee? You know, what kind of autocrat bails at yippee? Putin wasn't like, I was going to annex Crimea, but then they gave me the stink eye, so das vidanya. And tariffs are just the most famous example. He's been backtracking all over the place. Just for example, he unfired federal workers he had fired. He put back DEI web pages he had taken down. He uncanceled student visas that he canceled. He unnominated the attorney general he already nominated, and so on, and so on, and so on. And at a certain point, you've got to ask, does Trump even want to be a dictator? Because I've never heard a dictator call backsies this much. Say what you want about Hitler, which is a sentence I immediately regret saying. But the guy stuck to his guns. It's Mein Kampf, not Mein Bad. But maybe my favorite recent example is when he started suggesting he would illegally fire Fed Chairman Jerome Powell.
The Trump administration is looking at possible ways to fire Jerome Powell.
The president blasted Powell, calling him a major loser and saying Powell's termination cannot come fast enough.
All right, wow. Now, when I first saw that, I thought, here we go. Some dictator shit's about to go down. But then, same old story. The markets got spooked, and then, so did Trump.
None whatsoever. Never did.
Never did. I love Jerome. I did say he's a major loser, but in a friendly way. Hey, my loser, you know, no hard R. I mean, it's good that he backtracked, but it does make it a little awkward that he already called him an incompetent loser. It's like hearing someone say, that guy is the worst, dumbest moron I have ever had the displeasure of knowing. My days are darker and sadder in their presence. Anyways, I do. But the point is this. The point is, Trump basically does the presidential version of posting a picture, then deleting it if it doesn't get enough likes. Which makes it all the more frustrating to see so many law firms and universities and companies bending the knee to Trump. They don't have to. Chances are, if you push back, they'll take it back. Either that, or we'll send you to El Salvador for a few years. But then you get a selfie with Christine Nome, so it's worth it.
Trump's been in office for 100 days, or as he likes to call it, longer than any president in the history of the world. It should be a week of celebration, but tell that to the economy.
Economic alarm bells, the U.S. economy contracting by 0.3%.
Contraction in the economy, first that we have seen in years, in fact.
America's economy is shrinking.
Yes, the U.S. economy is undergoing what economists refer to as a George Costanza. Now, obviously, the economy is a complex interaction of multiple markets, so it's difficult to point to any one factor, but it's all Trump. It's Trump. It's Donald Trump. The fact is, Trump just does not do well with the GDP, unless GDP stands for Get That Pussy! Which, sadly, those numbers are also down. Melania doesn't live there anymore. But even though it's all his fault, this is a great opportunity for him to be a leader, to speak from the heart to Americans who are about to suffer real financial hardships because of his policies.
Somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more.
factors over here. I can't believe in a span of 100 days we went from we will all be richer than we've ever imagined to everyone gets $2, all right? But if you're sad that playtime will soon be over for your children, take comfort that it's just beginning for the old commander-in-child.
The president came out swinging and dancing to celebrate 100 days in office.
Trump had so much fun tonight.
He had so much fun.
He seems like he's enjoying himself.
Clearly, he was having a good time.
You can tell when he's on stage, he's having so much fun. He's dancing.
That famous YMCA dance.
It's dance time.
They've worked hard and had fun. Isn't that the pursuit of happiness?
No, Laura, it's not. We're not going to be eating cold beans huddled over a fire like, well, at least the president's happy. As long as he's backing that ass up, I think America's going to be A-okay. By the way, that was the first time I've seen Trump dancing from behind, and I gotta say, don't do that ever again. Don't do that. I owe the front button apology. Anyway, it's no surprise that the main story on Fox News is that Trump is live, laugh, loving being president, but as we all know, the American media is just as divided as the country itself. So, depending on which cable news network you watch, Trump's first 100 days were either sick or sick.
100 days, Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating of any president in the history of modern polling. Voters across America are weighing in saying, yes, Trump, keep going.
Give me an assessment of Trump's first 100 days, 1 to 10.
A solid 2, nothing more.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 20.
Donald Trump deserves an F.
I would give President Trump an A, maybe even an A+.
Fear and pessimism.
Thrilled and excited.
A disaster.
It's awesome. 1,361 days to go of this journey. Man, I wish we could have 10,000, more days with President Trump.
10,000 more days? That is 27 years. I can't still be talking about Trump when I'm in my late 40s. It's not that funny. While cable news debated Trump himself, celebrated the big 100 by inviting ABC News reporter Terry Moran to the White House for an interview. And Trump kicked things off by asking the same thing every kid does when a guest comes to the house. Want to see my room?
Hello, everybody. How are you? This is the Oval Office. This is an amazing space. I've added a lot to the space in terms of beautification, in terms of modernization.
Modernization? This looks like my great-grandmother decorated the mantelpiece with her great-grandmother's ashes. And I know that beautification is in the eye of the beholdification, but we can all agree that the foam core Gulf of America map is pulling focus, right? Is the Gulf of America having a bridal shower in the banquet room of the Hilton Garden Inn? Because if it's not, get it out of here. But okay, you know what? Show me a few more things in your room, and then I gotta go join the grown-ups.
So you have Ronald Reagan here, you have Lincoln, you have Washington, but you look over here, that's Monroe, the Monroe Doctrine. Why is he up there? I think the Monroe Doctrine is pretty important. Notice his claim to fame.
Trump is always in the I forgot to do the reading mode. Man, that Monroe Doctrine, so important. My favorite part, probably the doctrine. And doctrine, as we all know, is a female doctor. But you know what? We can't expect Trump to know anything about a president whose picture he put up. It's not fair. So let's give him something easier. Donald, tell us what the Declaration of Independence is. And remember, this is the document in which we declared independence.
Of course, you have the Declaration of Independence.
What does it mean to you?
Well, it means exactly what it says. It's a declaration. It's a declaration of unity and love and respect, and it means a lot. And it's something very special to our country.
Look at Terry Moran's face. He looks like a teacher about to call the school psychologist. This is a great drawing. Stay right here. But of course he'd make that face. Trump said that the Declaration of Independence meant unity. Unity is the
trade war with China that Moody's and other analysts say is going to cost American families thousands of more dollars per year. And there is a lot of concern out there. People are worried. And some people who voted for you saying, I didn't sign up for this. So how do you answer those concerns?
Well, they did sign up for it. I said all of these things during my campaign. I said, you're going to have a transition period.
Really? That's what Trump said? Trump actually said that? Can we just check the tape on that?
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day
1,047. But first, prices will go so high you'll be sucking D for eggs.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I misremembered. But the wildest part of the interview by far was when it turned to Trump's deportation of Kilmar Garcia, who Trump says doesn't need a due process because anyone can tell that Garcia is in the gang MS-13 just by looking at his tattoos.
And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a disproportion.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles there, too.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way, but let's move on.
Okay, let me just explain what's going on here. Garcia has tattoos on his hand, and someone labeled a photo of them trying to prove that they're actually a code. The problem is, Trump thinks that the labels are part of the tattoo, and he is very, very insistent on it.
Let's move on.
Wait a minute. Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop.
Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it's Photoshop?
Here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Don't look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine. I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted.
Now I understand why he's so proud of that Gulf of America poster. He thinks Gulf of America is actually written on top of the water. Makes sense. And what is so crazy is that Terry Moran kept trying to change topics, but Trump wouldn't let him. I have never seen an interview where a reporter catches a politician in a gotcha, and the politician is the one who says, stop trying to move on. I am not done embarrassing myself. But I will hand it to Terry Moran. He held his ground to the point where it actually wore Trump out. And that's when we saw a moment of vulnerability for Trump.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles. Okay?
We'll take a look.
It's such a disservice.
We'll take a look
Why
at that,
don't you just say it? Yes, he does. And, go on to something else.
Contested. Ukraine.
Why don't you just say I'm right? Up is down, left is right, Santa's real. And that is Trump in a nutshell. I can't prove the insane things I believe, so just go along with them. Don't believe your eyes, believe the Photoshop. But I for one, will not believe the Photoshop, okay? I will go into the rest of the term with my eyes wide open, staring and watching. Oh, God, no! Oh, my eyes, my beautificated eyes!
Tuesday was Donald Trump's 100th day in office, and he celebrated the only way he knows how, by getting together with the boys. Last night, the big party was at Channel 372 on your cable service, News Nation.
We just got started. You haven't even seen anything yet.
Which is actually how most of those people got fired from their previous jobs. So, this was an event where Donald Trump phoned in, probably from the bathroom, and a bunch of people got to ask questions, including Stephen A. Smith. And there's a thing I've noticed that happens at parties where there's only one black guy, which is that no matter what he's talking about, a certain type of white person tries to steer the conversation into an awkward direction.
Mr. President, thank you for your time. It's interesting that you brought up Harvard, because when people think about Harvard, what they're basically talking about is that they're asking, what do you say to those who view your actions as an attack on academic freedom rather than a defense of fairness? What do you say to that?
Well, I say that we had riots in Harlem, in Harlem.
Amazing. Amazing.
Trump heard a black man say Harvard, and he thought he must have meant Harlem. What a beautiful mix of racism and dementia. It sounded like you asked about Social Security, but I'm going to assume you really asked about soul claim. No, not a great start, but maybe Donald Trump, maybe he can save it.
We had riots in Harlem, in Harlem, and frankly, if you look at what's gone on, and people from Harlem went up and they protested, Stephen, and they protested very strongly against Harvard.
Well, he didn't say that. What is he talking about exactly? There were no riots in Harlem. They definitely didn't go from the non-riots to protest Harvard, and none of that had anything to do with Stephen A.'s question about academic freedom. It's almost like he's talking about black stuff because Stephen A. Smith is black.
You know, I got a very high black vote. You know that. Very, very high black vote.
I'm starting to think that maybe Trump shouldn't be choosing the curriculum for the smartest college in the world. The answer was so dumbfounding that Stephen A., who is a professional interrupter, was left speechless for the first time in his life. By the way, this is not even the weirdest Stephen A. Smith moment from this week, because apparently the guy had a cameo on General Hospital a few days ago, and here's really the only moment you need to see.
Sorry to interrupt.
Of course.
God damn! Is that what happens when you don't have your ID? Man, things sure have changed. We used to clap for nurses every day, and now we quick draw them with a silencer. I had no idea that Stephen A. Smith even acted in soap operas, but now I can't wait to tune in next week to find out if he has an evil twin, Stephen B. Smith. I guess I got to start watching General Hospital, or as Trump calls it, General Harlem. But let's move on, because not everyone is having fun during this celebration week.
We begin with breaking news. Sources are confirming to Fox News that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is out.
Waltz has been in a precarious position with the president after he accidentally added a reporter to a group chat about upcoming military strikes.
Damn. What a shame for Mike Waltz. I wonder how they delivered the news. That's ice cold. You know what? You can't jeopardize military missions by adding journalists to your group chats. And to Donald Trump's credit, he realizes he can't have a guy this incompetent working for his administration. He's got to go.
This is CNN Breaking News. President Trump just announcing moments ago that he will be nominating his current National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, to be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
Yeah. Like I was saying, he's got to go to the United Nations to represent the entire country on a global stage. Congrats, Mike. You've earned it, I guess. Well, look, I don't know. This seems like pure chaos to me, but I'm sure this administration has been carefully planning the whole reorganization for days, as the State Department spokesperson will make clear.
The president has just written on Truth Social that Mike Waltz is going to become the new U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
Well, there you go.
Fabulous. And in addition to that, he says that in the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as National Security Advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Do you know how long he's going to be serving in both roles?
It is clear that I just heard this from you.
You know what? Why don't you come up here and I'll ask you some questions, okay? By the way, if it sounds crazy that Marco Rubio has 2 separate jobs, that's actually only half of his jobs.
Marco Rubio is very busy right now. Our own David Gura reminding us that he's right now Secretary of State, Interim National Security Advisor, Acting Administrator of USAID, and also Acting Archivist for the United States. That's a lot of work. Those are a lot of jobs.
Yeah, and I don't know how you balance working 4 jobs all at the same time, but I'm going to guess it probably involves doing a shitty job. And he's actually working 5 jobs when you consider the hardest job of them all.
being a father. Which reminds me. Honey, you're gonna have to put the kids to bed tonight because I'm gonna go get drunk at Dave & Buster's. But amazingly, Trump hasn't been firing administration officials all that much because partly, most of them have really learned a lesson about staying on his good side. Let me show you how bad it can get. 3 days ago, Pam Bondi was on Fox News making an outrageous claim about Trump's success stopping fentanyl deaths.
Since Donald Trump has been in office, DEA has seized over 21 million fentanyl pills. That's 21 million lives saved in my opinion.
21 million people. 21 million people. Just for context, 70,000 people die from fentanyl in an entire year. But we're supposed to believe that in 3 months, Trump prevented 21 million fentanyl deaths. I guess a lot more people were planning to try fentanyl this year, huh? Were you guys? Because if everyone's doing it, I'll do it. I'm not a pussy. All right. This audience is pro-fentanyl. Now, to be fair to Bondi, she must have realized these numbers were way off because 2 days later, she corrected herself.
Since he's been in office, DEA has taken 22.2 million fentanyl pills off the streets. This is 119 million lives Donald Trump has saved since January. Pretty remarkable.
Oh my God! 119 million? He saved 100 more million lives in 2 days? Wow. Keep in mind, the entire population of the United States is 340 million. So she's crediting Trump with saving the lives of a third of the entire country. Pam, what are you talking about? Are you on the fence? Because you sound high as right now, okay? All right. But you know what? Bondi sobered up. She checked her math. She realized something was off again. Because during Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday, she came back and corrected herself one more time.
President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, which saved, be ready for this, media, 258 million lives.
258! 258 million lives? What is happening here? At the rate Trump is saving lives, death will cease to exist by August. Man, you gotta love the way she turns to the camera like, are you ready for this, media? No, we weren't ready for that. We were not ready. There was no way anybody could ever have been ready for the number you were about to say. Even J.D. Vance wasn't ready. Look at his face when he hears her say that shit.
Be ready for this, media, 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day.
I've never seen a man blink. What the is this woman talking about? But of course he knows it's bullshit. He went to Yale, right? It's no Harlem University, but they know math. The point is, by the time we're done with the next 100 days, Trump will have saved, and are you ready for this, media? 347 bajillion lives.
Here we are, less than 2 months out from the election. We've basically got a tie race. The candidates are doing everything they can do to ramp up the excitement. Kamala is speaking to voters in Pennsylvania, in spice stores. Trump is speaking to voters encased in bulletproof glass, and J.D. Vance is trying to counter accusations that he's weird by swimming in the pool with his shirt on. Starting to feel bad for this guy. And this time around, Trump may hang his VP on mercy. Although, if you ask me, this might be the most relatable thing J.D. Vance has ever done. Don't worry, J.D., I'm with you. but so are millions of other men with pepperoni nipples. I see you. Now, while J.D. Vance appeals to the self-conscious middle schooler vote, Donald Trump has secured the endorsement of RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and Elon Musk. 3 people who will help Trump reach voters who are undecided about what shape the earth is. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris just got an endorsement of her own.
Former Republican Vice President Dick Cheney announced that he will not vote for GOP nominee Donald Trump, but instead will back the Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris.
Wow. See, Kamala has something for everyone. Whether you're a trans person of color, or a white construction worker in the heartland, or an unrepentant war criminal who needs the blood of Iraqi children to power the machine that keeps him alive and out of the flames of hell for one more day, Kamala is your candidate. And by the way, apologies to those of you who saw Dick Cheney's name trending on Twitter over the weekend and were like, oh my God, this is it. But, sorry. All of these endorsements and campaign stops and solo wet t-shirt contests will come to a head tomorrow night when Kamala and Donald face off in a debate that could decide this election. I don't need to tell you how high the stakes are, because we all remember how the last debate between Trump and Joe Biden went. You know, not as bad as I remembered. Now, Kamala definitely has an advantage compared to Biden because of the whole not being riddled by age thing, but she's still preparing diligently, perhaps too diligently.
Sources who are familiar with how Vice President Harris is preparing for the debate tell me she's diligently getting ready for this by going to a hotel in Pittsburgh, spending hours doing mock debates, including with an aide who's dressing like former President Donald Trump.
I'm sorry, you're having a guy dressed like Donald Trump? Is that something the campaign thinks she needs to prepare for? Now, Madam Vice President, he might come out wearing a tie that's slightly longer than usual. Don't freak out. We trained for this. Meanwhile, Trump is preparing for the debates a little differently.
All the reporting indicates that he's taking this easy, he's taking this casually. He doesn't have debate prep, so to speak. He has what they call policy time, just to refresh his memory about what he might say on stage.
Oh! They're giving him policy time. Such an important part of childhood development. You can do it, Donald. 2 more minutes of policy time, and then you can watch 3 Paw Patrols. But, you know what? It's good to know that Trump is getting into the nitty-gritty of policy, because you want a president who's up to speed on the nuances of the issues. It isn't just pulling stuff out of his ass.
Kamala supports states being able to take minor children and perform sex change operations. Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves the house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much, go have a good day at school, and your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this?
No, I can't imagine this because it's an insane thing you just made up. Do you? Really? Do you really think a kid goes to school one day and comes back with a full sex change operation? That's ridiculous. Americans getting free health care? Not happening. Donald, do you think this is even remotely a possibility? Apart from everything else, one time in middle school, I told the nurse I had a stomach ache, and she put a Band-Aid on my stomach. I have a hard time believing they're doing full-scale operations. Well, you know what? Everybody's thinking a lot about school safety, and it's refreshing to see a politician take a step beyond thoughts and prayers and actually do something to protect our children from the biggest threat they face at school. Mass sex changes, apparently. And some people would say that Donald Trump's biggest challenge at the debate tomorrow is that he can't open his mouth without rambling incoherently. But you ask Trump about this, he says no. No. I ramble very coherently.
And I look forward to the debate with her. You know, I do the weave. You know what the weave is? We'll talk about like 90 different things and they all come back brilliantly together. And it's like, and friends of mine that are like English professors have said, it's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen.
Oh, yes, the weave. I thought your brain was broken, but now that you did those hand motion things, I see it's a tactic. I mean, all your English professor friends are impressed. Which professor is that? Is that Professor Hogan or Dr. Rock? I mean, forget English professors. Trump's friends are barely English speakers.
Both candidates have now entered the arena. Biden and Trump did not greet each other, and Kamala, oh wait, you know, she went for the handshake, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible display of the upward tension that happens when your son is dating a biracial girl and you meet her parents for the first time. Joy. Konnichiwa. As per tradition in American politics, the first question is always asked by the most handsome person in a 10 to 15 mile radius.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
First, yowza. Second, answer the question respectfully.
I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses. I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000.
Holy shit, we're one question in and we're all millionaires. Oh my God. Donald, your response to the question, is the economy better now than it was 4 years ago?
We have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say after surviving the PTSD of the last presidential debate, how unbelievably refreshing it is to go back to the same old, nobody's going to answer any fucking questions. This is unbelievable. We're back. America's back. Yeah. You ask them a question, they just turn the tide and answer whatever they want to answer. And now that we're returning to the cliches, the standards of American political theater, I think it's only fair if someone would do the honors of the first baseless ad hoc.
She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country,
oh shit. She's about to be like, motherfucker, let's just do this. She's about to, a Marxist, she's about to open up a can of ass capital on Donald Trump. Lindsay Davis, you better change the subject before the fingers on Kamala's hand.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion.
Okay. I'm not superstitious, but this is where the wheels fell off. I was asked about abortion and they somehow spun it into wire demonstration. And he ended with a classic phrase we'll never forget, and that's when we finally beat Medicare. They're feeling it too, ladies and gentlemen. As before President Trump, you have the first crack at answering why you killed Roe.
we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And I did something that nobody thought was possible.
John Stewart from the I Was Watching This Live Times Picayune. What you just said, yeah, that's actually insanely false. The majority of people wanted it. You know what? Kamala Harris, can you address this with a bit more eloquence?
I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot? She didn't want that?
She crashed that. This is like... Day movies where you get to go back and fix the bad way that something happened earlier to the good way, and then you learn Italian and the piano, and then you get sad and then despondent, and then you learn anyway, Trump will now finally have to answer to his abortion policy.
You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe.
You know, student loan smoke bomb. But we're settling into a rhythm here. Nice back and forth. I got to give it to Trump. He's sticking to his guns. He's not letting Kamala Harris get under his skin. I actually think she's not going to be able to meet him.
I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
He's just gonna start taking off his ears! I feel like that's it, motherfucker, let's go! Folks, the eagle has landed. She has attacked what is Donald Trump's most cherished family member, his rally crowds. Donald, remember your dream. The question is about why you killed the bipartisan immigration bill. You don't need to think about it.
First, let me respond to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies.
Son of a bitch!
People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
These unbelievable rally, people don't leave with eating dogs! Springfield, the immigrants are eating people's dogs! Which reminds me, if I may, producer. A quick reminder to all the pet owners out there. Always remember to leash your dogs. It's an important way to keep your dogs from fighting other dogs or being hit by a car or being eaten by your immigrant neighbors. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, fuck off, Dick Cheney. I'm sorry. You were saying?
I just want to clarify here, you bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the...
People on television said my dog was taken and used for food, so maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people on television saying that dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that.
Having spent some time in Springfield myself, I believe I know what's happening here. I believe Trump himself may be becoming one of Springfield's most famous residents. And I believe we have some footage.
You frighten me at all. No one listens to you.
Someone ate my dog! And finally, no debate with the former president would be complete without addressing the former president's closing number of the Trump show's first time.
Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
It wasn't done by me, it was done by others. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job. I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech.
You spent 2 months riling up your base that our country had literally been stolen from them through fraudulent means that you could never even get a whiff of in a court of law, and let yourself just abuse them. You pressed on. You abused their trust. You showed up for a speech. You fucking tweeted, "Join me on January 6th. It will be wild." But suddenly now, I was just a hired magician did a bar mitzvah. I didn't do anything. I showed up with a hat and a rabbit, and then the whole party went out of control. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if this debate's going to change anything. I really don't. People are awfully set in the manner that they view these proceedings. What I think is a home run answer for one candidate, someone else views as a dodge or a lie or any of those other things. In some ways, it doesn't matter what they say anymore. But one thing will always be true, and it is the quality of the former president I respect the least. Whenever he is cornered and forced to face even the smallest of consequences for his own mendacity and scheming, he reverts to the greatest refuge of scoundrels. As Shaggy would say, "It wasn't me. I did nothing wrong. I just showed up. They're the ones who went crazy." This man who constantly professes to be your champion, who says they're going to have to go through him to get to you, will always, when the boat is going down, be the first into the lifeboats, because in that moment he will always say the same thing. "I didn't know anything about it. I was just told to show up for a cruise," even though everybody knows he was the fucking captain of the ship. In any other country, that lack, in any other country, in any other country, that lack of accountability would be disqualified. But in this country, it means the race is tighter than ever. Excuse me for just 1 second.
Last night, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump took to the debate stage to make their cases to Taylor Ellison Swift. And whoever else happened to be watching. It was not a good night for Trump. In terms of personal tragedies for him, I put it somewhere between losing the 2020 election and the day Fox News started letting female anchors wear pants. Somewhere in there. And there was one moment that was probably the best example of just how badly Trump did.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Sir, the question was, state your name. Now, you were one of the many people last night wondering why Trump was shouting, "They're eating the dogs!" Let me explain. It started with a random Facebook post where someone accused a Haitian immigrant of stealing and eating their neighbor's daughter's friend's cat. And if there's one thing we know about Facebook posts, it's that they're always rigorously fact-checked. But as with any unfounded rumor on Facebook, obviously this got picked up by the right-wing establishment and spread across the internet. Even J.D. Vance promoted it while simultaneously acknowledging it was completely unfounded. You might say he jumped in the misinformation pool, but kept his shirt on. Which brings us to last night. If there's one thing we know about a racist conspiracy theory, it's that Donald Trump's brain will swallow it whole like a hungry immigrant at Petco. And that's how a random Facebook post turned into Donald Trump's campaign slogan, "They're eating cats and dogs." So, it seemed like Trump had a rough performance. But you know what? It's just my opinion. You can also tell that Donald Trump is the loser because he did all the things losers do when they lose. Number one, complaining about the refs.
I thought they were very unfair to the moderators. Everybody did.
I thought it was terrible from the standpoint of ABC. It was 3-1. It was a rigged deal, as I assumed it would be, because when you looked at the fact that they were correcting everything and not correcting with her.
Yeah, man. They were correcting you because of the things you were saying. That's barely fact-checking. The moderators were reacting like normal human beings react when you hear the craziest shit you've ever heard. Like, if you were at a cocktail party and your friend said, "Trans immigrants are eating dogs in Ohio," you would say, "What the f*** are you talking about, Stu?" No, they aren't. You wouldn't be like, "Okay, thank you for that. Let's move on to foreign policy." You know what? It wasn't just blaming the refs. Another way you know Trump lost is that he was accusing his opponent of cheating.
They had a rigged show with somebody that maybe even had the answers. I mean, I'll be honest. I watched her talk, and I said, she seems awfully familiar with the questions.
You think she was cheating because she seemed familiar with the questions? It's a presidential debate. They always ask the same questions. It's like being suspicious that someone knows all the words to take me out to the ball game. How will you fix the economy? What's your stance on abortion? Do you promise not to overthrow the government? Standard boilerplate debate questions. Meanwhile, Trump seemed awfully familiar with the questions that nobody asked, like, who's eating all the cats in Springfield, Ohio? But maybe the best way you know Trump lost the debate is that he repeatedly insisted he won.
I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92-6, 88 to 11.
Every single poll last night had me winning like 90-10. We had C-SPAN at one point was an 80-20.
We looked at one poll, it was 92-7. We had a 92% rating in one poll. We had an 86% rating in another. We had 77%, 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%.
Wow! Those certainly were numbers. Is this what Trump did during his debate prep? Memorize all the numbers between 70 and 98? In fact, every moment since the debate ended last night, Trump has been spinning and spinning and spinning. I mean, just listen to his response after Taylor Swift announced she is endorsing Kamala Harris.
Well, I actually like Mrs. Mahomes much better, if you want to know the truth. She's a big Trump fan. I was not a Taylor Swift fan.
Oh, really? Really, Donald? You prefer Brittany Mahomes? What's your top 5 Brittany Mahomes songs? Is this really his angle? Well, I don't care, Taylor, because I like your boyfriend's co-worker's wife better. This has just been a day of pathetic, desperate spinning. I mean, imagine if Donald Trump spent all that energy on doing things correctly instead of pretending he did things correctly. I mean, if he had worked harder preparing for the debate, maybe he wouldn't have had to pretend he won the debate. If he had worked harder to win in 2020, maybe he wouldn't have to pretend the election was rigged. And if he had worked harder on January 6th, maybe he could have overthrown the government and wouldn't have to be debating in the first place. It's called work ethic, Donald. Come on. Of course, spinning his performance last night. As aforementioned, Vice President J.D. Vance was asked about why Donald Trump ranted about illegal immigrants eating pets. And his response was illuminating.
Why push something that's not true?
Well, first of all, city officials have not said it's not true. They've said they don't have all the evidence.
They said they have no evidence.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening. So they very clearly, meaning the people on the ground dealing with this, think that it is happening. And I think that it's important for journalists to actually get on the ground and uncover this stuff for themselves.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is not my main takeaway from the story, but someone's cat went missing, so they called their senator. I mean, were they like, should I go right to the President of the United States, or should I start with my senator? You gotta update those emergency numbers on your fridge, Barry. Come on. Meanwhile, on the Democratic side, Kamala Harris is basking in the endorsement of Taylor Swift, who posted her support to her 283 million Instagram followers this week, which I'm sure the conservatives are taking away.
I'm allowed to criticize Taylor Swift, and I don't give a shit who gets upset. This is disgusting. If she wants to vote Harris Walsh, she can do it all she wants. But to say the reason she's doing it is because of Tim Walz's stance on LGBTQ, F you, Taylor Swift.
I guess I'll find someone else to go with me to the Eras Tour, huh? You know what, maybe I'll just rip them off. Who cares? Oh, they're easy. Just buy them on StubHub, guys. I'm sure not all conservatives are as mad as Megyn Kelly. In fact, some of them went to great lengths to reassure themselves that Taylor Swift's unhinged.
We admire Taylor Swift's music, but I don't think most Americans, whether they like her music or fans of hers or not, are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is fundamentally disconnected from the interests and the problems of most Americans.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine people relating to a celebrity billionaire? Someone who's been on Time magazine or hosted SNL or been in a Kanye West music video. I can't imagine anybody being impressed with that. I'm J.D. Vance and I have no sense of irony. So who else in the right-wing ecosphere is completely unbothered by the Taylor endorsement?
Here's the thing. Who cares? Okay? I buy music or I go to a movie because I like what the actor is, how he's acting, or I like the singer. I don't give a damn what you think politically. You're not going to move me one way or another. What makes you think that the way you think should influence other people? You sing for a living. Just deal with that.
Okay. A little harsh. But Judge Janine Pirro has standards. She's not going to be impressed by some celebrity taking a political stance. That's not something that's going to excite her, ever.
The Rock is delivering a smackdown on the Biden campaign.
Okay, look. You really expect Judge Janine to remember what she said 4 months ago? I'm pretty sure she's had a Pacific Ocean amount of white wine since then. You know what? It's honestly exhausting trying to keep up with the right-wing media's spinning and its lies. And if you were paying attention yesterday, you probably saw this picture of Joe Biden, where he's wearing a Trump 2024 hat. And a bunch of Trump fans called him senile and demented, which was mean, and also a weird thing to say to a guy for wearing your candidate's hats. I want to show you what actually happened in that moment, because dare I say it was a moment of actual fun. And when was the last time this campaign gave us something fun?
They're eating the dogs.
Aside from that, yesterday, Joe Biden was at an event honoring the first responders on September 11th. And several people at the event were wearing Trump shirts, which frankly is a cool thing about America. I mean, nobody in Russia is meeting Vladimir Putin wearing an Ebola shirt, you know? If they do, they're not leaving for the door. So, Joe Biden not only didn't throw
Suno? You autograph it? Oh, shit, all over it. You remember your name? I don't remember my name. I'm slow. It's really important. I mean, it's sort of important. Yeah, I know, man. I'm an old guy. You're an old fucker. I thought you was nobody else. Hey, what? How can you old? Oh, I know.
Okay. See, that's sort of a nice moment. Two old men from opposite sides coming together to share a laugh while neither of them run for president. And then it got even better.
There you go, man. But I need that help. Want my autograph? Hell no. Come on. I ain't going that far. You're filthy. There he goes.
Now, you know what? I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. If you ask me, this is what you want from the President of the United States when he meets a voter on the other side. He doesn't get mad at him. He doesn't try to hard sell him. He just shows warmth and a bit of empathy. And they did a remarkable thing you don't see among two people on opposite sides these days. They had a laugh. And with a simple exchange of hats, they're able to share something much more meaningful. Lice. Itchy, disgusting, impossible to get rid of lice. And that warms my dead heart.
As you know, the Doge Project, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed up by the Nick Cannon of white people, Elon Musk, is it's in full effect. And it may surprise you, I, for one, happen to be, quite frankly, Doge curious. I'm actually somewhat Doge adjacent. So, Mr. President, if you would.
We have to solve the efficiency problem. We have to solve the fraud, waste, abuse, all of the things that have gone into the government.
Yes! Now, if you had woken up from a coma and heard nothing else that this man had said for the last 10 years, you might think to yourself, I like this guy. I, too, believe government needs to be more efficient, to weed out waste, fraud, and abuse, and deliver the necessary services that Americans rely on more agile. So what do we do first? We pour through the Inspector General's reports that have addressed these things, utilize computerishness to excise redundancies in the system, find ways to more efficiently deliver the government assistance so many Americans rely on? What's first?
Elon Musk and his Doge team firing thousands of federal workers.
They're trying to cut 10% of the federal workforce, which is 200,000 jobs.
Oh! Have we determined if those are effective workers? Is it based on performance? Are you going in with the scalpels so that we don't hit any vessels and vital organs?
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
So, straight amputation, or just amputation. It's like we're treating public servants as some kind of underclass.
The DC creature is like an animal infested with ticks and parasites. Our money is lining these swamp creatures' pockets.
You know what you call someone who sucks up resources in return for nothing? You call them a parasite. And that is what the federal workforce has become.
These saboteurs, the dead-enders, the DEI undercover agents.
The fraudsters, liars, Jews, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing.
Yeah! You! Guy who tests water for appropriate levels of fecal matter? What are we talking about? What? You know, this is a stark emotional whiplash from looking for efficiencies But apparently our nation's civil service is now synonymous with waste, fraud, and abuse. And MAGA world is celebrating with maximum folksy.
The gravy train, for a lot of these folks, it's been on biscuit wheels, and it's about to run off the dead-go tracks, and it's about time.
First of all, there is no way you actually talk like that. No way. You're a congressman from Tennessee. You didn't spring fully formed out of a primordial cracker barrel. Oh, this here bureaucracy is a Chattanooga choo-choo to a crawfish boil on the flapjacks. I'm just stringing food words together like nonsense. Pew, pew. Other reactions were just creepy.
Doge is dishing out spankings like daddy daycare.
I don't remember the spanking scene from Daddy Daycare. Oh, you must mean the gay porn film Daddy Daycare. I get it, Jesse. I get it. You were watching the film that answers the question, what would happen if a bunch of dudes in a daycare? And it just stuck in your head. I gotta tell you, I feel like you can make efficiency recommendations or cuts without necessarily demonizing people who are only carrying out Congress's wishes. But I feel like that. They don't. Here's Donald Trump's new director of the Offices of Management and Budget on his feelings about everyone who works for him.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work.
Mission accomplished. Because these workers are the worst. A hive of scum and villainy. Star Wars. Mostly scum and villainy. Just not the workers you know.
Let me tell you a story about Chris. Let's go to Doge. And this guy's not a DEI consultant. This guy's not a climate consultant. I finally found one person I knew that got Doge, and it hit me in the heart. We just need to be a little bit less callous with the way, Harold, we talk about Doging people.
Do you watch your f***ing show? Yes, you certainly want to be callous, like referring to someone losing their livelihood as being a child being spanked at daycare. But I guess that's just the price of efficiency. Doge is dropping force-guided bombs into the thermal exhaust port that is the Death Star of our bureaucracy. I f***ing love Star Wars. I just love the film. But Doge is Jedi-level shit, man.
The FDA is looking to rehire around 300 people. The Trump administration will reverse staffing cuts to the National Health Fund.
Hundreds of workers at the National Nuclear Security Administration fired, then nearly all rehired days later.
The Veterans Affairs Department reinstated terminated employees, and the USDA is rescinding termination letters sent to people working on the response to bird flu.
When I said you were criminal parasites, I obviously wasn't referring to I have the bird flu. Come back to work. Please. But that's fine. Staffing is only part of the Doge mission. There's other crazy shit we can cut.
We don't need to be wasting money on ridiculous items like seeing how fast shrimp can run on treadmills.
1.5 million to see the effect of yoga on goats.
$1 million to study Mexican ducks in their wetland facilities.
Studies on the effect of meditation on parrots.
Nearly $1 million to study if cocaine makes Japanese quail more sexually promiscuous.
I'm going to go with yes on that last one. I feel that I, not a scientist, can very confidently state pre-experiment, if you are a Japanese quail with an 8-ball, you are getting your cloaca sucked. may be the most favorite thing I've ever said on this show. But no, now, obviously, that list of programs, some of them are being presented to seem even more ridiculous, and some of those were completely invented out of thin air. But the point is, why are we spending money on things that seem obviously stupid? Even though a government-funded study on Gila monsters is how we ended up with Ozempic. By the way, quick pitch. Weight gain also would be solved by Japanese quail cocaine. It's really the Star Wars of drugs, cocaine. No downsides. You'd be having your cloacas sucked in no time. All right, but even if this project of Doge is animated by malice for administrators and is seemingly rash and occasionally cutting off critical government functions out of haste, the savings alone will be worth it. On the Doge website, they posted $16 billion saved just in canceled contracts. Interesting, if true.
A closer look shows big problems. For example, Doge claimed axing a single immigration and customs contract saved $8 billion. Turns out that contract was worth a maximum of $8 million.
The Wall Street Journal estimates the actual amount saved at not $16 billion, but closer to $2.5.
Who amongst us hasn't lied about saying something is 16 when it's really 2.5 billion inches? That's not true either. See, it seems that Doge is struggling a bit to get its footing. From made-up claims about $50 million of taxpayer money going for gauze and condoms, to billions in Social Security payments to dead people, a claim that turned out to not be real, despite what you've heard.
We have millions and millions of people over 100 years old, because they're obviously fraudulent or incompetent. But if you take all of those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80 and 70 and 90, but not 200 years old.
True. You can't argue with that if only it were happening. But it's not happening. We're not paying millions and millions of dead people's Social Security money. And even if there was a 200-year-old man walking around, he wouldn't need Social Security. He'd still be in Congress. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. Cutting money shouldn't be this hard. I'm starting to think that we as a country don't understand where the real waste, fraud, and abuse in our system really is. Maybe the savings we gleaned from cutting VA nurses and iguana STD studies isn't where the real money is. Let me see if I can noodle. You know what? Let me join Doge. I'm going to see if I can noodle some ideas here. I want to get down some certain ideas. I want to do, there we go. I got that. This is my wannabe accountant kit, so I got it on Amazon for $5,000. My accountant. So we're looking to save taxpayers some money, and I know. Oh, let me think. We got the studies that are done, how about we just take $3 billion in subsidies we give to oil and gas companies that already turn billions in profit? How long did that take? Oh, wait! How about we just close down the capital on hedge funds? That's $1.3 billion a year. Oh, how about we stop the $2 trillion we've given to defense contractors to build a fighter jet that blows when everybody knows the next war is going to be fought with drones and blockchain, whatever that is. Holy shit! I can't believe it. I just saved us billions of dollars in 11 seconds. Just call me Big Balls. Right? I'm sorry, I'm being told that nickname is already taken. Can I get a Doge nickname? Well, disturbingly low-hanging balls, really? Oh, but you've never heard of how would you even know that? Oh, but see, this is where the real money is. The real money, the money our free market-ish system uses to prop up corporate profit at the expense of the taxpayer. Pharmaceutical companies get everything from our government: tax breaks, research grants, patent extensions, worth billions of dollars. And what do we the people get for it? The highest drug prices in the Western Hemisphere. And for some reason, the possibility of an infection in our perineum. Why would you take a drug that would give you an infection in your perineum? And why are they telling us about it at dinner time? But you know what's so horrible about our system now? And the corruption that lay within it? We're so f***ing numb to it, we actually tout tiny cracks in that exploitation as victory.
President touting the first ever negotiations with pharmaceutical companies to lower the cost of 10 drugs.
And today, I'm proud to announce that Medicare has reached agreement with all manufacturers on all 10 drugs selected in the first round of negotiation.
Oh, can it be? The companies we subsidize with billions of dollars are allowing us the privilege to negotiate the price of 10 of their drugs? And 10 is all of them, right? It would be embarrassing if it was a small drop in the bucket and that the American people didn't expect that we should negotiate for all their f***ing drugs because we've already paid for it with our subsidies. I'll be going to the hospitals. What we do in pharmaceutical companies is like the worst Shark Tank deal in f***ing history. But we're asking for billions of dollars of your money. Oh, what do we get, 10% of your company? No. Do we get a discount? No. What do we get? Have you checked your perineum? We live in the upside down, and don't blame the corporations. They are profit-seeking psychopaths that need the lowest wages and the cheapest raw materials to drive their highest profits. But why do we, the taxpayers, subsidize their psychopathy? That's the waste, fraud, and abuse in our system. That's it. That's what we should be going after. Not the fantastical, overgenerous terrorist condom allowances.
In another program, $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. You know, Robert? $100 million for condoms. Condoms. Does everybody know what a condom is?
You delivering the speech at an elementary school? Why wouldn't they know what condoms are? Look, capitalism is by definition exploitative. It's how it operates. That's fine. But then government's role should be to ease the negative effects on Americans of that exploitation, not subsidize that treachery with our money. We're getting f***ed at a Diddy party, and they're making us buy the baby oil. I want Doge to work. I want better efficiencies. I want to get rid of the alphabet agencies that don't do enough. Make the Pentagon pass an audit. But we are doging in the wrong place if we want to really change the system. Companies like Walmart, McDonald's make billions of dollars in taxpayer-subsidized profits. Yet many of their hardworking employees need taxpayer-subsidized public assistance. Airlines get billions in bailouts that they use in stock buybacks and bonuses. But if you're on food assistance, you're not allowed to buy hot food with it. Because apparently heated entrees are for winners. We are subsidizing the very system that makes workers' lives harder in the first place. All in the name of freedom and liberty. But the greatest restriction of freedom in this country isn't DEI and pronoun pressure. It's f***ing poverty and struggle. And the government's role, I'm not done. Yet government's role should be to end the corruption that enables that exploitation. That's what the Democrats should be doing. Every day. Every day at 5 p.m. sharp, the Democrats should go live on Facebook and do the people's audit. Find the absurdities and the remedies in our exploitative system. Get someone like AOC or Jasmine Crockett or Chris Murphy or anybody that doesn't sound like they're complaining why there's no more frozen yogurt at the cafeteria in the villages. I'm sorry. You have no riz. And we need something more than shouting. We need to do something constructive to anchor our hopes. A new acronym for a new age. It's not MAGA. It's something more like Make America Not Governed in Obviously Negative. Abort! I'm kidding! No vigilantes!
Donald Trump promised he could secure a peace deal within 1 day of taking office, which means he is now negative 34 days ahead of schedule. Good work, sir. As we know, the Ukraine war began in 2022 when Putin invaded Ukraine on 3 separate fronts while launching missile attacks on Ukrainian cities. Or as Donald Trump puts it,
President Trump has made a series of false assertions blaming Ukraine for starting the war.
You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
That's an interesting interpretation in that it's not what happened. In fact, it's the exact opposite of what happened. And this has set off alarm bells for a lot of conservatives, including Brian Kilmeade, Trump's buddy and the Joey Tribbiani of Fox and Friends. He tried to gently push back when Trump started to blame the destruction of Ukraine on President Zelensky.
You have a man who's led a country that had the most beautiful cities that they demolished, had the most beautiful domes. Those domes are the most beautiful.
But it's all
in the world.
Russia's. But that's Russia's fault, though, Mr. President. Russia
They're all
did the
demolished, 1,000-year-old domes, and everything's demolished.
But Mr. President, that's Vladimir Putin's fault. Don't you agree?
I get tired of listening to it. He makes it very hard to make deals. But look what's happened to his country. It's been demolished.
But no, I hear you. But Mr. President, you know who's to blame for that.
Everyone
Don't you think it's Vladimir Putin that did the invasion unwarranted, to try to take back land he had no right to? And don't you think fundamentally that's that? And if you could just, and now both sides want to talk, it seems, so we should just get to that point?
They only want to talk because of me.
But this is how off the rails Trump is. His beloved Fox News is saying, Mr. President, you sound crazy, and I believe DEI causes tornadoes. And he's right, not about the DEI causing tornadoes. We all know trans people cause tornadoes, but about this war. Under Donald Trump, America has fully taken Russia's side, which means, are we the bad guys now? Well, that didn't answer that. But I think we might be the bad guys. It's not just Republicans who are alarmed. The entire continent of Europe is freaking the out. If the United States will help Russia take over Ukraine, who's next? Poland? Latvia? Slovenia? Slovakia? Albania? Estonia? Yeah, I got a 97 in AP Geography. Thank you. Thank you. I would have gotten 100, but I misspelled my name. So yesterday, Europe tried to get Trump back on its side by sending over its most charismatic Trump whisperer, Emmanuel Macron of France. And right from the start of that meeting, you could really see how he let his guard down.
Par la discussion sur les minerais critiques, ils sont en train de finaliser.
That is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the beautiful, elegant, beautiful language.
Yeah, Trump just loves a French accent, probably because it's the native tongue of his hero, Pepe Le Pew. Something about that pervert skunk that Trump finds so relatable. But Macron's accent gives him a lot of leeway to gently correct Trump every time he spews bullshit.
I mean, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Europe
is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total efforts, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money.
Look at him. Look at that smile. The guy is smitten. Usually if someone confronts him about being wrong, he takes away their security detail, but he's letting Macron do whatever he wants. I think a sexy accent is his kryptonite. I assumed it was vegetables, but to be fair, it's not just Macron. Trump was swooning over anyone with a sexy accent.
I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing.
Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not in this day. Where are you from?
Italy.
From Italy. Oh, I love Italy.
Oh, Italy. I love that restaurant with the grocery store attached. Which section are you from? Formaggio? Produce? Self-checkout? By the way, Trump is the only person on earth who has ever asked an Italian person to talk louder. Of course, as we saw last week, not every accent does it for him. Sometimes it just confuses him.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite the Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying.
What someone is saying, don't be rude and dismiss them. Just laugh and go, oh my God, that's so crazy, like a normal person. I mean, is Trump sure that he wants to be president? Because this is the worst job in the world if you don't understand accents. It's like working as an escort if you're still not 100% sure which hole it's supposed to go in. Although, would that actually make you a great escort? By the way, if you're wondering how tough Indian accents are for Trump, he had to get a translator for it. Not for the language, for the accent.
It is evident that how the deep state of the United States was involved in regime change. So what is your point of view about the Bangladesh?
And what is the role that the deep state played in this mission?
I can't believe Doge is going around looking for inefficiencies. Meanwhile, Trump has an English-to-English translator. A translator for accents, why does the translator also have an accent? Maybe the plan was to have a string of translators with slightly less of an accent until they finally got to something Trump could process. Eventually it'll just be the word Bangladesh written across the boobs of a swimsuit model. Oh, now I get it. Anyway, back to Macron. Now, you might think that it's not wise for Europe to hinge its survival on the seductive power of Macron's accent, but Trump himself admitted that it works.
I just want to tell you a little story. So we were at the Eiffel Tower having dinner with your wonderful wife and with my wonderful wife, and we came out and he started speaking the French deal. And we didn't have an interpreter, and he was going on and on and on, and I was just nodding, yes, yes, yes. And he really sold me out, because I got back the next day and I read the papers. I said, that's not what we said. He's a smart customer, I will tell you.
Hold on. Forget the accent. What was going on with that handshake? Are they doing the, no, you hang up, but with their hands? Today was a big day for Donald Trump. He had a meeting with every member of his cabinet, and he even invited the president. By the way, thanks for dressing up, Elon. Don't let us keep you from a blackjack tournament in 2006. But yes, Elon did have a seat at the table. Well, not an actual seat. He was more looming over it, like an Ed Hardy Sith Lord. And some reporters wondered if that created tension with the actual cabinet members, given that he keeps trying to fire all of their staff.
President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you.
I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if you had heard anything about members of the cabinet who weren't happy with the way things were going.
Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. You're unhappy, say it. If you are, we'll throw them out of here. Is anybody unhappy?
It's nice to know that someone gets a vote on whether Elon Musk should be running the country. It would have been awkward if someone started to raise their hand before everyone else started clapping. Me? Oh, no, I wasn't raising my hand. I was just about to do a Nazi salute. Phew, good save. So everyone is proud of the job that Elon is doing, and Elon agrees.
And I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately.
I'm sorry, you accidentally, very briefly canceled what? I hate to be giving efficiency notes to the efficiency master, but perhaps next time we keep Ebola prevention going the whole time. Is Elon really asking for credit for only canceling Ebola prevention a little bit? It's like he dropped a baby and went, what? Look how fast I picked it up. 5-second rule. I think we should be a little more careful, especially when we're already dealing with a measles outbreak. But don't worry, Elon is not in charge of that. RFK Jr. is.
There's 124 people who have contracted measles at this point. Mainly, we're told in the Mennonite community. There are 2 people who have died, but we're watching it. So it's not unusual. We have measles outbreaks every year.
Quick question. When you say we have measles outbreaks every year, are you talking about America or like you? Right now, it sounds like you might take out that whole room. And that would be terrible, I want to say. Yes, RFK is overseeing the measles outbreak, and he has promised that he will personally, if the hospital allows it, consume all of the corpses of those infected. So he's really seeing to it. And this cabinet meeting was kind of a waste of time, okay? But Trump has been getting some stuff done. For example, yesterday he signed an executive order that forces hospitals to be transparent with their prices. And look, that seems like a good idea, and I am perfectly capable of admitting it when Donald Trump did something good. When Donald Trump did something good. When Donald Trump did something good. I can't say it! I can't say it! Why is this so hard? Thank God those don't come along very often. Of course, because it's Donald Trump, most people will never hear about this price transparency thing because at the same meeting, he seemed more interested in doing stuff like this.
Do you have one of those Trump was right about everything hats? Give me all of them. Look. See that? Trump was right about everything. Just came in. Somebody said, I said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them, right? But we were, pretty much. You want one?
Okay, first of all, that is way too much text, guys. If your hat needs a bookmark, it's not a good hat. And look, I hate to quibble with the hat, but Trump wasn't right about everything, okay? There were a couple of small things. I don't know, Haitian immigrants weren't eating cats and dogs. There wasn't $50 million worth of condoms sent to Gaza. Belgium is not a city. The 2020 election wasn't stolen. China doesn't operate the Panama Canal, nor does it. And the best taco bowls are not made at the Trump Tower Grill. Trump was right about everything. Now, I'm not trying to be a hater, but if you're going to own a hat with a ridiculous lie on it, at least make it a fun, ridiculous lie. Which is why I'm selling these. Garfield did 9/11. Get yours today, before he finishes the job. But obviously Trump didn't bring everybody into the Oval Office just to sell hats. He was there to sell something much more fancy.
We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card, this is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus.
Oh, green card privileges plus. See, I was still getting America with ads. Quick question. If I'm unhappy with America, can I cancel my subscription after 7 days? I am curious, what does this gold card do?
It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money.
Did this guy just put a cover charge on America? It's $5 million to get in, but he'll waive it if you bring in 3 hot girls with you. I mean, I guess it beats the old way of becoming a citizen, which was to marry Donald Trump, but still. I feel like immigrant stories are going to be a lot less inspiring in the future. My grandfather came to this country with nothing but $5 million and the clothes in his custom Louis Vuitton 5-piece trunk set. Although I have to admit, I don't totally hate the idea of buying your way into a country. Hey, Canada. How you doing, girl? I'm just going to come out and say it. I want to be in you. And listen, I don't have $5 million, but I do have $4 and a cough drop. And this orange hat. Let's talk about it. Now, you might be thinking, wait a second, if the U.S. is just going to put citizenship up for sale, doesn't that mean that any monster can buy one as long as they're rich? Well, according to Trump,
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card? Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible.
Seems like Trump watched Anora, and his takeaway from that movie was, we need to do more to help out that rich Russian teenager. He's so good at sex. But if you're letting Russians come into the country, you gotta be careful, okay? I don't want to engage in stereotypes, but if you let a Russian in, then there's going to be a smaller Russian inside of him, and then an even smaller Russian inside of him, and on and on and on. There's always another. Since taking office, Donald Trump and the Republicans have been making a lot of big changes, in the same way that Godzilla made some big changes in Tokyo. But there's also been a liberal opposition growing over the past few weeks. People have started taking to the streets and making their voices heard.
Hundreds of federal employees gathered on Capitol Hill for what they call a rally to save the civil service.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? We'll fight against Doge. We'll fight Elon Musk.
Which key are we on? Oh, sorry, but that sounded so bad I had to cleanse my ears with an RFK Jr. speech. Were there any protests that aren't just singing?
There is a unique protest getting underway at the Kennedy Center. 2 dance companies are staging a dance protest, as they're calling it, against the Trump administration's recent takeover of the Kennedy Center.
We have started to see dancers show up here to the Kennedy Center doing a dance called the Nelken line. It's by a German dancer that is pretty popular, they tell me.
now? I demand to dance for the manager. At least, you know what? At least they're getting out there, and these are regular citizens doing their best. It's not their responsibility to block the Trump agenda. That's on the Democratic Party. They have the talent and experience honed from decades of asking me for money. They will know exactly the most effective way to fight Donald Trump.
We need to change the conversation, and that's why I'm launching a new podcast.
Cool. California Governor Gavin Newsom is starting a podcast. I can't believe they rebuilt LA that fast. Glad you have the time. I mean, forgive me for not subscribing to the Gavin Newsom pomade hour, but I think the moment calls for a little more than polite conversation, although some Democrats are taking that very literally.
If you could speak directly to Elon Musk, what would you say?
Ooh, okay. You guys kissed your lobbyists with that mouth? That's right, the Democratic strategy written and directed by Quentin Tarantino. Look, I get the spirit behind it, but cursing in politics doesn't exactly age well. The Gettysburg Address wouldn't have been the classic it became if it went 80 and a ton years ago. Not to mention dropping the F-bomb isn't really for everyone. I noticed Congresswoman Maxine Dexter had a little bit of trouble.
I am going to tell you that we do have to. I don't swear in public very well, but we have to Trump.
You are right. You don't swear in public very well. There are 1,000 ways to say you, and you found literally the only wrong one. I mean, unless she meant, we have to Trump. There's a sign-up sheet next to the stage. Suck him off. Suck him off. But not all Democrats are filling up the swear jar. Some have gone much more highbrow with a little resistance wordplay.
Every time you hear Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, you just remember, it is the Department of Government Evil.
Doge, which actually stands for Destruction of Government by Elon.
Just stands for Department of Gutting Education.
Damn, this oligarchs grab everything.
All right, okay, I see what you did there. I'm just glad that Maxine Dexter didn't join in. She'd be like, more like the Department of Glory Holing Elon. All right. This is what happens when you're the party of liberal arts majors. MAGA stormed the Capitol and Democrats are doing creative writing exercises. But hey, if clever acronyms aren't your thing, Democrats are also pulling out some timely pop culture references.
We also know, of course, that Elon Musk is sending his unqualified Doge staff to carry out this agenda across all of these agencies. And in some cases, actually teenage staffers. They're trying to rob you, and they're probably a minor. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'm sorry, I became a Republican for a second. Look, I don't know how, but I think this congressman somehow just lost the beef for Kendrick. I do think, though, that every rap battle should end with, thank you, I yield my time. Let's all be fair, okay? Because not all of the Democratic messaging has been breaking the cringe-meters. Bernie Sanders has been on an anti-oligarchy tour, and his town halls have been drawing huge crowds. Remember, he's been warning us about the oligarchy way before Elon Musk was wearing a MAGA hat, so this really feels like his moment. Too bad he'll be 87 years old by the time the next election rolls around, unless we can give him the substance. I'm halfway through that movie. I assume it all works out? I'll tell you one Democrat who took it to Trump face to face, the governor of Maine, Janet Mills. Last week, Trump held a meeting at the White House where he called her out for refusing to comply with his ban on trans athletes. And once he did that, she made it clear that she wasn't going to comply with any of his bullshit.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is the Maine here, the governor of Maine?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal law.
Well, we are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
I'll see you in court.
Every state, good, I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a really easy one.
Yes! Andy Cohen will never make a show just as good as what I just watched. That's how you do it. Forget singing, forget dancing. This is how you confront Trump, with tipsy and energy. Define the issues and force the court to pick a side.
Which side
No,
are
no,
you
no,
on?
no, stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Get it out of here. Stop.
But first, and I'm so glad you're with us today, let's talk about our beloved president. Show some respect. He's in a bit of a tough situation right now since he ran on fixing the economy. And fixing the economy is very complicated, it's very tricky. You need professionals. But Trump is one of those guys who's like, I can do it, I know what I'm doing. He watched a YouTube video and he opened up the hood and he was like, oh, it's the wire from the carburetor and it's on fire. And then his wife comes out and is like, I told you to call somebody. And then he's like, you don't believe in me. And scene. Now you see why I'm not in many movies. The point being, yesterday, Trump sat down for an interview with NBC's Meet the Press host, Kristen Welker, and the challenge was clear. The president had to find a way to persuasively take credit for the remaining good parts of the economy, while suddenly assigning blame to Joe Biden for the bad on fire parts. Let's see how Trump threaded this rhetorical needle.
I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
Nailed it. He went right at it. No attempt at persuasion or allegory or metaphor to Trump, good, Biden, bad. He's a regular Shakespeare. Maybe Shakespeare would have been better off with the Trump approach. Act 1, Scene 1, Romeo and Juliet. Hey, Juliet, it's Romeo. Let's and then kill ourselves. I want to thank my family. Look, I'm trying very hard in this new Trump flood the zone media ecosystem strategy to not get too high or low, to not take the bait, to find things in my life that give me pleasure or peace. For instance, quick story, I have a niece, 11 years old, loves dolls. I was going to get her 20 or 30 of them for her birthday, just to see the joy of a child. You can't put a price tag on that. It gives me great solace. Anyway, like I said, I'm not trying to take these interviews personally.
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls.
First of all, I don't think we consider 11-year-olds baby girls. Second of all, you don't know what she needs. She's been through a lot this year. How many dolls would you get her? What is the appropriate number of dolls to get a beautiful baby 11-year-old girl, Mr. President?
I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls.
It's just not that many dolls. I mean, okay, sure, she could have a small tea party with the dolls, but her dream had been a quasi-realistic conclave reenactment with dolls. That's what she wanted. Fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just tell her the President of the United States said no. You know what? Doesn't matter. Dolls are not her only happy place. She also loves taking standardized tests. No, it's true. Very erudite. So I was thinking of getting her this wonderful baby's first SAT kit. It has all the Scantron sheets and around 250 number 2 pencils. She's gonna go crazy. She is gonna love it.
They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
Motherfucker! How dare you! What kind of a man would deny this poor girl her full complement of pencils for her dream standardized testing toy kit? Is that man A, Ebenezer Scrooge, B, the Grinch, C, an evil stepmonster, or D, all of the above? Oh, that's right, she can't answer because she's already used her entire pencil quota. I'm just saying, like, when Trump is talking about what people should do and get to, like, dolls and pencils, Trump has such a Depression-era view of what kids play with in 2025. Kids don't need 20 sets of those hoops you hit with a stick as you go down the street. Just one hoop is Jim Dandy. But look, to be fair to Donald Trump, his austerity pitch to the American people is in line with the modest way in which Trump conducts his life. Trump has a monastic view of simple living that says, hey, what if Saddam Hussein's palace had a view of Central Park?
We're standing in my apartment at Trump Tower. Some people consider it to be the greatest apartment in the world.
And some people think it's what would look like inside Marie Antoinette's vagina. It was notoriously well appointed. I do want to hand it to Trump. If you notice, a very sparing use of pencils and dolls. He does walk the walk. But look, here's the truth. If a Democrat had even hinted at toy rationing for American children, we'd have a full week of Fox special reports on the sobbing children of socialist America and a boom in gun-toting patriots going, you can have my G.I. Joe when you pry it from a kung fu grip. But at least we're finally getting to address, in a substantive manner, Trump's chaotic stewardship of what was the world's most stable economy, and how Americans are going to have to sacrifice financially and tamp down their consumerist impulse. And that is what has driven so much of our economy, and I guess our waste. And I'm sure the president will use this interview with Welker to cheerlead the effort to a more financially responsible future for all of us.
We're going to have a big, beautiful parade.
A military parade?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We're going to celebrate our military. We have the greatest military in the world.
What's the price tag?
People, peanuts compared to the value of doing it.
We can't afford not to do it! Why don't you believe in me? If you hadn't spent so much on dolls and pencils, we wouldn't even talking about this. And so, but this is the brilliance of Trump. In the same interview where he says to Americans, sorry about your Christmas, suck it up, he talks about a $90 million parade that just so happens to fall on his birthday and is totally worth it.
We have the greatest missiles in the world. We have the greatest submarines in the world. We have the greatest army tanks in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And we're going to celebrate it.
I don't know, Mr. President, if you know how submarines work. But dragging them down Pennsylvania Avenue will most likely void the warranty. But this is why it's so hard to pin Trump down on everything. Because to get to substantive policy questions, you have to face down the fire hose of his nonsense and bullshit that moves you off track. His frenetic nature that means we all end up suffering from a kind of secondhand ADHD, a viral cloud of his unfocused weaving that gives all of us brain fog. We'll know more. Hi, sharks. When I saw the President of the United States starting out on tariffs and ending up on dolls and parades and pencils, I thought, there's got to be a better way. To help Americans figure out which of the things it's okay to get upset about and which things are just him f***ing off. So I invented this chart. Let me show you how it works. First, we take something the President said.
Donald Trump says that he is directing the Bureau of Prisons to reopen Alcatraz.
And then we figure out, is that okay? Sure. It's okay. It's the kind of thing that's okay to just let go. It's just a stupid thing. To keep us occupied. To lose focus on his actual policies. It's okay not to take the bait. To not get sucked into, but why would you want to reopen Alcatraz? What the f*** is that? Why would you want to do that?
The president says he wants to use the island to, quote, house America's most ruthless and violent offenders in this notorious federal prison. It closed in 1963 because it was too expensive to run and repair. It's now been a museum.
What, did Trump think we're low on prisons? What do you... Although I guess any opportunity for Trump to open a prison and simultaneously close a museum is too good to pass up. But it'll take hundreds of millions of dollars, or I don't know how many dolls and pencils, but it's a lot. Does Doge know about this? Does Alcatraz?
Alcatraz officials did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Because they run a museum. They're a museum. They're not. That's what they're not like tough-talking wardens. They're docents with art history degrees. The only person working there is busy fixing those machines that flatten pennies. That's the only person that works. And here's the crazy part about Trump. He throws out these crazy ideas, and then those crazy ideas have days of shelf life. This is a press conference today announcing a partnership with the NFL draft. But now the NFL guys have to just sit there and nod through all this Alcatraz nonsense.
Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing and Alcatraz. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and just represented something. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing, a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Right now it's a big hulk that's sitting there rusting and rotting. It sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak. Got a lot of qualities that are interesting, and I think they make a point.
What point? There is no point! That's not... It's fine. I'm sorry. The chart was supposed to prevent this kind of over-emotional digression. This one's on me. I am not leading the chart-based life right now. I apologize. I can do better. I can do better. Let's go again. And judge whether or not this is an important pronouncement or a brain-fogging digression.
President Trump shared an AI-generated image of himself depicted as the Pope on social media yesterday.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's not the most presidential thing, but Trump and the Pope do share the same taste in interior design, so it's not the worst thing. And it's just a troll. It's not hurting anybody. I mean, Trump wasn't going to heaven anyway, so it's not like it's gonna. I'm not gonna get distracted by it. I'm not gonna. But he can't really be the Pope, can he? Can he be the Pope?
The last time a non-cardinal was Pope was back in 1378, when the Italian Archbishop Bartolomeo Prignano, who had been a monk, was controversially chosen from outside of the College of Cardinals, and he became Pope Urban VI. So, will Donald Trump follow in the 647-year-old footsteps of Bartolomeo Prignano? No, he won't.
You see what you're doing to people, Trump? MSNBC's got to waste valuable airtime fact-checking your f***ing nonsense. Time they could have spent frowning, sighing, and rolling their eyes. Is there anything during this chaotic news cycle that maybe we should keep our eyes on?
Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. Holy shit, that's not okay. But by the way, I don't know. That wasn't a gotcha question. Should the president uphold the Constitution? On Millionaire, that'd be the warm-up question, like, what color is an orange, or name a planet with people on it. I mean, if you can't answer that the president's supposed to uphold the Constitution, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't even let you become a citizen. And before you might say, well, they never told me I was supposed to. Let me refer you back to a cold day in January.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Were you even awake? Preserve, protect, and defend, i.e. uphold. It's not optional. It is not an opportunity for you to lawyer shop loopholes to our nation's founding document. You took an oath in front of God and those who are fighting against God. But the important thing is this. Here's the problem. The volatility of nonsense, from consequential to truly disorienting, is unfathomable. While we're chasing Pope and Alcatraz stories, the Trump administration has gutted funding for America's food banks. They've hollowed out the FAA to the point where Newark Airport is basically inoperable and not in its usual way. And then there's this.
Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. laid off nearly all workers at the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health.
The program offers monitoring and treatment for first responders and survivors diagnosed with 9/11 related health conditions.
I agree. Do you know how bad you have to be to make the lives of sick 9/11 responders worse? The Trump administration is now number 2 on the 9/11 evil power rankings. Al-Qaeda's still number 1, but you're closing the gap. And trust me, there is nothing that you can do to distract me from making sure that those folks are going to get what they've earned from the government.
The White House posting this AI image of a buff Jedi Trump to mark Star Wars Day on May 4th while touting his immigration crackdown.
Here's the thing. I know I'm not supposed to get distracted. He's not a Jedi in that picture. Do you understand? Trump is presenting himself as a Jedi, but his lightsaber is red. And the only way you can have a red lightsaber is by infusing its kyber crystal with the power of your rage and hate, thereby corrupting it into a vessel for the dark side. Therefore, every one of those photos that Trump is he is admitting he's not a Jedi, but in fact, a Sith Lord. And there are always two. So the question is this. Who is he working with? And why do I know all this? Well, I happen to have an extensive collection of Star Wars action figures. 30 to 37 of them, actually. Some call them dolls. I call them friends!
Let's kick things off with a big meeting at the White House. Donald Trump has been obsessed with making Canada the 51st state ever since he found out Epstein Island was not eligible. Well, today, Canada's new Prime Minister came to the White House, which gave Donald Trump an opportunity to make his proposal in person. Come on, Donald, use that Trump charm to put a ring on it.
It would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Aww. It's like watching an episode of Love on the Spectrum. If the spectrum was fascism. Prime Minister Carney, what do you say?
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some places that are never for sale. And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale, ever.
I think Donald Trump just got friend-zoned. Canada's like, you have been such an amazing ally, but I really think we just work better as sovereign neighbors. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. You've never met her because she lives up in Canada. Oh, that excuse doesn't work. But this was a clear rejection from Canada. I'm sure Trump will handle this maturely and not like a thirsty little bitch.
When you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start on?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, time will tell. It's only time. But I say, never say never. You know, Canada loves us and we love Canada.
Canada is not going to you. Not gonna happen. God, this is why you don't date someone who lives on the same continent as you. Awkward. But let's move on to some travel news. Summer is just around the corner, so it's time to make sure that you have everything you need for vacation. Sunscreen, a good book, a convincing story to make it look like a kayaking accident, and of course, your new ID card.
Starting tomorrow, the TSA will require anyone 18 or older to have a real ID, which is basically a security-enhanced license.
Real ID is an effort from the federal government to make state-issued identification cards and driver's license more accurate, more reliable, and more secure.
They have a gold star, California Bear, or say enhanced in Washington State.
Oh, that's cute. Some have a gold star, California has a bear, New York has a guy jacking off on the subway. It's not funny, it's our state bird. But aside from that, the real ID is not that different from a regular ID. It just has some enhanced security features that verify your identity as a little goody two-shoes that does whatever the government says. Nerds! Of course, the thing is, you have to go to the DMV to get one. And if you're like, oh my God, I gotta get to the DMV, you're not the only one.
This morning at DMVs across the country, the Real ID rush is on, with lines stretching on for blocks. We found people waiting outside this Chicago location for up to 4 hours.
I'm gonna go online on Thursday morning at 5 in the morning and hopefully get an appointment. I hope.
They should put a chip in me. Like, give me a chip and just scan me.
Teacher Rhiannon Mendez got so frustrated she went on social media to complain about her experience in New Jersey.
You actually took to TikTok to describe what you were dealing with.
Yes.
Wait, you're telling me that a white lady got so frustrated by poor service that she got out of her enormous car to complain on social media? When has that ever happened before, except all the time, constantly, everywhere? That is my entire TikTok feed, just white women complaining and sciatica stretches. Now, keep in mind, these are just the people who know about the deadline. Wait until everybody starts showing up at the airport with no idea that they don't have the right ID. People are going to flip the out. There are going to be Karens Karens filming rants on their phones with other Karens in the background filming rants on their phones. Just an infinite tunnel of Karens. They're gonna have to call in the Karen National Guard. But can you blame them? I mean, they've hardly had any time to prepare for this.
Congress passed the Real ID Act in 2005, 4 years after the attacks on September 11th. Enforcement was originally set to start in 2008, but Congress has extended that deadline at least 5 times.
Yeah, just a short 23 years after 9/11. This just shows you how fast we solve problems here in America. Remember when China built a hospital in like a week? I'm not saying I want to live in China, but I would say ni hao to a little more hustle here. You know what? It might be a hassle to get the real ID, but once you get to the airport, your dream vacation can begin.
Frustration and chaos at one of the busiest airports in the country. Close to 900 flights have been canceled into and out of Newark Liberty Airport just in the past week.
Newark Liberty International Airport yesterday and this morning was where dreams were crushed.
To be fair, that is Newark Airport's official slogan. But what's wrong with Newark Airport besides it being Newark Airport?
This morning, terrifying new developments at Newark's Liberty Airport. ABC News learning air traffic controllers lost radar and communications with planes packed with passengers for 60 to 90 seconds. Pilots can be heard learning of the outage over the radio.
No, you do not have a Bravo clearance. We lost our radar and it's not working correctly. Okay, I'll wait for that frequency from you, okay? Okay, no, we don't have a radar, so I don't know where you are.
I don't know where you are? That's a terrifying thing to hear. There's not a lot of backup systems. The pilot can't be like, okay, forget radar, let's try something else. Marco! And this incident didn't just affect what happened at the airport. Like a fart in business class, it permeated through the entire sky.
Dozens of flights were diverted to alternate airports. These 3 flights from California made it a third of the way across the country before turning back around.
Those planes look like they just walked in on their parents doing it. Oh, God. So it's chaos in control tower, it's chaos in the sky, and definitely chaos in the terminal.
Travel chaos at one of America's busiest airports, an 8th straight day of disruptions at Newark.
Now, as we're having to wait upwards of 8 hours for baggage, experts say that the airlines simply just are not staffed with enough baggage handlers overnight to have dealt with what happened here.
People are at their wits' end. Actually, someone just walked by us and says, I'm going to kill somebody. They're so angry.
Unfortunately, the wait time to kill somebody is 3 hours. And I know they're talking like these people are losing their shit, but they are way more patient than I would be. Waiting 8 hours for a bag? I couldn't even wait 8 hours for my kid. After 5 hours, I would be like, he knows our address. Now, apparently this whole thing started with a spark from an old copper wire, but that's really just one part of a systemic problem. Crumbling infrastructure, staffing shortages, overworked employees. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, you gotta fix this. So where are you?
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says he too was stuck at Newark Airport.
He's so relatable. We get stuck at the airport, he gets stuck at the airport. We don't know how to run the Department of Transportation, he doesn't know how to run the Department of Transportation. But the Trump administration needs to fix this problem. And the way that they're going to do it is that they reallocate taxpayer funds and apply expertise to long-term infrastructure. It's not going to happen. They're just not going to do it. It's been a rough few weeks for Donald Trump, mostly because Donald Trump. So he's been looking for a way to change the narrative. And yesterday, he made a big announcement.
We're going to have a very, very big announcement to make, like as big as it gets, and I won't tell you on what.
So his announcement is that he's got an announcement? Cool. It's great to have a president who does teaser trailers for world events. It's like when FDR said, we only have one thing to fear, and I'll tell you what it is after the break.
It'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject.
A certain subject, that narrows it down to literally anything. This is Donald Trump, so his big announcement could be anything from I've achieved peace in the Middle East to I just tried bucatini and I'm never going back to regular spaghetti. At least tell us if it's good or bad. Should I be stocking up on champagne or toilet paper?
It's very positive. I tell you if it was negative or positive, I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive.
Okay, that sounds really positive. But I want to temper my expectations here because the last time you had a positive announcement to make, it was that you were destroying the economy. So I just want to make sure, is it really good news?
It's going to be a truly earth-shattering and positive development for this country and for the people of this country.
Earth-shattering, wow. Okay, as long as I don't have to clean it up, I guess I'm in. Just tell me when exactly to tune in and I will clear my schedule.
And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave.
All right. You have no idea what you're announcing, do you? You're just going to go into the next room and be like, guys, I promised them something big. Does anyone have anything good? I have 2 to 5 days, and don't say Jell-O shots, Pete. Next time, just come out when you're ready to say the announcement. We don't need a pre-announcement. This is worse than my cousin announcing that they're trying for a 3rd child. Great, so you're telling me that you're f***ing a lot? Call me when there's a Gymboree registry. And by the way, it's totally possible that we never get an announcement. Remember him teasing his big replacement for Obamacare?
Wait till you see the plans we have coming out literally over the next 4 weeks. We have great healthcare plans coming out. The plan is coming out over the next 4 weeks. We'll be announcing that in about 2 months.
And that 2 months was up 69 months ago. Very nice. But while we're waiting for Trump's earth-shattering, mind-blowing, orgasm-inducing announcement, there's already a much stupider announcement in the works.
We know we have the Gulf of America, formerly the Gulf of Mexico, and next week, President Trump plans to announce the U.S. will refer to the Persian Gulf as the Gulf of Arabia or the Arabian Gulf.
What is it with this guy and renaming gulfs? At least the Gulf of Mexico was on our border, but now he's just going around renaming other countries' water? The Gulf of Thailand is now the Gulf of White Lotus. The Indian Ocean is now the Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas Ocean. And the Black Sea, we're just getting rid of. No more DEI. Why shouldn't we be allowed to rename the world's oceans? After all, we have the world's most competent, powerful, competent Navy full of competence operating right now at the top of their competence.
For the 2nd time in just over a week, U.S. fighter jet falling off an aircraft carrier and sinking in the Red Sea.
The $67 million F-18 Super Hornet crashed into the Red Sea last night and was lost. The pilots managed to eject safely. Just over a week ago, another Super Hornet fell from the same ship.
Not to get all doge over here, but I think we could save some money if we stopped dropping fighter jets into the Red Sea. At some point, we're giving more military aid to pufferfish than we are to Ukraine. Zelensky should just be following behind our aircraft carriers with a giant net. And I know this is all a little concerning, but don't worry. Pete Hegseth has ordered a top-to-bottom review to determine if there were any rainbow flags on board that might be to blame. And finally, an update on tariffs. They're the reason your MAGA family stopped talking about the economy. Just mine? Just my family? Ever since they kicked in, Trump has been telling Americans that they're going to have to tighten their belts a little. And there's one example in particular that he keeps fixating on.
Maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have
$30. I think they can have $3 or $4.
15-year-old girl doesn't need $37.
You don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4.
She can be very happy with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5.
Why do I feel like last week Trump walked in on Eric kissing a doll, and now he's like, sorry, America, we're banning dolls. Banning them. Either way, it turns out that the whole expensive doll example was not hypothetical.
Mattel, the company that makes Barbie dolls, is raising prices to offset President Trump's tariffs on Chinese imports.
Yes, they're raising prices on Barbie. Even she has to cut back. She had to move out of Barbie's dream house and into Barbie's dream studio apartment with 2 roommates. Her pink convertible is now a 2007 Toyota Tercel. It's very sad. Come on, don't make Barbie tighten her belt even more. She only has a 1-inch waist. And Trump's not the only one answering doll-based questions. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, seen here watching a bulldozer demolish a local community center, also had some thoughts. Secretary Bessent, what would you say to a sweet little girl who wonders why she can't have a new Barbie this year?
I would tell that young girl that you will have a better life than your parents, that you and your family, thanks to President Trump, can now be confident again that you will have a better life than your parents. You will be able to advance. You will have a good education. You will have economic freedom.
Yes, if there's one thing children love, it's the concept of economic freedom. It's very clear that you were never a little girl. They would never be on board with this. I don't want that stuff. I want Barbies. You can't make economic freedom scissor each other. What's the point? Also, kids today are going to have a better life than their parents. Honey, I had 25 Barbies, plus the dream house. We knew how to live in this country back when I was a kid, during the Obama years. Don't Google it. Now, if you've been waiting to hear back from the Vatican about that resume you sent in, bad news. The position has been filled.
I think we see it. Sorry. There we go. It certainly looks like smoke, and white smoke.
We have smoke, and it is white smoke.
There would appear to be a white smoke.
White smoke, we have a pope.
We are watching and everyone to breathe it in. The white smoke.
Breathe it in? I didn't know we were supposed to hotbox the Pope smoke. But white smoke means there's a new Pope, and wait till you get a load of where he came from.
History at the Vatican. The first ever American Pope.
Holy shit! We have the first American Pope, and let me just say, as an American, are you sure about this? We don't really have the gravitas that you associate with popiness. We're less somber procession and more monster truck rally. I just think it's a little bit weird that the holiest man in the world probably knows all the words to the Chili's Baby Back Ribs song. Kind of weird. In fact, I was trying to come up with a way to explain why the idea of an American Pope feels like such a contradiction, but I think the way the news broke here kind of sums it up.
What is going on here? Your son was sleeping with your fiance, and your fiance was sleeping with your son.
That is correct. When I found that out, I confronted Andrea.
This is a Fox News special report.
Wait, what happened with Andrea? Go back to the gross love triangle. I love that stuff. But the votes are counted, and the Vatican doesn't have a January 6th, so there's no going back. Let's find out more about this American Pope. Excuse me, Pope Americano.
Born in 1955 in Chicago, Robert Francis Prevost has been a cardinal for only 2 years.
He's big into tennis, and he's affectionately known as Father Bob.
A Cubs fan who loves to cook.
Italian media has referred to him as the least American of the Americans because of his quiet, humble way.
Whoa. So you're telling me that you think all Americans are loudmouth jackasses? the first job of every new pope is to pick a pope name, which we all know is supposed to be the name of your first pet and the street you grew up on. But he went a different way.
Robert Francis Prevost of Chicago taking on the name of Pope Leo XIV.
Leo XIV? Did he choose it the way we pick a new email address? Desi.Lydic is taken? Okay, what about Desi.Lydic 2? Really? 3? Really? 4? Fine, Desi.Lydic 14. But yes, Robert... But after he picked his pope name, he came out and gave his first speech in both Italian and Spanish about the need for unity and peace on earth. So cue peace and unity in 3, 2, 1.
I would have loved for the first pope from America to say something in English.
I was a little surprised that a Chicago native did not say a few words in English.
He's talking Spanish. He's an American, and he didn't even speak in English.
He spoke in Latin, Spanish, and Italian, did not speak.
He did not speak in English. I mean, I don't know how you claim that this is an American pope if you won't even speak in a native tongue. That to me was very disturbing.
Yes, yes, how dare you? If English was good enough for Jesus, it's good enough for the Pope. Shame. Shame on you. Come on, does it really matter what language he speaks? It's church, you're going to be sleeping through it anyway. And besides, there's going to be plenty of other stuff for conservatives to throw a tantrum about.
There's some tweets that when the Pope was still a cardinal that are getting a lot of attention online that are politically charged.
This one is directly rebuking J.D. Vance. The new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, said J.D. Vance is wrong.
Woo. The new Pope is not like J.D. Vance. He really is an everyday American. Be careful though, Father. If you piss off J.D. Vance, he's going to pay you a visit.
How about you folks? Me? I'm on the pins and needles. I'm very anxious right now. I'm very nervous, very anticipatory. And it's not about whether Russia and Ukraine will be settled. It's not whether somebody can stop Netanyahu. Somebody, please. It's not whether Taylor's unfriended Blake. I don't know. No, like most people in America, I am most looking forward to reading a book. But when?
We're back with breaking news in our politics lead and a brand new excerpt from my upcoming book with Axios' Alex Thompson. It's called Original Sin. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's on Biden's decline. It's called Original Sin. I'm sure you've heard on May 20th. That's Tuesday. Original Sin. That's coming out in 3 weeks. On May 20th. That's just 19 days away. In 1 week and 1 day. Coming out in just a few days.
Comes out Tuesday. You will not believe what we found out.
Don't news people have to tell you what they know when they find it out? Isn't that the difference between news and a secret? You won't believe what we found out. No, that's why I'm watching you. Breaking news! Now, I don't know how the rest of the country is feeling about this book coming out, but I know New York is hyped. New York City, baby! The city! The city that never stops reading! That's our motto! Our motto is... I'm kidding, of course. That is footage from the reopening of the Frick Museum. By the way, it is New York, so you know the real name of the museum is the Collection. You just put it up there like, hey, the friggin' collection? What are we doing? So what is this bombshell book about?
The new book is outlining new claims about former President Biden's physical and mental health. The book, Original, claims Biden's health had become so severe that there were internal discussions about putting the president in a wheelchair.
He allegedly was napping during debate preparations.
Another bombshell. Former President Biden apparently forgot the name of his longtime aide, Jake Sullivan, and called him Steve.
My God! To be fair, when you forget a white guy's name, to be fair, and I've said this with respect to the bombshell, Steve is not a bad guess. I think even Jake Sullivan at some point was like, is my name Steve? Because when I look in the mirror, I could be Steve. Or Scott, maybe Greg. The point is, the American news media were hungry for more.
A new Biden bombshell, dropping bombshell allegations, a steady drip of new revelations.
Damning claims.
Damaging new details.
Oh my goodness, they're dripping with details. A massive tsunami, the drip drip on Joe Biden's decline.
My God, Fox News built an entire Biden sucks border wall to hold back the raging drips of details and bombshells. Nothing could slow down this coming fetus frenzy about Biden's cognitive health, other than maybe a report on his actual physical health, which was not good, but now we got ourselves a little problem. You prepared an entire smorgasbord, charcuterie board. I mean, it's just, you know what I'm talking about, I mean cheese. You know what I'm talking about. Entire smorgasbord based on what you thought would be a relatively uncomplicated story about mental decline. News has the countdown clock. They got the book graphics. They got the CNN Happy Meal tie-in toys. But now, doing the story seems almost disrespectful. Can CNN thread the needle? How do you pivot from excitedly promoting your anchor's book to somberly and respectfully promoting your anchor's book?
Biden's health was very much in the news even before the cancer diagnosis was announced on Sunday. That's because of a new book by CNN's Jake Tapper.
This was already going to be a tough week, and this makes it much harder, and that is a reference to the fact that our colleagues, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, have a book that's set to publish on Tuesday.
This very tough news, this very challenging news, and at the same time, the backdrop of our colleague Jake Tapper's book with Alex Thompson coming out this week.
It's so hard. It's such a difficult time, so unfathomable in terms of the pain his family must be feeling. And yet, if you act now, and you use the code / tap that book, you will obviously it's 20% off offers, not available for some reason in Tennessee. But the point is, forgetting about the fact how weird it is that the news is selling you a book about news they should have told you was news a year ago for free. It's just to watch them not only continue to push the book in difficult news, but to actually frame this difficult news as perhaps even more of a reason to buy this book.
The timing of former President Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis is certainly dramatic, coming on the eve of a blockbuster new book about his health and his time in the White House.
Go on.
I'm sure some observers will say that the reporting in the book is even more important now.
Yet nobody's saying that. No observers will say it's more important now. Some observers might think, do these CNN people work on commission? Like, why are they hawking this f***ing thing? So, is this a Girl Scout cookie situation? Whoever sells the most tap of books gets a Schwinn. Now, well, that is not necessarily the model they will get. I don't want to disincentivize people from working hard, obviously. I don't go through all the graphics before the show. While CNN had to shift from somber and caring to always be closing, Fox and the rest of the right-wing media had a very different problem. How to shift from, let's go Brandon, to, get well, Brandon. And then as quickly as possible back to, let's go, Brandon. Watch them work their magic and see how much weight the word but carries.
It's a terrible thing for him and his family, so I hope he beats it. But look.
I hope he beats it, but not too fast. You want to enjoy this? But what?
But look, I don't believe that they just found out Friday, but because they're not credible on anything they've done.
So true. Yeah, I'll bet he didn't find out Friday. I'll bet he found out like Wednesday. And then they were all like, oh my God, this is terrible. Should we tell this guy? And then they're like, oh, I don't know, why don't we tell the family first? And then they're like, oh, well, this guy really wants to know. I gotta tell you, I think this all really highlights an opening in the greeting card market. We don't have enough cards that swing wildly from sympathy to accusation. Praying you get well soon, but there are some holes in your timeline. There are, I don't know, Friday, Wednesday. Anyone else want to do this butt pivot, the tush push?
Obviously hope for a speedy recovery. I will say it does raise a serious question.
You hate to see something like this happen, but it just raised all these questions.
We're all, of course, praying for President Biden's full recovery, but the reality is,
I hope he gets over this. But
number one, very sorry for his diagnosis and wish him the best. Number two,
I am trying to make a very serious point here. And I find it very difficult to do that. When you throw in a totally weird looking dude right in the middle of it. That's not fair. That is not fair to do. That is, I don't know if that was like a green screen thing, but whatever's happening here, I imagine if I had a nodule on my prostate, this is what it might look like. Why would you get the worst possible haircut for your head shape? Why would you do that? My head is long and thin. Amplify that. Looks like if a kosher hot dog asked for a Hitler Youth haircut. Respectfully. from concern to accusation. But perhaps the most shocking response of all was from the commander-in-chief himself.
President Trump posted, "Melania and I are saddened to hear about Joe Biden's recent medical diagnosis. We extend our warmest and best wishes to Jill and the family, and we wish Joe a fast and successful recovery."
That's it. No exclamation points, no all caps, no insults. Whole thing spelled correctly. But you really got all the telltale signs of a post definitely written by Donald Trump. I look at this post. I swear to God. On Truth Social. I wonder when they saw this post, Truth Social sent him a security alert. They just sent him a quick message. We noticed some suspicious humanity on your account. If this was, in fact, you, President Trump, please reply, Nancy Pelosi's husband is gay. Just reply that. But the fact that Trump responded to Biden's diagnosis with the most pro forma, bare minimum ChatGPT statement was so astonishing. Even the corrupt lamestream media gave Trump his props.
This is a very traditional comment in this moment from President Trump to former President Biden.
I mean, it's a very human, very traditional response from President Trump.
I was very, very pleased to see President Trump putting forward such a kind statement.
I will note, as an ardent Democrat, it's really important that I speak up and thank President Trump for his gracious statement.
Couple of things. It is not important that you speak up at all. As a Democrat, as anything, it is not important. What he did was not noteworthy and important. Has any president, has any person ever had a lower bar to clear than, I have to salute the president. I have to salute the president. I certainly disagree with him on many things, but I have to applaud that after hearing this devastating news about Joe Biden, that Donald did not take cancer's side. Yeah, I'm f***ing swinging tonight. So important. And by the way, Trump maintained that level of gravitas for almost an entire day.
Do you want to respond to President Biden being diagnosed with cancer?
I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time.
To be fair, I do think if Biden was at stage 9, we should have found out about that. I don't even know that. And he's the one that's fine, right? There's no book coming out on him. He's fine. He's done. That'll be the next, stage 9 cancer. That's the kind that grows up like an ivy into a building. For what? Maybe it is another cover-up. I don't know. If they came out and said, yeah, Biden knew about it 5 years ago, I wouldn't be shocked. If they came out and said Biden found out on Friday, I wouldn't be shocked. And I understand the excitement over an insidious Democratic cover-up about Joe Biden's mental decline. The thing is, though, it was a terrible cover-up because we all f***ing knew. All of us knew. The Poll after poll showed vast majorities of the public thought Biden was too old and too out of it to run again. Dean Phillips mounted an entire primary campaign because of it. I really don't know if that's Dean Phillips. Is that Dean Phillips? My point is this. There is a very real person in this shop, probably named Dean Phillips. Or Steve. And he might be in the shop, but he, along with most of the public, knew that it was a bad idea for Biden to run. We knew it. And that's what's so hilarious about politicians. The cover-up doesn't work when everyone knows you're lying. And everyone knows you're lying. The tell is when you're so over the top about what you don't want to tell the truth about.
Joe Biden is incredibly competent and he's incredibly effective.
This is a man who is sharp, who is on top of his game.
He has more energy than I do. He works us all under the table. I can't even keep up with him.
3 hours on photo lines, on 3 events a day, then giving speeches. Are you kidding?
I mean, come on! That's insane! 3 hours on photo lines, 3 events a day, that's 9 hours of photo lines! And then giving speeches, and then at night, fighting crime! I have said too much! Come on! We gotta fucking steroid test these dudes. Look, they used to say, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. But it's starting to feel like politics is all cover-up. Crime or not, in an attempt to hold on to power, political actors do anything they can to project a reality distortion field, when all known evidence is to the contrary, and the media, tasked with covering them, has somehow ended up inside the bubble with them. So for those of you watching at home, who might like to know what the reality of what they're hiding about our current president would be, look not to the Democrats. Look not to the media. Look to the president's political allies, because their hyperbole is the indictment.
Trump is one of the most transparent presidents of all time.
The bravest, toughest man in the world.
Enormous compassion.
He's only been bound to we, the people. It's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit.
Nobody believes that Donald Trump could be bought.
One of the most moral leaders we've had.
His pure honesty, the most ethical American I know.
After 2031 book, it's gonna be lit!
Let's start with Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, and One Woman Kill Shelter. She's in charge of the country's pathway to citizenship, which for hundreds of years has been a solemn, dignified process for achieving the American dream. But what if, instead, it was tacky and gross?
A surreal report that could turn immigration into a TV show. The Trump administration says it's in the very beginning stages of the vetting process for a reported immigrant reality TV show, where immigrants would compete to prove they are the most American with a chance to win U.S. citizenship.
A reality TV show for citizenship is somehow the most un-American and most American thing I've ever heard of. Although we already have a contest to prove who's the most American, and it's called the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. What's more American than eating until your colon explodes and then going bankrupt from medical bills? But let me be clear, I hate this idea. Unless they're looking for a host, then I love this idea. I'm available on Fridays. I will say it might be a nicer way to get deported. Instead of ICE agents disappearing you up in unmarked vehicles, Ryan Seacrest walks into your living room with a TV crew and is like, Carlos, we're taking you out of the USA. But meanwhile, Kristi Noem was testifying in Congress today about whether her administration is deporting people without habeas corpus, which is their right to due process. If you didn't know what habeas corpus was, don't worry, Kristi Noem didn't Google it either.
What is habeas corpus? Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country. Suspend their right to...
Let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
Okay, look, if Kristi Noem was just a random person on the street, I get it. If she was like, habeas corpus, that's a Harry Potter spell, right? Makes you invisible. But the Secretary of Homeland Security should know that habeas corpus prevents the president from deporting you without due process. Not that it lets the president deport you without due process. That's the opposite of what it means. And I didn't know you could have dyslexia for laws. Either way, Noem whiffed hard on that question. But unfortunately for her, the quiz was just beginning.
Do you know what section of the Constitution the suspension clause of habeas corpus is in?
I do not. No.
Do you know which article it is in?
No, sir.
Okay, well, it is in Article 1.
It was in one. It was the first. You didn't even read the first one. So can you stop? We get it, okay? Stop asking her harder questions. Like, how would senators like it if Kristi Noem asked you questions that she was an expert in, huh? Hey, Senator Kim, do you know how to trick a puppy into walking into an open grave? No? Not so smart now, are you? Anyway, Kristi Noem, you still don't know the basics of American law, so I'm sorry to say, we're gonna have to take you out of USA. Won them back after the dog killing jokes. But luckily for America, Kristi Noem isn't the only one in charge of keeping the country safe. We also got Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, two guys who look like they should be henchmen in a Ninja Turtles movie, but are somehow running the FBI now. And before he took over, Dan Bongino wasn't afraid to tell us the truth about what the FBI was covering up.
Nobody knows how much material people have on Jeffrey Epstein. It's unbelievable. The guy killed himself, and now nobody's gonna know.
Yeah, exactly. Epstein killed himself? Bongino knows the truth, and now he and Kash Patel get to see all the files. So on Sunday, they sat down for an interview to tell us what really happened. Because we know Epstein didn't just kill himself.
He killed himself.
He killed himself without air quotes? That is the craziest thing I've ever heard, all right? I was a single issue voter on this. Why did you change your mind?
As a public defender, as a prosecutor who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
Again, you want me to get... I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I've never seen someone so sad that the deep state didn't kill someone. And also, hey, you can't talk so much shit about how the deep state did this and make it your entire personality, and then now you're in it and you're like just shrugging it off like, oh yeah, I guess they were right the first time they investigated this. Hey, if you fail that hard, you gotta let Hillary Clinton kill you, right? And finally, I don't know what we're cheering for. And finally, let's talk about the Department of Transportation. Recently, air travel in America has become what's known in the industry as totally f***ed. And I'm sure Secretary Sean Duffy has been working on a great plan to fix it.
We are moving Jesus out of the basement.
What? What, is that the new air traffic controller? Because that's what we need right now.
To all the great midshipmen at the Merchant Marine Academy, you let me know how important this painting was to all of you.
Now, we all know it was taken out of a place of prominence and put it down in the basement. I worked with the Academy, and because this is such a historic painting, I'm announcing that through that work with the Academy, this painting is going to go from the basement back to its place of prominence. It'll be a moment to celebrate.
Oh, thank God. Thank God, because when my plane is going down, I can tell the person next to me, don't worry, there's a shitty Jesus painting. It's upstairs at the Merchant Marine Academy now. Let's kick things off with President Trump's meeting with the President of South Africa today. And because it's Donald Trump, things got weird.
Death, 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 horrible death, death, I don't know.
What a host! Death, death, hey, do you want a Diet Coke? Yeah. Death, horrible death. Now the reason Trump turned this White House event into a murder podcast is that Trump is convinced that there is a white genocide going on in South Africa, which of course means there is no white genocide happening in South Africa. It's not even mathematically possible. I mean, you'll never run out white South Africans when one of them is making 5,000 kids a week. But still, Trump thinks there is one, and you know he cares about it because he said white genocide. It's like someone told him, hey, it's not just a genocide, it's a white genocide, you know, the bad kind. And Trump's like, oh shit, get him in. But don't worry, South African president, there's a way out of this. Qatar got Trump a plane. What sweet, sweet bribe did you bring him?
I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms. And it showcases the golf courses in our country.
Yeah, you f***ed that up. You lost Trump at book, and you definitely lost him at kilograms. If you really want to impress Trump, you should have given him one of your golf courses. Then Trump would be like, hell yeah. Sorry, white South Africans, if that's even a real thing. Thoughts and prayers. Let's move on from a fake international price to a real domestic one. If you bought any Trump merchandise, I don't want to surprise you, but it might be a piece of junk.
Trump time. A mistake on a Donald Trump keepsake might be funny to some.
But it wasn't a laughing matter for the couple who paid more than $600 for the Trump-branded watch.
Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time. Melanie Pettit likes the style, but it's what this watch does not have that makes it stand out.
I noticed it right away.
The T is missing. It just says RUMP.
So it should say Trump.
Should say Trump.
Instead,
it says rump.
What a shocking story. I mean, truly, I did not expect them to be able to read. And you might be thinking, what kind of respectable horological craftsman of luxury timepieces would allow this to happen? Well, it turns out watches might just be their side business.
New eye-popping details about Donald Trump's watches, and there's a link to Viagra Honey.
This is a product that is born out of a licensing agreement with a company called The Best Watches on Earth LLC. There is another company at this business registered at the same address called The Best Honey on Earth. They sell male enhancement honey, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a product that helps men perform in the bedroom.
Wait, everyone shut up! Stop laughing! That's boner honey? This changes everything. I mean, I guess this does explain why that honey I bought looks so weird. But, you know, Trump's gonna be bathing that like the Baron and Dude, but I just hope that those watches have like a little warning label on them, like you do for people with nut allergies. Like, warning, this watch was manufactured in a plant that also processes honey. The point is, when Donald Trump sells you something, you gotta be skeptical. And I'm so glad we all learned our lesson. On an unrelated note, Donald Trump's got something new to sell us.
This morning, President Trump revealing his plans for a Golden Dome, a defense system designed to shield the U.S. from missile attacks.
The Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they're launched from space.
The Congressional Budget Office says it could cost up to $542 billion.
Good news, everyone. Congress is cutting food stamps, but we're getting a Golden Dome. Yeah, if you're hungry, maybe you can try eating it. Quick question, though. Where did Trump come up with Golden Dome?
The president has long praised Israel's Iron Dome, which can intercept and destroy short-range rockets, missiles, and drones.
We're going to call it the Golden Dome. We had the Iron Dome, but somehow Golden Dome sounds better to me.
You know, it takes a special leader to look at what's going on in Israel and be like, hey, we need to copy those guys, all right? Because it's going great. Second of all, I don't think missile defense shields work like frequent flyer programs, all right? Hey, check it out. Our dome just earned gold status, all of America.
A missile shield in the U.S. will not be capable of defending all of America.
I'm a missile defense guy, but it's never going to be possible to defend against everything. And so we are going to have to be selective.
Gonna have to be selective. Like, what we're gonna do? Like, what, just save New York and LA and, what, the states with good barbecue? Actually, yeah, that works. Yeah, let's go with that. Bottom line is, it's incredibly expensive and it doesn't work. But at least we'll have a Golden Dome that says Trump on and off. So last night, House Republicans packed their entire agenda into one enormous bill that's over 1,000 pages long. The question is, what do you call an enormous bill that crams together every single Republican issue?
One big, beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can.
Really? Big, beautiful bill? That's the best you could come up with? It's a stupid name. Okay? Also, that's what Jordan Hudson calls Bill Belichick. All right? The point is, nobody is going to go along with that.
President Trump's so-called big beautiful bill. One big beautiful bill. Trump's big beautiful bill.
Freut sich denn jetzt am meisten über Trumps big beautiful bill?
My God, I guess they are going to go along with it. It's a big beautiful bill. The BBB. Although it is reminding some people of something else.
Even if you're getting excitement from Capitol Hill and the White House over the BBL, that big beautiful bill. Sorry.
Share your screen right now. Right now, share it or this interview is over. I love how flustered he got after that. It's the BBL. Oh, sorry. I mean butts. I mean big juicy asses. Now, for those who don't know, a BBL stands for Brazilian butt lift. It is a procedure that some women get to enlarge their posteriors, and it's quite popular with Instagram ass models, or so I'm told. I wouldn't know because my For You page is nothing but photos of my beautiful wife. I love you, baby. I would never follow 17 female golfers with huge asses online. This is the one show this year my wife actually came to. She's watching this right now. But after months of negotiating last night, Republicans stayed up all night and passed the big beautiful bill. And maybe BBL was a better name because this bill is thick and mostly ass.
Here's what's in it. It extends the president's signature 2017 tax cuts, and that's at a cost of about $4 trillion. And that's paid for in part by nearly $700 billion in cuts to Medicaid, that health care program for those on the lower end of the income scale.
It also comes with cuts to social safety nets like food stamps.
Wow, cutting healthcare and food stamps to pay for tax cuts. I mean, the only way this could be more cartoonishly mean to poor people is if it said Bob Cratchit has to work on Christmas Day. He's just a frog. Why does he have to work at all? But this vote was very controversial, even among Republicans who didn't like how it increased the debt by $4 trillion. Do you realize how much money $4 trillion is? No, you don't, because none of it went to education. The point is, some Republicans were resisting this bill, so to get it passed, Donald Trump needed to use all of his political powers of persuasion.
Trump made the rare journey to the Hill, meeting with House Republicans behind closed doors for 90 minutes for what he says was just a pep talk.
He called out members by name. He threw the F-bomb around.
I have seen time and time again, they're dragged out of the House floor and back into their Republican members' cloakroom, and they're handed a cell phone, and it's Donald Trump literally yelling at them and cursing at them.
Politics used to be deals and handshakes, and pass my bill and I'll do something for you. Now Trump is just like, pass my bill or I'll kill you. I'll kill you and I'll get your wife. But look, the bill isn't just about taking health care from poor people to give rich people tax cuts. I'm sure there's something in there for the rest of you.
Some provisions tucked into the bill. One of them eliminates the $200 firearm registration fee for gun silencers.
Yeah, let's see, that was added by Rhode Island Representative John Wick. What's the benefit of making it slightly cheaper to buy silencers? I mean, is there an assassin out there who's like, hey, I got my shot lined up, but first, let me call my accountant to see how this affects my deductions. I mean, maybe it's better if silencers are more affordable. Now when a mass shooter is going through a classroom, the other classrooms can keep learning. As you can imagine, though, Democrats are not fans of the big, beautiful bill, and they're ready to roast it with some slam poetry.
It is not one big, beautiful bill. It's a big billionaire's bankroll bill.
It's a big, disgraceful betrayal of the American people.
This bill is brutal. It is not beautiful. I just don't see what Republicans find beautiful about this ugly bill.
It's not beautiful, it's ugly.
It has wrinkles, warts, festering sores, and scars.
Okay, we get it, but that's a little too specific. Sounds like you're describing something personal. This bill is gross and weird and has a mole with hair growing out of it and it's changing color. I'm talking about the bill. But should it see a doctor? Should it see a doctor, just hypothetically speaking.
Has finally rooted out one of America's least efficient government workers. And marked him for dismissal.
Elon Musk is no longer a special government employee. Friday was the billionaire's last day in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency.
He's leaving. He's leaving his job to make more family with his time. The football. Okay. Or just as a mail order sperm farm. No, I don't know exactly. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to feel bad for this guy. He's been there 4 months. Look, it only took 4 months to go from this to this. The guy. He went from tech titan, given a mandate to move fast and crush the deep state, to guy who had a bad night in Nashville bar he can't remember, right? What's this guy that look like? Has anyone seen my shoes? He's look beaten down. He's got that look on his face that I imagine his employees normally have. Black eye, 1,000-yard stare. This dude has seen some shit. I'd like to know at least how that happened.
What is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a fuse there.
No, I just washed around with the legs, and I said, go ahead and punch me in the face, and he did.
So you're not going to tell us what happened. Do you need a safe place to stay? Look, I believe sometimes you happen when you're roughhousing with your kids, but I'm also sure the one sentence no parent has ever uttered to their child is, go ahead, punch me in the face. But Elon spent $300 million of his own money to get Trump elected, irreparably damaged his personal brand and almost all of his business, and is clearly suffering some kind of issue. But don't worry, Trump made sure that Elon got something in return.
President Trump heaping praise on the tech titan, presenting him with a golden key.
And I gave him a little special something we have here, a very special, that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country. Thank you, Elon.
You couldn't just give him the f***ing key. You have to make sure that everybody knows you give them to a lot of people. It's just not that special. You know, I got a bunch of these. I give them to special people. Who's the guy who brings me my Diet Cokes? I give him one for every Diet Coke. Anyway, enjoy your useless key. There was no need for Trump and Elon to commemorate this epic fail. This embarrassing display of fear. Look at these guys. Pretending like this is some kind of celebratory, victorious send-off for a job out there. Jesus, look, even Lincoln is looking down. You see him? Look at Lincoln. Look at Lincoln. Even Lincoln is looking down, going, this is the most tedious performance I've ever had to sit through. This is... Even Lincoln can't take it. Oh, somebody booth me. I don't like this. Too soon? Is that? And Lincoln, for God's sake. With all the shit going on in the world, I was not expecting the audience to be like, oh, Lincoln. Just wanted to see it. Of course, Lincoln wasn't the only one seemingly disassociating in the Oval Office. Of course, there might have been an explanation for that behavior as well.
The New York Times reports that Musk allegedly used drugs far more than previously known.
Whether Elon was using drugs on the job or not, I have no idea. I do know one thing about the television industry, though, especially the news industry, and that is, whatever unusual images we have of Elon's enthusiastic time in Washington, D.C., those images will now be repurposed and given a slightly different meaning and context, almost comically so, Inside Edition, Do Your Worst.
Musk's departure comes as a jaw-dropping New York Times report claims he was taking a cocktail of drugs while on the campaign trail. According to the Times expose, Musk's erratic behavior, including waving a chainsaw around and that notorious Nazi-like stiff arm, can be attributed to a daily mix of ketamine, ecstasy, psychedelic mushrooms, and Adderall. They claim he traveled with a daily medication box that holds 20 pills.
Why you want to do a brother dirty? Yeah, why you do that? Come on, Inside Edition. Inauguration party enthusiasm or reefer madness? And you might be saying, well, who amongst us hasn't unwound sometimes with a little mixture of ecstasy, mushrooms, ketamine, and Adderall? What could be that one?
He told people he was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. He told people that?
is a one-man anti-drug campaign. These are your pants. These are your pants on drugs. And I do love the fact, though, that the detail is he's the one who told him he had platform. That means things were so bad, he had to be like, oh, don't worry, it's nothing weird. It's just an overabundance of ketamine. Now, obviously, we on this program have been delighted to offer an unedited forum for Elon to discuss his journey from hardworking efficiency expert to drug addict to child star mugshot. But he chose to go in a different direction by sort of speaking to your theater-loving parents' favorite news program, CBS Sunday Morning. This is true. This was his final Trump administration exit interview.
I noticed that all of your businesses involve a lot of components, a lot of parts. Do the tariffs and the trade wars affect any of this?
You know, tariffs always affect things a little bit.
How revealing. Any follow-up?
Wondering what your thought is on the ban on foreign students, the proposal. I mean, you were one of those kids, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to stick to, you know, the subject of the day, which is like spaceships, as opposed to, you know, presidential policy.
Oh, okay. I was told anything's good, but
no, well, no.
Look what Trump has reduced this man to. He has broken this poor man to just in an interview. Can't we just talk about spaceships? I was told we'd talk about. I was told we would both be wearing helmets and talking about. Just a simple boy with a set of Star Wars sheets and pillows and. Really would just like to talk about this. I mean, you can't blame him. This whole project was cutting money from the government, trying to find efficiencies, and sneaking a Trojan horse in the back door and stealing all our data. But Trump is spending $200 billion more than the previous administration did in this amount of time, and creating a deficit-exploding big, beautiful bill that is the antithesis of everything Musk said he was trying to do. And now he's left softly complaining about it to a guy whose normal news segment is explaining to your grandparents how to download the PDF.
You know, I was like disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not doesn't decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing. I think a vote could be big or it could be beautiful. I don't know if it could be both. My vote's both bigger.
No, sir. We will not be body shaming legislation. I'm going to tell you something, and I speak for all the legislation out there, that in this country, a bill can be big and beautiful and... I promised myself I wasn't going to do this. And brave. Holy shit! Here's my favorite, by the way. So this actually is my favorite part of the whole interview. So Elon actually expressed some dissatisfaction with what was happening with the Trump administration. It was a turn of events that stunned the reporter on CBS Sunday Morning, who had no idea apparently that this was being recorded.
right after our interview, CBS News posted a clip of it to promote this very report. It was that part where Musk criticizes Trump's spending bill, and his remarks became news. It went all the way up to the White House.
Yeah. That's what news does. You're saying that like, so am I in trouble? I thought we were just killing time until we got another Patty LuPone apologizes update. I don't like any of this. But let this be a to Elon and anybody in Trump's orbit. whatever your passion or political belief, whatever your ideology is, you will go from reaching for mine stars to dissolving in a puddle of your own urine and shame and starting a fight club with your kid just to be able to feel. Because Trump doesn't believe in anything, man. What, were you with him because of his commitment to rein in big tech?
They use big tech to censor you. They use the deep state to spy on you.
We have to make sure that we are protecting the American people's privacy and data rights.
When I'm president, big tech will pay. iTunes will have to agree to your terms and conditions. When I'm president, traffic lights will have to click on boxes containing pictures of you. Capture that. So how's that libertarian paradise vision going for you now?
The Trump administration is expanding its partnership with Palantir. The company is reportedly going to build a master list of personal information on Americans that could give President Donald Trump immense surveillance power.
It's never a good sign when the phrase master list and surveillance power are coupled. No one's ever like, I've assembled a master list of puppies you can surveil for boobs. But hey, how evil can Palantir be? Hey, you got a pal right in the name. Oh, look, it's not like they're handing all of our data over to some crackpot CEO. But let's not judge a book by its cover.
The most effective way for social change is humiliate your enemy and make them poor. I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts trying to screw us.
Well, let's not judge a book by its insides. Well, I've always said if there's anyone in the country who should have access to all of my personal data, it's the guy who wants drug-laced urine-spraying drones. Although if he is serious about that, he's going to need a source for drug-laced urine. I might know a guy. No. Here's the thing. The reality is this. The reality of Trump is he turns even his most fervent and enthusiastic foot soldiers upside down. Take Dan Bongino, ex-Secret Service agent, Fox News host, and guy who looks like he starts fights at Little League games even though he doesn't have a kid play. He was very excited for the Trump era.
Right now, we're in charge. This is how shit gets done. Trump ain't f***ing around. We are going to hold every one of these people accountable. It is time for total personnel warfare. Fire 100 people on day one. Fire 100 more. Fire 1,000 more. Fire everyone. We're good at flipping the script on dipshit, liberal commies. You know what's coming? What's coming? Does anybody know?
Well, that last part's going to make for some good B-roll for an Inside the Cushion story one day. Anyway, Trump made that guy deputy director of the FBI, because of course. But look what his only 3 months on the job have done to him.
I gave up everything for this. I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it, our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet, I hear him. He's there he gets in like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C.
Yeah, that's called a job. You have a job. That's what they are. You go in at a specific time, 6:37, around there, to a specific room, mostly 4 walls. And you're there all f***ing day. It's work. It's a job. And yeah, there probably is a dude in there that you hear all f***ing day. He turns the water on, you hear, hey, look at that, he's chewing another f***ing sandwich.
be separated today. And it's hard. I mean, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
I mean, it's hard. I don't like to be separated. I mean, divorced. I'm not divorced. I'm divorced, but not separate. I'm separate together, but not, of course, alone. But I don't. Who knows? I mean, some people, they leave for a while. The guys come over, they come bang and go, who knows what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Why can't she come to work? Why can't I just bring my wife to work? That'd be okay. We all miss our wives. What the fuck? The only one who's going to come out of there unscathed is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, because I don't think she got any principles in there left to die.
President Trump is truly the most transparent and accessible president in American history. We have truth on our side at this White House. I think everybody, the American public, believe it's absurd for anyone to insinuate that this president is profiting off of the presidency. It's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit.
That's all he's doing. By the way, I think the more she lies, the bigger her cross gets. Is that possible? It's like some sort of weird Pinocchio cross. The president can't be bought. I'm not even upset with this lady, because just rolling with the punches is clearly the only strategy for happiness when you're working for Trump. Trump's very open secret has always been he doesn't believe in or care about any policy issue at all. He wants attention, he wants his ego stroked, and he wants money. He wants lots and lots of money. Remember his 90 deals in 90 days? He made them, but only for his family. Those are the only deals he made. Meanwhile, the world he said he was going to fix is burning, like so many nuclear-capable planes in Siberia. And don't bother trying to call him on it, because before you can, he's already moved on, pulling some new crazy thing out of his ass to distract us.
President Trump is reposting false claims about former President Joe Biden, saying that Biden was executed in 2020. Since then, clones, body doubles, and robots took Biden's place as president.
You're saying that the Joe Biden, who doesn't even know where he is actually an incredibly advanced cloned robot? How much ketamine are you on? A lot.
One of the most heartwarming stories of the Trump administration so far has been the beautiful friendship between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, two men who had previously never had a friend. But today, that friendship got doged.
You're going to want to hear about this. Breaking moments ago, Elon Musk speaking out in a big way on the big, beautiful bill. He took to X a short time ago, writing, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it."
Chainsaw!
Oh no, not my two favorite people fighting. Don't make me choose who I love more. But yes, Elon is worried that Trump's bill will raise the deficit too high. And when Elon is worried about something getting too high, you know it's too high. And he may be right, but Elon has to be careful. You come out that hard against Trump's central legislative achievement, you're going to be the first white person to get deported. But while you're shaming supporters of this bill, be sure to save a little shame for yourself, Elon. You're the one who spent $288 million getting Trump elected. You even showed whole to support him. Now, granted the whole was a belly button, but still, whole is whole. So let's move on. Whole is whole. Let's move on to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA if you're nasty. FEMA is always ready to come to the rescue, no matter what sort of disaster that mega bitch Mother Nature throws at us, like wildfires, tornadoes, sharknadoes, horny dolphin-nadoes. Those are the worst. But it turns out not everyone at FEMA is as prepared as they should be.
FEMA staff were apparently caught off guard on Monday when the disaster agency's new acting leader told them that he was previously unaware that the U.S. had a hurricane season.
The head of FEMA doesn't know what hurricane season is? I would expect Trump to hire someone who's not qualified to handle hurricanes, but to not even know when they come. I mean, it's almost like Trump picks his cabinet the way you select a jury. Do you have any opinions on hurricanes? Have you ever heard of hurricanes? No? Great, you're hired. This guy's the head of the Emergency Management Agency. He doesn't know about hurricane season? There's only like 3 emergencies in life you really need to know. There's hurricanes, wildfires, and when you're taking out the garbage and it starts dripping from the bottom of the bag. Those are only life's emergencies. But if that comment freaks you out, you're not alone. The administration had to come out and say, psych, I was joking.
A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security tells CNN that the comment was made in jest.
Yeah, sure, it was a joke. It's a joke. You know, that reminds me of the time I, as a joke, shit my pants. And it was so funny to do that on that airplane. Everyone was laughing and loving it. Let's say he was actually joking about being a total dumbass. That doesn't make it better. The head of FEMA is a serious job. I don't want my EMTs to be like, okay, now, where do I push to make the heart beat again? Just kidding, I got it. Hey, wake up. So the head of FEMA is either an idiot who never heard of hurricane season or just an idiot. We may never know. But another new Trump appointee has been very clear about the fact that he has no idea what he's doing.
In a new audio recording, Social Security Commissioner Frank Bisignano reveals that he had no idea what the job entailed when it was offered to him.
Yeah, it's about Social Security. So I'm Googling Social Security, you know, one of my great skills. I'm one of the great Googlers on the East Coast. I'm like, what the heck's the Commissioner of Social Security?
First of all, can you Google how to clear your throat? I mean, how do you not know what the Commissioner of Social Security does? He's the one who, you know, hands up the championship trophy at the end of the Social Security season. Yeah, you knew that. But don't worry, because he's one of the great Googlers. Now, not in the whole country, just the East Coast, but that's still a big population area. It's pretty cool that the guy who's in charge of a $1.2 trillion agency is using the same tool I use to look up the name of the one black guy in Maroon 5. What up, Paige? Now, at this point, you might be asking yourself, does anyone in this cabinet even know what their job is? Well, based on what Education Secretary Linda McMahon has been up to, still no.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon weighed in on Long Island's continuing mascot battle. She was in Massapequa yesterday. It's one of 13 districts fighting to keep Native American school nicknames and mascots. The state says if the mascots are not changed by June, funds will be withheld. But McMahon says the ban violates civil rights because names and mascots of other racial and ethnic groups are still allowed.
We reserve the right to turn over this investigation to the Department of Justice, because that's how serious we are about this.
Great use of your time, Education Secretary. China's schools are producing 1 million engineers a minute, but it's okay because our students will know how to do the tomahawk chop. But we can't keep having endless disputes about Native American mascots, especially when every mascot in Philly is clearly addicted to cocaine. The fanatic... The fanatic is like perfectly designed. Anyway, see, look. Either we don't allow mascots at all anymore, or every mascot is an offensive ethnic stereotype, including white people. How about that? You know, the drunken Irish, okay? The horny Italians, the emotionally unavailable British, that kind of thing. The point is, when it comes to mascots, you can't make both liberals and conservatives happy unless all the Native American mascots are trans. Then everybody gets something. So, now, let's move on to Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence and woman who gives Snow White the poison apple in Big The audience loves Tulsi Gabbard. She's in charge of the president's daily brief, which is where the intelligence agencies gather all the top secret information they need to go with the president into a war with Iran, to defend our national interests. Of course, the problem with giving Donald Trump a PDB to read is that reading's not really his thing.
From inauguration till the end of May, he had, according to his public schedule, 14 PDBs.
14 PDBs since inauguration? What the hell? It's the daily brief. Daily means you're supposed to get it every day. Like, we're the Daily Show. We're on the air 4 days a week. That's about it. That's about it. Even President Biden had read 90 of them at this point, although, to be fair, it was really just 45. They had to read them to him twice. But obviously, the president not having a grasp of national security is a huge problem, but luckily, Tulsi Gabbard has a solution.
Tulsi Gabbard is considering bringing on a Fox News producer and a network personality to present the briefing, tailoring it to how the president actually prefers to consume information by watching Fox News.
Look, I love how Trump's people are like, we got to cut government spending, and also we need $10 million for a fake TV show because the president can't read. Now, obviously, converting the briefing to a Fox News broadcast won't be easy. To make it realistic, you have to cast someone who's had sexual harassment allegations. Then you're going to need to find time for the 36 ads for catheters. But still, at least Tulsi Gabbard is thinking outside the box here. And finally, we can get some Fox News people in the White House, aside from the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Defense, the border czar, the deputy director of the FBI, the deputy special envoy for Middle East peace, the senior counsel to the assistant attorney general for civil rights, the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia, the ambassador to Greece. Oh, I missed my kid's birthday. Washington is a lot like high school, and not just because all the politicians are trying to date high schoolers. It's also because when a friendship ends, it explodes. And right now, we are drenched in the fallout.
Breaking news, war of words between Elon Musk and the GOP lawmakers. This comes after tech mogul is speaking out again on the president's sprawling spending bill.
He says, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination.
Jesus Christ, you can't just call this bill a pork-filled abomination. That's reserved for the new TGI Fridays appetizer. $9.99 for a whole fried pig? I'm there. Woo! But this rift between Musk and Trump presents an incredible opportunity for Democrats to go on the attack. Hit him with everything you got. Let's go, Dems.
I hear something happened while we were at lunch, which led me to make some news here today and say something I didn't think was imaginable. I agree with Elon Musk.
Oh my God, that is so lame. Man, I feel so inspired when I hear Chuck Schumer. I just want to hit the streets and then keep walking and go a little farther until eventually I come to a body of water and then, give up on democracy. Nice try, Chuck Schumer. Any other Democrat want to take a shot?
Breaking news, Elon Musk and I agree with each other.
Yeah, Schumer already did that. That's the first rule they teach you in comedy college. A joke always gets funnier when you have to repeat it. And that's the first rule they teach you in comedy college. A joke always gets funnier when you have to repeat it. And even if Democrats can't take advantage of it, it's still shocking for Elon to turn on Trump like this. Why did he do it?
The source in Trump world claiming that Elon was, quote, butthurt, in part because the bill didn't include giveaways to his companies.
Musk is upset that the spending bill cuts the electric vehicle tax credit. The White House denied his request to have the Federal Aviation Administration use his Starlink satellite system.
Are you kidding me? He's upset about that? Let's review all that Elon Musk has gained from his $288 million investment into this presidency. $100 million in NASA contracts. He got to freeze 40 federal investigations against his companies, fired anybody who could regulate or tax him, and he got the President of the United States to plug his car company, and Trump almost pronounced its name correctly.
I love Tesla.
But he's still pissed because he couldn't skim every last dollar from the Treasury? There's got to be a better reason.
Plus, we're learning Musk had hoped to stay on with the White House as a special government employee beyond 130 days, but apparently the White House didn't accommodate that.
Wait. The White House couldn't accommodate that? That does sound like bullshit. You know, Donald Trump is literally defying court orders as we speak. But with this, he's like, sorry, Elon, rules are rules, you know? If I break Regulation 46C of the Federal Employee Handbook, what separates us from animals? No, Elon Musk got fired. Now I get why he's mad. It doesn't matter how rich you are. Getting fired sucks. You never totally get over being fired. I got fired from Chuck E. Cheese in 1999. And I still have dreams about going up to the manager and saying, no, Bruce, you're the one that ate pizza scraps instead of throwing them out. Hope you're watching, Bruce. But whatever the reason for Elon's butt pain, it seems to have opened the floodgates. And now it's giving life to a growing Republican backlash against the bill.
What I'm concerned about is they didn't cut enough spending.
We've got to have some fiscal sanity. We're running $2 trillion deficits.
We need to try to reduce spending as much as we possibly can.
It's hugely concerning to me.
This is immoral, what us old farts are doing to our young people. This is grotesque what we're doing.
Yes, this bill is doing to young people is grotesque. Now, it's not as bad as what this bill is doing to young people, but it's still pretty gross. You didn't see that one coming, did you? In fact, the backlash to the bill is getting so big that even Republicans who already voted for it are backlashing.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, even though the Congresswoman voted for the bill in the House, she now says, in full transparency, that she wasn't aware of a section that would strip states of their ability to regulate artificial intelligence for the next decade.
Here's a lesson for us all. No matter what political party holds office and is in